if you want to send me something, your best bet is actually subscribing to me, because then you do get DM access. But if you're gonna spam me, I simply will not read it. And if you spam me and it pisses me off at some point, I will disable access to you specifically, and you're never gonna get it back. So disable access to me, because there's like a way that you can do that. I'm not going to specifically reveal what that way is, because otherwise people are going to spam that. So no, not happening. But I just don't want to get spammed. So if you have something that you really think you'd like to send to me, then yeah, go ahead. But don't spam me. But yeah, you can in fact subscribe, and then you get practically DM access. Yep. It's a nice little barrier to entry.
Wisdom.
Just amazing prophylactic measure, if you will, attacking the ADL. Like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is anti-Israel, anti-Jew, total anti-Semite, is correcting the ADL on what a Hitler salute is. Excuse me? Like, you don't have to be a fan of the ADL to know that they are right on this. Right? If anybody's the authority on hate speech, is the ADL. They kind of invented the whole idea of it, right? They would know. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, huge anti-Semite, what the fuck does she know about anything? She's a fucking bartender.
Exactly.
Right.
She appeared in, I think, a music video at some point as well.
She did, yeah. The college music videos, she was twerking and being cringy as hell.
Join Magic.
Yeah, that's one way to get in.
I just replied to her. I said, go back to bartending, you absolute imbecile.
That's insane. I should make that meme. Where is that meme? Can she block a person? I think she could actually, in fact, block me, given that I'm not a citizen of the U.S. It could, in fact, block me.
No, she won't. She won't, just to be safe, because you never know. You might be an American citizen, and then you can sue the shit out of her.
True.
I'm going to quote tweet her and say AOC is now Jew splitting.
Or UK's libel laws are even worse.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah, much lower standard for defamation there.
Yeah, because they don't have the burden of proof is not on the accuser, but rather the accused. It's really fucked up and onerous.
Why are these meme makers so dog shit? What the hell?
I don't know. I prefer the edgy memes, but then, they're edgy and also kind of fucked up because the people making them are schizo. But they're so talented. It's a shame the regular meme makers are such boomers.
Yeah.
The only good memes now coming from, regular people are the completely unhinged AI memes, like the one of Mark Zuckerberg looking at Jeff Bezos' wife, and she just pulls her top off. That's pretty incredible.
Oh my God.
I posted that one, went viral.
Yeah, the way Zuckerberg's looking, oh my God.
It's like, well, he's got testosterone, that's for sure. That's a good thing. He didn't always, but now he does, and I like a Zuckerberg that is capable of having testosterone. It means good things are happening. They did a study, and they found that all these soy boys who were libtards and woke male feminists, they gave them testosterone injections, and they became conservative. Imagine that. It's like science, like actual science. Being testosteronated actually makes you conservative and assertive and based. It's like it just happens. Okay, it just happens. It's crazy. But yeah, we are very chemically driven creatures. Our behavior is dictated by it. So eat a lot of red meat. It's good for you. Makes you based.
Yeah.
So
it's funny. So normally when your clearing happens of the POTUS account, or the So the problem is sometimes the profile pictures remain, and often the titles also. And if that does happen, then it looks very fucking funny because it looks like it was the previous people that are posting about what's happening today. You know what I'm saying? Like, so victory was announced and they were celebrating their victory, and then this victory was celebrated. But the problem was, because the change had not updated on some people's phones, they took screenshots of it, and now everybody's saying, "Oh my god, no way!" They actually scheduled the post ahead. I was like, "No, that's just a glitch. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, it's a glitch. It appeared on Biden's account.
Biden's and to VP. So
Yep.
that's a nice handle, by the way. VP. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, it would be cool if the vice president should post a little more on that. That would be kind of hilarious.
More mimetic would be good, yeah.
Hey, Scott Jennings wrote a defense of Elon Musk, and Elon replied to it. Nice.
Nice.
Scott Jennings wrote, the unhinged effort to brand Elon Musk a Nazi for expressing his gratitude to the crowd at Trump's afternoon rally is evidence that these liberal loons haven't learned a damn thing. Always primed to condemn, censor, even smear. Yeah, and Elon replied with a heart. Yep, good stuff. I like Scott Jennings, he's pretty based.
Krasenstein sometimes say the dumbest shit ever. So, so it says, breaking, Trump has pardoned 1,500 J6 criminals, including felons, 6. Sick. I don't know. Okay, cool. Then somebody replied to that.
Yeah, they're all felons, obviously.
Pardoned convicts sentenced to decades. Biden pardoned people not even charged with a crime, mainly. Very interesting wording, by the way, because he does say mainly, right? Because
mainly, yeah.
Quite a lot of them, yeah, sure.
Road he fucking pardoned.
But I think if you look at something like Mr. Fauci, who many people have advocated to be prosecuted, of course, because of the obvious crimes he has committed.
Yep.
Like, that person was pardoned. So I'm like, if he never committed a crime, then why did you need to pardon him?
Exactly. Well,
it's kind of ironic. It's an ironic detail. It's like, hang on a second. If you weren't charged with a crime, then why did you need to pardon?
Yeah.
Hello. It's interesting.
The Eco Health Alliance guy, I wonder if Biden pardoned him. That would be really interesting. The guy's name? You know what I'm talking
Peter
about.
Daszak.
Ran Eco Health Alliance.
Yeah, I know. I forgot his name too, though.
Peter Daszak. Yeah, I wonder if he got a pardon. That would be really telling. Let me check.
Dude, Zuckerberg's gonna be so fucked by his wife today.
Funding.
That's what I was thinking.
They cut off funding for Eco Health Alliance 2 days ago.
They did. Yeah. And wow, Peter Daszak blocked me. I had no idea. Wow.
Congrats, dude.
This fucking piece of garbage. I'm gonna screenshot that one.
Oh wow.
Oh, nice. Andrew Conway liked one of my
He got sanctioned.
Yeah, it's just cool.
He got sanctioned.
Yeah, he got sanctioned. Yeah, 5 years he won't be able to get any sort of grants. So he's fucked. He needs to lose his license.
I think he did.
For 5 years, yeah.
It says the government debars Peter Daszak.
Oh, good. He's fucked then. Yeah, he can't fucking do anything. I'm gonna screenshot that. The guy who caused COVID blocked me. He did cause COVID. Fuck him. He needs to be in jail, like, for a very long time. How many people has he killed? Like, truly.
Again, if Bro needed to be pardoned and he didn't commit a crime, then why did he need to be pardoned in the first place?
Same with Mark
These are
Milley.
good questions.
Yeah, why did Mark Milley need a pardon?
As far as I can tell, Peter Daszak hasn't been pardoned.
Pardoned? Yeah. Mark Milley got pardoned. Wonder why.
Someone's posting, looking forward to Adrian Dittman's take on the salute.
Yeah.
We'll just got my take there. It's kind of funny. The person doesn't even follow me. Imagine it's like that. I'm that mimetic that people don't even follow me, think about me.
So Peter Daszak is British. So,
Let me search him up.
be able to
By the way,
pardon.
he's the guy that actually caused the whole it came from a bat or a pangolin thing to start.
Oh yeah, he was covering up for himself. Yeah, because he led the science team at Wuhan, and then he blamed the Chinese for it. Of course,
That's
per
crazy.
usual. This fucking guy, right? He led that whole research team there, and he did it unsanctioned. Basically, the HHS gave him a bunch of money, a bunch of grants to do research, and he did not monitor the stuff. Like, he didn't, do proper research. He was doing stuff very recklessly, performing gain-of-function research, and he was not supposed to. And then he covered it up when the United Nations appointed him as, the lead investigator on his own fucking crime. Of course, he's not going to find anything, right?
Jesus Christ. I'm looking at the people.
We have
I'm looking at the
investigated
people.
ourselves and found that we're completely clean.
Exactly.
100%, man. We have such transparency. Alright, I'm looking at some interesting stuff here.
Ooh, Anthony Fauci has broken his silence after being pardoned by Biden. I wonder what he had to say. He spoke to CNN's Dana Bash to express his gratitude to Biden. He said he was very appreciative of the pardon. He once again insisted he did not commit any crimes.
Then why did you need to be
And,
pardoned?
Exactly. And he says, as Biden said, I can't do his voice, so I won't even pretend to. As Biden said, we did nothing wrong, but the baseless accusations and threats are real for me and my family. Yeah, okay. No one cares about your family, piece of shit. It's always, they love bringing up their family.
I'm looking at the...
No.
Yeah, nobody's attacking their family, not as far as I'd be aware. It's mostly just this guy that they're calling out trolling. I'm looking at the people that this guy Daszak is following. God. Counterpoint China. That interesting.
Yeah, he's
Karakov? Maria Van Karakov. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
he's a weird fucking dude.
Thanks to the naked scientists for the opportunity to discuss 5 years of COVID-19. Wait, what 5 years? What are they talking about? There's no 5 years of COVID-19. COVID-19 was around for a couple of years, then it turned out to not be real. And then the restrictions were lifted because people are figuring out something very interesting. You can lie all you want, but one thing you cannot lie away is an economy dying from the fact that it had been shut down. So that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it is.
Interesting accusations here on the timeline. Somebody replied to my post saying D's nuts. Oh yeah, that's okay. I think that's kind of funny. That's why I announced it. Like, yes, we are.
I'm going through who this guy follows as well. He follows parody Keir Starmer.
What the fuck? That's hilarious. That is actually kind of hilarious. Wow. Parody version of that song, like I told you. You can't get enough of the real thing, so you have to get some of the fake thing also.
Parody Keir Starmer. That's amazing. Oh, he follows the Counter Disinformation Network MAP. Oh, I remember sending stuff to them. Turns out they're extremely ideological. Who knew?
It's a natural part, of course. Bernie Sanders says, when I started talking, I think I can do it. When I started talking about oligarchy, many people didn't understand what I meant. Well, that's changed. Am I doing it right? I think I'm doing it right.
Almost.
No, you're not.
You almost got it there. You almost got it.
Almost. Yeah, I can't really do it. It hurts my voice. When the three wealthiest men in America sit behind Trump at his inauguration, everyone understands that the billionaire class now controls our government. We must fight back. It's kind of funny because, ironically enough, if you look at how many billionaires actually supported Kamala versus Trump, you'll see a very interesting correlation. And that's more. The billionaires supported more fucking Kamala than they did ever Trump. So, sure thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Also, those exact billionaires were the ones who controlled most of the news. Most of the news covered favorably, of course, only the Democrat side, not the right side, and tried to smear the right in every single conceivable way. So,
But
yeah,
Adrian,
yeah,
I've been correctly informed by random conspiracy theorists that the news favors Trump over Kamala.
nice. So somebody replied to my post saying "fuck off" with a screenshot of Elon throwing his hand up. It's like, okay, sure. That's supposed to mean what? Is that it? You're gonna come up with a take there that I can roast? Probably not. That's one way to defeat me. If there's nothing to roast, then Trump addressing press questions right now.
Saw that, yeah. Looking for that.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. What else is there?
If I wasn't such an introvert, I'd feel jealous of all my friends being at the Trump thing today.
Yeah.
I watched a clip, was it yesterday, of a woman, it's a female comedian, talking about how it's like to be an introvert and how, you know, you kind of wish you can just speak your mind sometimes. And when someone says, hey, about dinner, you know, I wouldn't be able to I won't be able to meet up tonight. And then you're like, thank God I didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of.
That's how I feel every single time. When someone like cancels a thing with me, I'm like, oh, thank God. I don't like going out very much. I mean, I go out, you know, for like fucking dinner or something, but I don't like going out to socialize very much. I just don't.
The time created by canceled plans is a gift.
Yes, it is. It's like, oh, extra, here's some free time. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, universe. I remember being like a lot younger and having like some, you know, big thing like when I got not laid off. I didn't get laid off. I actually quit my job, and I was like, oh, thank you. I quit my job. I can play more video games now.
Nice.
I was like 25-ish. Yeah. That was, wow, how long ago was that? 15 years ago.
The one kind of cancel culture I can get behind.
Yep.
Cancel more plans. Free up your life.
Hell yeah. Some days I just want to not do anything, but that would not be great.
Well, you can't do nothing with the time.
No, you got to do something, yeah.
You have to use it in a way that is still useful and valuable to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's more a matter of identifying those events and commitments that aren't really serving purpose to you, and like learning that you're not just like, you know, a person to do work for other people all the time necessarily, and just like cancel the commitments that don't serve you.
I just do work for myself, so, you know, if I were to cancel a lot of stuff just to have free time for myself, I end up feeling like I need to work anyway, so I just don't. I never have free time, ever. My free time is dedicated to me, and I'm always working. That's my life.
Okay, so the Nazi salute is the NPC test of the day.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Did you know that there were a bunch of psychics on TikTok that predicted that Kamala would win?
Yeah.
God. You know, this is the thing. People shouldn't get into their heads. Like, these people who pretend to be psychics. If you truly are a psychic, odds are you may even shut the fuck up and not say anything at all about the stuff that you see, because your involvement can shift things in a very specific direction.
Have you seen the atheist psychics on Reddit?
What?
Yeah.
They exist?
Mm-hmm.
That's retarded. I mean, if you want to believe in spiritual stuff, that, you know, that's your choice, right? But if you're an atheist and you're a psychic, what?
Huh?
I saw a post.
It doesn't.
I saw a post that was like, "I went to war with Allah. He's too strong." I'm like, what the fuck is this?
That doesn't make any
It's some
sense.
sort of
That's stupid.
psychic battle.
Wow.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what
okay.
the fuck are you talking about?
Allah's just God. That's so stupid.
They're literally just causing themselves psychic damage by trying to concentrate.
I'm reading this message from someone who works at Activision Blizzard. Right, that's Microsoft now. And I'm just going to read it because it's so fucking unhinged. This person is complaining in the private Slack chat about what just happened, which is Elon and Trump winning. She writes, "Can anyone in HR explain to me why we chose Workforce as our HR platform? As a former partner services employee and a current platform security threat investigator analyst for the company, I don't feel secure allowing my data on this platform. With the direction of the current political climate and platforms like Meta monopolizing citizen data, I'm genuinely concerned for the safety of our employees, especially our transgender and immigrants in America employees who have requested name changes through this system and have their visa status there. Given the speech Trump gave today and Elon's Nazi salutes, I need something from the company that emphasizes that our employees are safe and what is being done about the protection of our data." And of course, it is a crazy purple-haired woman who goes by she, her, they, them, dude. Okay. These people, they're just having complete meltdowns. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Just marvelous. Here's another one. Elon Musk giving literal Nazi salutes today. Did not have that on my Trump bingo card for disasters from today. Another one saying, "Oh, on MLK Jr. Day, no less. Strange salute my ass. Call it what it is, you cowards." And we're just on day one. If a person is determined to be a Nazi at a rally and not immediately kicked out, the rally is a Nazi rally. Like, they're all like, they're just doubling, tripling, quadrupling down in this whole Trump is a Nazi nonsense. They are looking for a thing that does not exist, and so they have to manufacture it. In this case, they're turning Elon to a Nazi. He's not a Nazi. They want him to be one, and they will rest at nothing until they can smear him as a Nazi. Well, it's not going to work. Nobody cares. Fuck these people. They should all be fired.
What the hell is this? I'm noticing a funny pattern. Rip strawberry? Can you explain that? Oh, never mind. I figured that.
Someone posted Zuckerberg posted a picture of himself and his wife.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it was kind of funny.
He said, "Optimistic and celebrating with the American flag." I mean, good for him. And everyone is saying she looks kind of pissed. She kind of does. She's concealing a very angry look behind the smile. You can kind of tell. It's funny. He's gonna be in trouble at home. She's not gonna talk to him for like a week. Well, small price to pay for being a man. It's fine. It's fine. He'll be okay. Trey Yingst tweeted, "Fascinating to hear President Trump speak in depth about Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Gaza, China, Iran, etc. He's laying out how American foreign policy is changing in real time." Wow, yeah, what a surprise that a man who is not a fucking retard is capable of understanding, in fact, very complex things that are required of any American president. And that, perhaps for the last 4 years, you had a fucking dementia patient in charge of the country. Yeah, I wonder.
Oh my god. I just found some crazy shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. that edit has gone so fucking hard. Holy shit.
Send it to me in private.
Yeah, I did have it on Keiki.
Put it on. Send it to me on the DM and not Signal.
Did it on Discord. I'll do it there. Actually, I could put it in the base chat.
Let's see if I can log
Base department. Do you know where the audio section is? We could put it in there.
in. Yeah. I'll open it there.
Because I can just go to chat and show that.
Where is it based? Where is it under? Is it audio?
On the voice channels, yeah, it's in the voice channel. So you just click on the voice channel. Don't join it, of course, but you see a little chat bubble on the side here. Click that. You should be able to go there. I'm gonna put
So I only see, I can't join it because I don't have special privileges.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you need to add me to whatever fucking special group that you have that lets people join the channel.
Okay, let me upload that first.
Yeah. Because I can't even read it. Even when I'm in there, I don't have the privileges to access it.
I think I can
really?
add you. Let me see.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because I'm not a group member. Yeah.
Good to know. So even if you pull people in there, you can't read what's been written before. It's good.
Correct. Yeah.
Nice.
Homaf replies to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says, people with low IQ have difficulty tolerating ambiguity. The idea that a single behavior could have several different possible meanings or interpretations is too difficult for this struggler to process. Yes, quite
Nice.
true. Very based. We're tweeting it. Wow, so Marina Medvin tweeted that each of my J6 clients has received a full pardon. That is amazing. God damn, that's awesome. Yeah, she's one of the lawyers on the J6 case, and she represents quite a few of them. So that's excellent.
Sweet.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Trump is doing good.
I think you're already in it.
Am I? Sure.
I did invite, I believe. I thought I sent you an invite a long time ago, but I don't know if you're still in the list.
I'm in the chat, yeah, but I'm not. I can't see the voice, the base channel at all.
Oh, you're in there. Okay.
Yeah. I don't see base at all. Yeah. So
Oh, it's still good. Okay. Yeah, I can add you into it.
I could do that.
put me in the.
So you can watch the video clip that I found. It's so good. I might have even sent that to you before, but that's so good.
Yeah, you should be able to
Now I
see
see
it.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I can see it now.
It's
I can
that's
actually
so
read
peak.
it.
Like,
Oh, this one. Damn, the editor's cracked.
Yeah, wow.
The Mongols, the agitators, the anarchists, you and my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will liberate America from these villains once and for all. As my
This
first
goes hard.
this goes through.
It's hype as fuck. Yeah, super hard.
The autism in this is off the charts, by the way.
Right.
Good music too.
Whoever edited this is like really good. Yeah.
The music is it's either Perturbator or it is the Brute. I'm not sure which.
Either way, it's just the best.
Oh yeah. There's no weird shit in it, is there?
Not as much. I mean, I wouldn't post it.
It looks so fucking good. Holy shit.
I know. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
The transitions and everything. Yeah.
I'm just looking out for whether there is any fucking weird Nazi shit in there. It doesn't appear to me, so I'm gonna post it.
There's no Nazi shit in there, but the ending is a little problematic.
What's
Yeah.
the ending?
So watch it, bro.
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, are you sure there's nothing problematic in there
That's
after
the
I watched
opposite of
it.
his message. Yeah. It's like, hey, hold on a second. He's not fucking bombing anything. Jeez.
He went a little too hard there. I was like, damn.
Saying, yeah, he's gonna bomb everything. He's gonna cause World War III. It's like, no, Trump is not gonna do that. He's the opposite.
I know, right? Good video edit, though. Good video edit. Fucking fantastic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, amazing. Epic though, epic inauguration. Lots of Mars talk, which was cool. I liked that. Elon said we're gonna bring the Doge to Mars. That was pretty cool. Send Doge to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know who made the Elon doing the salute thing, but with like the hearts? Someone made it. I don't want to just embed some guy's thing because they stole it from someone else, probably. Oh, I think this is, what, Puerto Rican memes or something? Yeah, I'll just embed it then. Michael Schellenberger tweeted, "Victory! The dark age of government censorship of online speech is coming to an end with the executive order just signed by Trump. Read it and weep. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, George Soros. You guys got on the wrong side of a sacred value." Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Shows the whole... Oh, impressive. So, Trump just banned government censorship. Holy fuck. That's what I think.
Nice.
That's huge.
About time.
Yeah. The censorship industrial complex is over. Trump just killed it. That's awesome. Well, like, this day could, I was expecting some good EOs, but it just surpasses all of my expectations. There were things I was worried about, like, oh, would he forget about the J6 protesters, right? I thought that he would. People suggested that he wasn't going to pardon them. And no, it's a fucking blanket pardon. All of them are free. That's so cool. And then I thought, okay, maybe he's going to forget about the government censorship thing because a lot of the deep staters, even some members of his cabinet, are kind of censorious. Like Marco Rubio, for example. Kind of on the fence about that guy. And turns out he's like, no, we're gonna ban government censorship. It's over. And now I'm hearing that Trump is actually gonna release the Epstein files. He's also gonna release the JFK files, the RFK files, and the MLK files. Like, this is fucking amazing. Trump is just surpassing all of my expectations, and that's amazing. Like, wow, where was this guy? 8 years ago. Holy shit.
Gets things done quick. That's amazing.
Yep.
Whoa, let's go. Let's go.
Seems like he has a well thought out plan, which is nice. A nice change.
Yep.
That is incredible. Dude, Trump has just withdrawn the United States from the World Health Organization.
What?
Wow, just
No
now.
way.
That's you just broke the news again.
That's
No fucking
incredible.
way.
That is
No
actually
fucking
incredible.
way.
They're post, but yeah. Oh, okay, you did.
Holy shit. What the? Wow. Oh, that's
Big news, big news. Quote post, of
Oh,
course.
okay.
That's just cracked.
Okay.
Wow.
Post, okay.
That is insane.
Yeah, that's,
Dude, it's literally his first fucking day and bro is sweeping.
yeah.
That's cooked, bro.
That's pretty incredible. Oh, look. Okay.
It's remarkable, man. It's actually remarkable. Holy shit. also going to be nice because the news conferences with Trump are going to be entertaining as always, you know. Then on top of that, with them being entertaining, they'll also actually be real. I think real questions will be asked and real answers will be given to those real questions. I mean, yeah. The reason why they say this is because, when Biden was in charge, you really didn't see much of that. And if you did see some of it, it would be in a very controlled environment. The questions would be very, very easy. If they were even a little bit tough, then Biden's logic would instantly fall apart and turn into a very large problem for anyone to try and justify.
Damn, he works quick.
That is true.
Did not expect that. Yeah, crazy.
Whoever's running the America account is doing very well.
Probably ALX.
I doubt it, but maybe.
I mean, he works for them. Yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, he's got a good,
Yeah.
good posting methodology. It's as it should
He's
be.
good. Yeah, it's solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Good
He does a
stuff.
good job. He's a good guy, by the way. I met him in person.
By the way, Ian, did you already put most of space or did you repost it?
I'll do that now. I forgot.
They're gonna be kosher with us. Hell, we are so back.
Back.
Go back.
It was great.
Oh man, epic times ahead. I can tell.
Yeah, just go tweeted it.
Beautiful.
Oh wow. That's fucking awesome. That's...
Okay, it's Elon. This is Elon Musk. It's 120.25, 752.
Nick Fuentes does not seem to like JD Vance at all.
I don't understand why JD's
Why?
not based.
Maybe that's why he's too base for him.
Yeah. I don't understand that whatsoever. You know what will be funny is to see the pivots. Many content creators will effectively lose their entire shtick if they don't change to a very specific direction. So you're going to see a lot of people virtue signal. And it's going to be funny as fuck to see. You're like, especially lefty creators, right? Yeah, I already see one of them applaud one of the people that got released. It's Shay6, right? Yeah, applauded one of them. I'm like, dude, you literally shat on all of those people. And now you want to say, oh, wow, it's good that they're out. I'm like, wait a minute, weren't you the guy who, like, actively shat on them? That's crazy.
So one of my good friends just got pardoned by Trump.
Really?
Her life was completely upside down. Isabella De Luca.
Oh,
They tossed her apartment. Yeah, they just went to her apartment, just tossed it like a bunch of fucking assholes. No reason to. Just did it because they can. I mean, apparently when you're a J6 protester, you have no rights. They take it all away. Well, she just got pardoned. She's a free woman. That's awesome.
Very nice. That's a good one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She did nothing wrong. She wasn't even in there. That's the fucked up thing.
That's really fucked, actually.
Yeah, she's just outside. It's like, oh, so they decided to go after her because she's an influencer, and that's it. That's literally, the only thing they need to go after people. It's kind of funny, right, that they go after someone like her who's not even in there.
Yeah.
And then someone like
Did she
Nick Fuentes
promote
is
it?
like, hey, go attack police, and he's fine for some reason. Kind of weird.
Like, why did they take her, though? Like,
Because she was just a MAGA influencer. That's it. Yeah. That's it.
okay.
It's trash. This is fucking trash.
No logic.
Yeah. No, I mean it's pretty obvious why. I mean, the people who didn't get charged, who were in there or were for like agitating for violence, if they didn't get charged, that means they were feds.
The United States has a history of pardoning pirates to ensure peace on the high seas, going back to the War of 1812. Lawyer Cat, nice one. Free Ross, yeah. I mean, I understand the context behind what Roscoe, especially Roscoe, holy shit, that's
Albrecht.
what Roscoe Ulbricht did. You know, it's very well understood. For the people who say he just created a website, that is in fact bullshit. The main crux of what he did, which I think was criminal, is that he paid for somebody to be assassinated. But beyond that, it's very difficult to make an argument, right? And the way he's been treated so far, I mean, I don't know. It's
I think people talk about Ross a lot, and they should, but they forget about Roger Ver. What happened to Roger is even worse, in my opinion. He spoke out against the government in like 1998 when he ran for office as a libertarian in California. Spoke out about what they did at Waco, and then since then they've been targeting him. He sold fireworks on eBay for like $300. That was a thing everybody did back then. They got him on that for 10 years, so he spent 10 years in prison for that. And then he comes out because he's a Bitcoin maximalist. A lot of his money just goes missing. With everybody's money went missing when Mt. Gox got hacked, right? Loses all of that, and then the government is like, oh, so about that money that you lost, you still need to pay taxes on it. So he decides, okay, fine, I'll pay taxes on it. I'll hire a bunch of lawyers. I'll hire a bunch of accountants. Everything is, like on the dotted line, like everything, he does it by the book. And then they go after him anyway. They decide, oh, it's not enough. We're going to go after you anyway because we think that you still owe us taxes. And so, he may be potentially facing prison again. He faces 108 years because of this bullshit and because of how bureaucracy works in DC, is that it doesn't matter if the agents back then who went after him for lawfare reasons no longer work there. The fact is they're still going after him, right? So they want to put him in jail for 108 years because their predecessors decided that they don't like him for criticizing the FBI. That needs to end. Trump needs to pardon this guy. Like, he did nothing wrong. And I hope anyone who is listening to this space who can speak to Trump or is close to anyone near him can mention Roger Ver to him, because like what is happening is just not fair. It's fucked up. Needs to be fixed. It's just lawfare, plain and simple. Sorry, I feel pretty passionate about that. If we're gonna fix lawfare, that needs to change.
oh my god. That is fucking funny as shit. I like seeing a bunch of memes. Wait, damn. Wow, but that one's good. That one's really good. The WHO. They withdrew from that. That was really good. And of course, the climate accords. Nobody needs that bullshit. That's all fucking nonsense. But that is incredible. I really think that was an amazing move.
Yep, baller.
Absolutely.
Because that was holding back the American economy. It really was. It's because of the climate accords that Biden canceled. The Keystone XL pipelines is the reason why he suspended oil exploration, gas exploration, fracking, the building of nuclear power plants. All that shit is because of green energy nonsense. They want to turn America into Germany. God, please don't do that. Disaster.
It happens. It happens.
Yep. Nightmare.
You can't even light like fires without a permit or something.
Yes.
That's horrible.
Yes. Yeah.
Enrique Tarrio is being released. Wow. He was sentenced to 22 years in prison for J6, even though he wasn't in DC. Fucked up.
No.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah, they
crap.
convicted him of seditious
With a drone
conspiracy.
trying to film the.
Even though he wasn't there. He told people don't go there, and they still convicted him. That's fucked. Yeah, that's bullshit. So, he's free now. Good. Ethan Nordine, the guy who was on video punching out this violent Antifa fucker who was punching people. So he got sentenced to 18 years in prison for that. How fucked up, right? This guy is actually defending other people, and he gets sentenced to fucking 18 years in prison for that, for defending other people, because he knocked some idiot out. Yeah, he's free now.
Yeah. It's like what I said yesterday, man, that the world has been turned upside down, and nothing makes sense because everything is incorrect. If you were to defend yourself against someone or help somebody else in defending themselves, then you get fucked and not the thief. So remember that I said that exact shit yesterday.
18 years. It's crazy. Can you imagine 18 years of knocking out Antifa? Meanwhile, Antifa's out there carrying fucking batons and bear mace and fucking guns and killing people, and that's fine, I guess.
Dude, this is not even the fun part. The real fun begins when when they put Kennedy in the position, man. That's just gonna be funny as hell.
Yep.
When he starts talking about the FDA. What?
Oh, yes.
Very entertainment. Endless
He's gonna
entertainment.
ban more than Red 3, he's gonna ban Red 40.
New articles will come out every day, like a new change that he's made or something. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Like, kids are not gonna be fat anymore, you know. Good times. And then CNN's gonna say, oh, they're putting all these fast food restaurants out of business. It's like, well, no, they're just making them make proper food.
They're putting the teenagers out of work. Oh, what the fuck?
They're putting the gyms out of work. How dare they? Wait a sec. They don't even hit the gym.
Oh my god. Wow. So Kamala Harris just arrived back in LA, and the first thing she did was stop to help at a Central Kitchen that is serving food to families who have been impacted by the wildfires. Why just now? Why didn't you do it earlier?
She's running. That's why.
Like,
What
She's
the
running
fuck
for governor.
is this?
oh, she is? Oh, hell no, man. Hell no, dude.
Yeah, she's running for governor.
Listen to
Yeah.
this retarded shit. Somehow the United States surrendered to the Russians, the Nazis, and the Confederacy all in one night.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting. Have these people ever considered that maybe they are the insane ones?
No. Never. They are incapable of self-reflection.
Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ. How do you even, like, train yourself for this?
This is so wild.
It's so like a random person ripped a fucking apple in half. What the hell?
Oh wow.
It's crazy.
The guy tweeted, I don't know if it's a joke or not, but it's funny. He said, 2 uniformed men just knocked on my door and asked me if I was harboring any gays, illegals, or minorities. Holy shit, we are back. Oh yeah, okay, that's a joke.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, I already knew where that meme was gonna go. It's like in reference to Schindler's List. Like, or was it Inglourious Basterds? I think it was Inglourious Basterds. Yeah, that's what it was in reference to.
Yeah.
Like, are you harboring any enemies of the state or whatever?
Yeah. And it was the state communists or Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, so messed up.
Mhm.
Good joke, though.
Trump was asked by journalists, what do you feel about legal immigration? He said, I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. Fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, because he was never against legal immigration. He was against illegal immigration.
Yep. And of course, all the Nazis are seething about it. They're all mad. They're like, including the guy who made the fucking tranny meme of me and got a bunch of people to claim I'm a tranny. Yeah, he's so super mad about it. He's a pedophile, by the way, the guy who made the meme. But they seem to be fine with that. Kind of weird, right? Why'd they be fine with a pedophile?
What the fuck? I'm looking at the Path of Exile community, looking at stuff that could be really cool. See what's most recent. Do some moderating if there's necessary. Alright, let's
Yeah, I'll
see.
check it out.
Let's see what's there.
Everything looks pretty fine. I don't see any bad posts, really.
Faded made a good one where he's like defeating the Stone Citadel. Nice. Meanwhile, this one fucking dude here. I'm gonna pin this into space because Ian, you're gonna understand this one. That's funny.
Yep.
You want to play monk? Here's why. Look at this shit. He says, made an entire new monk because I didn't pick the Invoker Ascendancy with my other one. Bro, I'm level 80 doing 173k damage. What the fuck? That's only level 18 skill gems, by the way. Fucking hell, dude.
So he's overpowered.
Okay, what if for our play stream tonight we started new characters and we started
Oh,
monks?
fuck's sake. I already like it. Actually, no, we have a little something. So if you get some of more of the gear together that would allow us to do the little teleporty casty destroyer PC thing.
Yeah, I tested out that build. It doesn't have good enough survivability. So I think we'd have to do some more messing around with gear and stuff before that actually gets viable to do the super hard stuff. But
I think it's only good if you get to like an endgame boss and you put down all the ice spikes and then start teleporting.
yeah,
like
it's a boss killer. Yeah, it's like a boss killer, but it's not so good for mapping or anything like that, which kind of sucks. You can switch back to it. It just takes a while. You have to mess around with your talent points and get enough strength, get enough dex.
Right.
But if we do a bunch of boss kills or something, then maybe it's worth it to switch over to it for a bit and then switch back.
So, Elon just posted a teaser of what Grok 3 can do. Holy shit. So it can argue as inferences. So you could tell it to make an argument as if a certain person made that argument. How fucking cool is that? So you could say something like, put a quote up and say, argue this as Donald Trump. And it will come out with a response as if Donald Trump himself said it.
It's hilarious.
Holy shit, that is crazy. I mean, holy crap. I mean, seriously, holy crap. You could literally tell it, hey, make an argument as if I, Ian Malstrong, said it. Okay? And it would gleam from my, thousands of tweets or whatever that, these are my views. That would be so cool. and it would sound just like me. I could just stop tweeting and just have the bot do it for me.
Posting, say posts.
I would like to train an AI to debate based on a combination of me, Adrian, and Auda.
That would be pretty cool. You could probably get it to debate itself, honestly.
Oh, it would. It would contain multitudes.
Have you seen that one, sort of like, it's like a fake podcast? It sounds like an NPR podcast, and I listened to it for a while. I thought it was real. Turns out it's not real. It's just AIs arguing amongst themselves. It was a Google thing. And so it sounds like an NPR podcast. They have like two hosts there, and they just give them a subject and say, hey, go have a fucking argument about this thing. And they literally have an argument about the thing, and they sound like NPR hosts. It's incredible. I listened to it for a while. I thought they were real people. Yeah, I literally thought they were real people until I was reading the description. And I was like, wait a sec, these are not even real people. This is fucking AI. What the shit? And it was
I
literally
mean, look,
an argument
NPR
about nothing.
hosts. I mean, look, NPR hosts. I don't think that they are. They are the most realistic baseline when it comes to something that's real. Because I'm honestly, if you listen to this kind of shit they put out, no wonder anyone who listens to it for extended periods of time turns into an absolute fucking NPC. Like, it makes sense this way.
Yeah. And the arguments they made were exactly like what you would hear on Ira Glass's show, for example. It's just the same shit, right? Just the same old hot air and a lot of bloviating and big words and making everything subjective, because that's all they are. They're always subjective. They don't hold any strong opinions about anything, right? And that's what it sounded like. And the topic of the argument was an argument about nothing. And so they were arguing about nothing, and it's incredible. If you can look it up, you can. It's just
Argument about nothing. Well, that sounds like CNN's average podcast. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Nothing burgers. They have an expert in creating nothing burgers. Yes.
Yep. And occasionally we might have someone who actually calls it out.
A nothing,
yeah.
a nothing burger with a side of lies and a glass of Coke.
Yeah, a Coca-Cola.
Yeah, Coca-Cola. I can't really lie. I adapted the initial meme where it says a side of like nothing burger with a side of lies, and I was like, you're missing the most important part that fattens up everybody. You missed the fucking Coke. How can you miss the Coke, dude? Like, when you get a combo meal at a fucking McDonald's, not that I do this frequently, but I do understand it because I've done it frequently enough. Wait, what do you get? You get your lies, you get your nothing burger, and you get your Coke. So where was the Coke? There's always Coke, man. Where's the Coke?
Yeah.
There's always Coke. I just don't know where it is, but we'll figure it out.
I can read, yeah, Alex, I can read German, but what the fuck? What are you setting me, man? Individual prompts funny. I'm like being system prompted by this device. Whoa. Everybody's making yeah, best car. Yep. NPR hosts are in fact bots. That's 100% true. If you listen to these NPCs for an extended period of time, you yourself shall become an NPC because it's garbage in, garbage out. That's how it works. Wow. Oh, by the way, just in case anyone has missed it, Trump has revoked the security clearance for the 51 Intel agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yep.
All of them.
Yes. All of them, yeah. Fuck them. They're trash.
That is actually fucking insane.
Yep. I don't know why they kept their stuff for so long. Clearly not good intelligence agents. You know, they should just lose it on that alone.
I was They terminated the national border emergency declaration. So,
Yeah.
they created a new one.
Good.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
So,
Hey, Preston. Wife, I think, is she's very jealous of my friend Adrian, who
Why
keeps
is that?
pulling me. Well, I have this friend named Adrian who keeps pulling me into his spaces, and then I talk with Adrian. But that means if I'm talking with Adrian, I'm not talking with my wife, and she really needs to talk.
Very good point. Yeah. Very
Well, you know,
nice.
talking's important. Like, so that's what we. So like So hi, honey. I'm talking with my friend Adrian. So like talking's really important. So we have a hand puppet that's a dragon, and we call him the Feelings Dragon. And so sometimes he'll come out and we'll chill on the couch and he'll do talking. Like so when we have kids, it's gonna be really fun because we have fun with hand puppets. Also, chairlifts are really good for talking because like I can't get away and I can't get to my phone because otherwise I'll get frostbite. So like there are lots of opportunities to talk, and unfortunately, this particular space reduces available talk time.
I see. Makes sense.
Anyone see the free speech executive order that came out?
Yes, I did. We did. Yes.
So dope. So dope.
Yeah, no censorship.
I wonder if that's going to extend. I wonder to what extent that's going to apply to like federal contractors. Like, so like if you do business with the U.S. government and you do censorship, I'm wondering because it was so broad. Like it said that no federal officer or federal agent can have anything to do with censorship. So like if Apple is censoring by the App Store, like does that mean that like and they're a federal contractor of some kind and they do censorship and somehow there's a tangential connection to the U.S. government? I'm wondering if like that means that they're going to have to back off of that.
I mean, they did this the DEI thing last time, right? When Trump enacted the on his way out, 4 years ago. And if you are, you had DEI in your company, then you couldn't do business with the federal government if you still had the DEI. So I assume it works the same way. I hope that, my hope is that they get rid of all the fuckers who work in the government and they actually put in people who are going to enact his policies, because the big problem with his previous executive orders is that he would sign a decree and it's a really base thing. And he refused to follow Trump's orders on multiple occasions, and he fed, confidential information. To foreign actors because he thought he knew better than the president. Fuck you. Insane.
tipped off an enemy state that we weren't going to attack them, right? And who knows, maybe we were. Maybe we were in some, aggressive force posture, whatever. But he did it without authorization. The second one is that it makes us look like an absolute clown car country if we have generals going off-piste and contradicting the president in front of our enemies. Like that, what must have Xi Jinping thought about that when that landed on his desk?
Probably extreme disrespect for everyone, right, except for Trump. He respects Trump. I think he realized, just like Putin has realized, and Putin has even said it today, that he understands what Trump went through during his first term. Like, I don't know if you watched Putin's speech today. It was all about this. He addressed Trump directly. He said that he understands that there are a lot of people undermining Trump, everything that Trump wanted to do in 2016, and then plus the 4 years of lawfare. He talked about the 4 years of lawfare and how they tried to silence him, they tried to disenfranchise him, they tried to do everything in their power to strip him of power, and even tried to assassinate him. People forget the part where two people, maybe even more than two, right? The two are just the ones we know of, tried to assassinate President Donald Trump. That happened. Putin has obviously faced this sort of bullshit on his own deep state there. I'm sure they have one. That he recognizes Trump as a man who's just trying to do the right thing, make America great again, right? Just like Putin, I'm sure, is trying to make Russia great. And he sees a counterpart there. That's why they respect each other. And this is something that a lot of globalist types will just not understand, because they don't deal with, like, this, they don't love their countries. I mean, look at the EU, right? I mean, how many leaders there can truly say they care about the countries that they live in or that they represent? Very few. Maybe there's Orban, there's Maloney, and a couple others. And that's it, right? Everybody else there's a fucking globalist. The instant they get kicked out of whatever government they're running, they go work for the EU in higher ranking positions. Look at the fucking guy who ran Netherlands, right? He's now in charge of NATO. That guy's a scumbag. He fucked up Netherlands, right? And now he's in charge of NATO. These people don't love their countries, never did, never will. And Trump, and Putin, they're basically see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. And how to run the countries is just one of those things. And so, yeah, I think that when, Xi Jinping saw that he was being undermined by someone like Milley, I don't think he disrespected Trump. I think that he probably felt sorry for Trump and realized, oh, fuck, this country's a shit show. And that's why after Trump got deposed, when they removed him, he in my opinion, he won 2020, okay? And after he got deposed, they replaced him with a senile puppet president, never won an election.
I mean, the 2020 thing is debatable, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just debatable. Yeah, whatever. Right. Besides,
Well, like the thing about it, like either way, like I think with 2020, like you can stick to the facts and it still looks bad. And I think where I came out with it is that, like, even if there had been a cover up, we definitely would have been lied to about it by the government and by the media, right? Like 100%, they would have colluded to do it. But like even there, like you see, like this thing about Trump being under attack, it wasn't just Trump either. I think 50 attorneys who represented him in those cases were disbarred. Giuliani was disbarred in New York. He was disbarred in D.C. A bunch of people were disbarred in Georgia. Sidney Powell was hauled before the ethics committee. Jenna Ellis was charged with a crime and pled guilty. And yeah, she flipped on him, so I don't think he's going to be keen to do any favors. But like, they brought to bear against attorneys, right? And I'm an attorney, so like, I felt this pretty acutely. You're supposed to be a zealous advocate for your client. And like your client, as long as you're not actively misleading the court, you're supposed to be able to make an argument that's unpopular. You're supposed to make an argument. It was Lord Broughton, I think his name is, in famous defense of Queen Caroline. And he said, nay, even to go against the crown, right? Like, I see no other person. I represent no other interest than that of my client. And that's like one of the oldest, like, guiding principles of any attorney who's like not a total piece of shit. And there are many attorneys who are total pieces of shit, but anyone who isn't, like, that's basic. And so they just went after everybody that had anything to do with the election thing. And like, if there was even a scintilla, right, of potential legitimacy. And I know people who are doing data analysis, and they looked at Philadelphia, and they're like, Philadelphia kind of looks weird, right? What we've seen in this election, turnout was way too high. Turnout was way too uniform in one direction. And like, maybe, right, it could have happened, but mathematically, you're looking at like 4 or 5 sigma, right? This is not, this is strange, seeing a number like this. And maybe it didn't flip the result. Maybe it did, who knows? But like, people are entitled to ask those questions in a free country, and they shouldn't turn around and get disbarred for it. So like that was a weird, that was a whole weird situation as well. And the joke MAGA in 2020, the joke was that it stood for make attorneys get attorneys.
Yeah. Going back to China and how they responded to the Biden administration, if you recall, in 2020 they had the Alaska conference. Xi Jinping didn't even bother to send his. He didn't bother to send himself. Right? They met with Biden, but he sent like an underling there, and now the guy is like, he's very credentialed. He's extremely respected in China and in the world. Is one of the best diplomats that they have. But the fact is, that sent a message that Xi Jinping didn't think that he would need to meet Biden because he doesn't respect Biden. Biden's not really someone he considers worthy of respect. He's not a real president in his mind, right? So he sends his underling there. And yeah, the guy just completely disrespects Biden, completely disrespects Anthony Blinken and all these other fucking clowns. He just talks down to them. He's like, yeah, we're not really having a discussion here. I'm just telling you what the deal is. That's literally how the Chinese dealt with it because they knew that the government they were dealing with, the Joe Biden government, was not a serious government. It was a bunch of corrupt people who were unjustly given their positions of power, right? They didn't earn it. They were not, they did not have the mandate of the people, the mandate of heaven, the way that China does. You can say what you will about the Chinese government, but the people there do support Xi Jinping. And you can say, oh, but they do it at gunpoint. No, that's not true. They actually do support the guy because he's building up the economy. He's fucking poor as dirt. And now it's one of the most prosperous countries in the world. Xi Jinping is responsible for making China great. And they respect that. They want him there, right? Just like Russia with Putin. You can say whatever you want about him.
Just something funny. So there was a post that was sent on 3rd November 2024, which kind of is funny now because it aged like fine milk. I already told my husband on January 20th, 2025, he will sleep with the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I understand, because, the insinuation, but then, of course, what happened in reality is a little different, so...
Daddy's home now. Daddy's home.
So Elon just commented that Ross will be freed as well.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's great.
Let's fucking go.
Let's
Free
fucking
Roger
go.
Ver, please. That's so important.
I don't know if Roger's case is quite the same as Ross's, but like it's.
I think he's got an even better case, honestly.
Actually, you know what? It is a screenshot and not a quote. So let me go check.
Yeah, we gotta be very direct about this because they say a lot of things aren't necessarily true. Because remember the last one where somebody edited the
It's real. It's
post
real.
to it? It's real. Oh wow,
It's real.
that's crazy.
Let's see. Yeah, Elon Musk, Ross will be freed too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
19 minutes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
And the cute
Have you-
shaman posted
his
about
mother-
it.
Ross's mother is like Lynn Ulbricht, is the sweetest woman. She has been going around the country for years, right? To conferences everywhere else, tirelessly campaigning for her son. So and I thought the last time I saw her was in 2023, I think, up in Manchester, New Hampshire. And she's just, it breaks your heart every time you meet her because she's just there and everyone's so supportive. And I'm so happy mostly that she's going to get to see her boy. That's the most wonderful thing. And it was a bullshit. I think the Silk Road thing it's a bullshit way to get 2 life sentences plus 45 years, for sure. Considering, no one was hurt. And, I'm so happy. That's such great news. I just I just feel good. Everything about what happened today makes me happy, right? The idea that we're going to take Panama back, that makes me happy. The Gulf of America, that makes me happy. The restoration of sanity, I just feel really good. This is a good day, Anyone else feel like that?
Just reading from the White House website. Trump has reimposed sanctions via executive order on ICC officials who target Americans and Israelis.
Good. Fuck that.
Good.
Nice.
They're a fake court. A fake court. They use that to bully African countries.
Oh, and more information, the drones thing. Remember that?
Yeah.
So he instructed Chief of Staff Susie Wiles to immediately investigate the drone scouting, so he could inform the public on what was actually going on. So that's happening too.
Cool.
And of course, the one of the more fascinating ones is the process of designating various cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah,
That is so
Fire's
cool.
gonna happen, folks. So you don't know if you're familiar with the movies, Scary 1 and 2, but they send a bunch of Black Ops guys to go kill cartel members in Mexico, and they're fucking awesome movies. You should watch them. They're really based. I hope to see that happen. I want to see these fucking assholes be killed because they are murderers. They are human traffickers. They're gang rapists, mass rapists. They are trafficking endless amounts of fentanyl into America and killing innumerable people, I should say. Not numerous, innumerable people. So yeah, they need to be dealt with. They are terrorists. They're literally terrorists. They're terrorizing the southern border. They are now terrorizing cities. If you've seen the Tren de Aragua guys taking over entire city complexes, that needs to stop. They need to be dealt with, like, severely, in the harshest way imaginable. Like, no question.
The thing
They
is,
are
like,
fucking terrorists.
there's a real asymmetry between a cartel and a cop, right? Because a cop has rules of engagement that are really restrictive, and generally speaking, they're not armed with heavy weapons, and it's just, a guy who wants to go home to his family at the end of the night and has all these duties, and so, like, they're really outclassed, and they have to, they're limited in what jurisdiction they have. But, like, by designating these guys foreign terrorist organizations, like, now you can use Delta Force. They're so fucked. Like, they have no idea.
I mean, look at who are the guys running cartels. They're not some random fucking gangbangers, right? These are, like, the CJRN guys. Like, they're all former special forces. They're all fucking trained to fuck. I mean, like, they have tanks and helicopters. I mean, my God, like, cops are not going to take them down. No fucking way. No, they need to be dealt with.
Like Delta guys, I think there's a story I saw somewhere. I'm not sure if it's true, where apparently there was the head of the Secret Service, who's an ex-military guy, like called up Delta Force and was like, "Hey, can we do a drill? We need to do an exercise where you guys like take control of the White House when the president's not around. Like, could we do that?" Apparently they managed to do it. So like that's like these guys are just so badass. Like that it's and the kind of equipment they have, the intelligence they have. I'll be interested to see whether Trump actually follows through and starts doing operations over the border in Mexico.
Send the Black Ops there, yeah. Tier 1
He absolutely should. I think it's so I don't really go into the cities too much. But I saw some guy who was like cracked out on Trank. It was after the October 7th attacks. So basically, a bunch of assholes had crammed into Grand Central Terminal and blocked it up because they were against the war, right? They had, after Israel got attacked, like after 1,000 kids got kidnapped or killed, then a bunch of pro-Palestine activists decided they were going to go flood into Grand Central Terminal and block it up. So to get a cab uptown, and got out at 125th Street, and there were just like people just like wandering around that sort of like zombie look where they're hunched over themselves, and like I was just that's the first and only time I've ever seen that, and like it's really like you can see videos of it happening in Philly, and that's messed up. Like, but it's all because we haven't shut down the border, we haven't gone south, we haven't just treated these people like the terrorist, enemy combatants that they are, and just wiped them off the map. And like, it's going to be so encouraging if it does that.
100%. I mean, look at how many people they kill or enslave. All the illegal immigrants they bring in, those guys have debts. Like there's a reason why they keep trying to get back in is because they have to pay off their debts that they owe to these cartels. It's a horrible thing, and you kill all these fucking cartel members, suddenly these people won't be trying to come into America anymore. And the countries that they live in, like Honduras and Mexico, they'll be a lot safer, like a whole lot safer, to the point where the people won't even want to leave these countries, right? There's a reason why people want to move to El Salvador now. It's fucking safe. That's because Bukele dealt with these cartels the same way that America needs to. And it works. Killing all these fuckers or jailing all of them does in fact work. And you can be all bleeding heart and crying about their civil rights. It's like, well, they don't care about your civil rights. I guarantee you that.
The other thing is, like, people always say the war on drugs doesn't work. Well, they never actually used military methods in the war on drugs.
No.
They never actually went over the border and dealt with it. They just kind of said, well, you know what, we're going to arrest low-level dealers and we're going to deal with street crime over here, but not deal with the industrial operations overseas that ship this stuff into the United States. So, like, you know what? I think it's fantastic that we're going to finally deal with the source of this stuff. I'm sure their OPSEC has been terrible over the last couple of years because they didn't think this was ever going to happen. And I bet if you're a member of the cartel or one of the cartels right now, you're moving assets around and like bugging out, right? Because you're afraid that Trump is going to come for you.
Yeah, but guess what? The dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubed, so they will pay.
Yeah, true words were never spoken.
I love it when I'm so lucid and I'm able to string sentences together without pausing or stuttering. It's just wonderful. I'm locked the fuck in, man. Right now, I'm just so hyped. The dildo of consequences.
The fun part is in the Doge executive order, they specified that it's going to terminate on July 4th, 2026, which tells me that they know that they've got to get this shit done at absolute light speed. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So that's something which is encouraging.
Yeah, they're getting rid of all the DEI positions first. And you saw what Elon said yesterday about how they can hide, they can change their policy titles, they can change their office titles, the jobs that they do, but we will find them and we will fire them. Because that's what they're doing right now. Like, Biden changed a bunch of their titles.
Also, all the GEC people got reassigned, so all of the State Department shitheads who are actually implementing censorship by funding foreign NGOs who then work with foreign governments to censor American citizens. So all those people were then basically scattered among the State Department, and they're presumably playing the roles, and they need to go because you can't have these people in the government.
They're the reason, the deep state. You want to talk about deep state? Define what the deep state is. Well, this is the State Department. That's the deep state because these people are all working against Trump.
Well, they're really working against the American people. They were accomplishing.
They are.
They were accomplishing via the back door what they couldn't accomplish via the front, because they couldn't censor Americans. But they said, you know what, we can go get England to do it. Right? England doesn't have free speech. We'll get them to do it. We can get France to do it. We can get Germany to do it.
Canada, even.
Canada to do it.
Canadians.
Yeah. I have a client who the German government's been trying to push around for a while, and we're really looking forward actually to this because the next time we hear from them, we're going to have words. Suffice it to say, so it's really I've had a couple of clients who get pushed around by a couple of different governments, and it's so refreshing now to know. And I've had conversations with some of these people, either over email. You'll turn around and you'll tell them to eat shit, and that's fine, or some phone calls. And they were so cocky and so confident during the Biden years that they had a friend on this side of the Atlantic, and that they could continue doing what they were going to do. And I suspect really strongly that, and they were doing it with the full cooperation of the Department of Justice, right? So if Germany has a law called the NetzDG, where the Netz for what is it? It's the
you can type it to me. I can read it for you because I can do German.
So NetzDG. So it's hold on, I got it right here. It's the Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz.
Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz. Gesetz.
Yeah. So, which is the Network Enforcement Act, and so this bill does a couple things, right? It has provisions. A bill law. It was enacted in 2017. It has a bunch of provisions around censoring illegal speech, which of course in Germany means practically anything that the German government doesn't like. For example, there was a politician. She's the leader of the Green Party. She's what we would call her rotund. She's a bigger lady. If she wears a rank, if she wore a raincoat.
She's a fat fuck, and if you make fun of her, you'll go to jail for it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I mean, this is like if she wore a raincoat, you try to hail her down as a taxi, right? Like this is like a big.
Yeah.
So, like,
So I called her a
but-
fat fuck, and guess what? My tweets get flagged in Europe as illegal.
Yeah, right. Because there's a German
Sorry.
law which says that you can't defame politicians, and like for whatever, you just can't
I'm
defame.
not defaming her.
politicians.
She's a fat fuck. You know, I wasn't even being dishonest.
Well, but it's like there are a whole bunch of old laws. It's like lèse majesté was a series of laws that exist.
Yeah.
It's like you can't insult the king, that sort of stuff, and that just kind of got
Yeah.
transposed. And you can't insult
She's a king.
politicians.
That's
you can't-
hilarious. It's Burger King.
Yeah. So the other thing the Germans did is they make you install a local office and put hostages there, right? These are people
Yeah.
who in Brazil does the same thing. You have to have a hostage in country. And if you don't have the hostage, they'll fine you, they'll come after you. They went after Elon for this. So they went after him because they were like, okay, cool, we'll censor this. He said no. They presumably then turned around and said, okay, well, we're going to arrest your people who you've got in country. And then he was like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm just going to fire them all and pull out of the country. Then they're like, all right, well, now we're going to seize Starlink assets and like go after all kinds of other things, even though you don't own all of those assets personally, right? Like SpaceX is a private company with lots of shareholders. Tesla is a public company with lots of shareholders, etc. And so they were just being completely fucking lawless just to get at him, just to compel him to put people on the ground in Brazil who they could arrest so that they could carry out their censorship objectives. And they were doing this, mind you, there wasn't a peep from the Biden administration about any of this, right? And Germany does the same thing. And I think Russia has the same requirement, although I don't think there's a whole lot of cooperation going on between Russian companies and Americans right now. Anyway,
No.
so it's a pain in the ass, and I'm so glad that like we finally have a State Department and a Justice Department, because like the NetzDG, they've been trying to enforce that on Americans for years. The Justice Department has been passing on those notices. Like the mainstream media hasn't been reporting this. Practically, I think nobody really knows about this except people on this call. They've been passing on and effectuating NetzDG notices by passing them on and saying, oh, by the way, we're serving you with this notice because the Germans decided that you needed to get served. And that's, firstly, it's not permitted under the, or it's not required, it's not mandated under the treaty between the US and Germany on mutual legal assistance, but the DOJ has been doing it voluntarily. So they're facilitating all of this censorship, and I'm just waiting until we get another one. And as soon as we get another one, it's like firm letterhead, bang, straight to the Attorney General and Harmeet Dillon. I'm just gonna be like, listen, can you kindly help us get the Germans to knock this shit?
I'm glad she's in charge.
Finally, someone will listen.
Good deal.
Like, no, they wouldn't listen. It was really frustrating.
Can we free Roger Ver, please? It's a friend of mine.
Roger is a personal hero of mine. I met him exactly.
He needs to be freed, and someone needs to tell the people in the Trump campaign that he needs to be freed. There needs to be a campaign for this. He needs to be pardoned, just like Ross Ulbricht is being pardoned, right? I mean, you compare what the two of them did, and it's like, okay, there's no question that Roger needs to be freed before Ross does. And I will say Ross does need to be freed as well. Don't get me wrong. But if you're going to free Ross, you're going to free Roger.
It's a pet issue for Trump, right? Because he's turned around and said that he wants to end citizenship-based taxation, right? And that's the problem that Roger had, is that he expatriated from the United States. When he left the U.S., there's an exit tax, right? So you have a deemed disposal of all your assets when you leave. And then the allegation is that his Bitcoins, and he had a huge amount of Bitcoins at the time, so many.
Yeah, he lost them in Mt. Gox, right? And so they claim that he didn't declare all of it, which is just bullshit since there's no way to fucking check. And so they're going after him on some weird technicality. They're like, it's illegal what they're doing to him.
I think there's also like a valuation argument that they're making. And part of the problem is he had so many Bitcoins and the market was so shallow when he left, which I think was 2013, that if he had dumped all his Bitcoins for cash, like he would have crashed the market single-handedly. So you can make a valuation argument there and say, listen, even though, like, if you took 100 Bitcoins or 10 million Bitcoins or whatever it is, mark to market, the market price times the number of Bitcoins I have is N, right? If I had actually attempted to sell all those Bitcoins, I would not have realized the full market price, right, in 2013. When
It didn't have value back then. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were worth like, I don't know, $100 after Gox crashed.
Yeah, I mean, people were fucking trading this shit for pizzas for God's sakes, right? And now they want him to pay the 2013 prices, which is like, well, no, he doesn't have that much money. Nobody does, right? It's insane. And
Yeah.
I mean, they wanted him out of the U.S. anyway, and now they're fucking him for it. It's like, oh, guys, what the fuck?
By the way, did you see that the Gulf of Mexico will be renamed as the Gulf of America?
Gulf of America, and
What's
also
Mount Denali will be Mount McKinley now.
Again, Mount McKinley. Again, that's what it was originally called until Obama decided that he was going to virtue signal and call it Mount Denali. No one knows who Denali is. Who is Denali? Do I know a Denali? I don't know who the fuck Denali is. Why is it named after Mount whoever? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Actually, that's a good question. Who's
McKinley was
Denali?
the president. I don't know. Nobody knows. It's just a fucking weird name. Like, it's like basically saying fuck white people. Let's just rename something to something else. I think that's what he did. Who is Mount Denali?
Well, apparently the locals referred to it as Denali, which is fair enough.
Well, the locals lost, so I don't see why they get to name things.
No, they're American.
Wow.
That's true. They lost. Like, you don't call America by, you don't call America by whatever silly name the natives had. It's America.
I mean, I think you can do. So I'm from Connecticut, where everything is named after, including the state, is named after what the natives called it. Like, you got like Misquamicut and, Hammonasset, and Connecticut itself is an Indian name or Native American name. So I think there's like a balance.
It didn't have pioneers there in Connecticut, right?
We had tons of pioneers in Connecticut. Like, what do you think? What do you think Connecticut was? You think it was just always green and pleasant with golf courses and shit? No,
I mean like the whole like setting out west sort of thing, right? Connecticut was very early.
Yeah, we set out west. We set out west.
Like Manhattan was called Manhattan. Yeah.
Well, Manhattan, that was settled by the Dutch. They set out from the Netherlands. So like, before you get to Mount McKinley, right, you got to get to Connecticut first. It's in the way.
Yeah.
And like, in Connecticut really was the prize, right? That was, if you think about what America is, I think about Connecticut, right? That's America. So, and in fact, I'm also told, hopefully, like Trump was going to rename Long Island Sound the Connecticut Sound. I think that would be the best.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
But I can see
Long Island Sound is a generic name, yeah.
Yeah, it's Long Island. Like, what Long Island Sound? What is that? That doesn't communicate anything. Connecticut Sound is next to Connecticut. Yeah. But like Mount McKinley, though, like maybe they hyphenate it, like Mount McKinley, Denali, and then you pick which one you want. I don't know.
Nah, this isn't called McKinley. He's not good with Denali at all. He doesn't care about
I kind of like Denali. Like they named a truck after Denali too. GMC Denali. It's a big truck. It's a good name.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. So I looked it up. Apparently, it just means the high one. So it just means tall mountain. The fuck? Yeah, no, it's a crap name.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it just means it's a tall mountain. That literally is, like, if you translate it, not literally, but because literally it means the high one. If you translate it what it's supposed to mean, it just means tall mountain.
Well, I'm gonna challenge you on that. So, for example, in Durham, right, there's a hill, and the hill is called Dunelm Hill. And the reason Dunelm Hill is called Dunelm Hill, this is in England, is because elm used to mean hill.
Yeah,
and
so it's
Dun,
hill.
and Dun also used to mean hill. So they called it, so it's literally hill.
There's a hill in England where it's something like that, but it's like four or five different languages that mean hill. Yeah, it's just hill. Yeah.
Yeah, because like language changes. Like Connecticut literally means, it comes from, so it's one of two. I can't remember what the other meaning is, but the theory is that it means literally like big river, right? Because there's a big river running right the fuck through the state. And so it was called like the Big River. And so Connecticut is now the Connecticut River. They rolled with it. So I don't know. I don't have such a problem with that.
I prefer names that are not so generic, even if they are in different languages. I mean, they sound exotic because they are in different languages and we don't know what they mean. But if you read it out loud, it's hill. It's like I'd rather call something by a person who deserves that name. Like someone who's done something great. Like McKinley was a great president. Call it McKinley. Mount McKinley makes more sense to me. Like he earned it, just like Mount Rushmore is. Yeah, it's not called Black Hills like it was originally called.
The main difference between the
It's like, okay, what's Black Hills actually mean? I don't know. No one knows. It's just Black Hills. Their hills are black.
They did the same thing in Australia. There's a big rock which was called Ayers Rock, which is it's the largest. I think it's the largest megalith in the world. It's the largest like single rock structure in existence. And then the locals had a problem with it because apparently it's one of their gods, and it's called Uluru. And so then they said, okay, well, now nobody can climb it anymore. And if we change it, and they're not allowed to go there. So they wrecked that experience. So like, it's this massive, incredible structure, and no one can access it because it comes
Yeah,
from
Airsoft is
locals.
beautiful. Yeah, and they're doing this thing where they are reappropriating all of the land that was conquered from them. Not that they really did anything to it or for it, because they were not even agrarian. And they're just saying, oh, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, and it's really impeding Australian development. It's insane. It's fucking insane that the Australian government just sort of goes through with it. And it's not even, like, to my understanding, right, it's not even the majority of Aboriginal people who want this because they benefit from the jobs, right? They want the jobs. It's activists who want this. It's the Green Party lunatics and the very few Aboriginal activists who are calling for stuff that literally nobody else wants, and the government just capitulates to it.
Taleb Nicholas Taleb, Nassim Taleb has a great essay on this called "The Most Intolerant Wins" or "The Most Intolerant Minority Wins," and basically, like the hack, and this is something that the wokes were masters of. They just would be the squeakiest wheel on one really narrow issue, right? And it just made a lot more sense for someone to cave on that one issue and hope that they went away than to turn around and stand on principle and say, you know what, actually, no, sorry, like I have a belief system and I'm not going to cooperate with this.
We need to be more intolerant to them.
Well, you need to be like intolerance of what? Like if the question is, am I going to be intolerant of insanity? Like, yes, absolutely. I'm going to be intolerant of things that make no sense and like are irrational and unscientific and have no basis in reality. So we didn't really have there was no ideology that existed, and arguably I think there probably still isn't, that was able to sort of say, hold on a second, we've got a core set of beliefs here, because like religion has been eviscerated, like Chris Hitchens and Dawkins, like we're basically kicking the dead horse all through the 2000s, being like, oh, Roman Catholicism is so evil and so bad, and like Catholicism was like as a
and they replaced it with secular religion. Yeah,
they replaced it with secular religion, which immediately got hacked, right?
Yeah,
by woke leftism,
atheism plus.
And now,
I mean, look at Dawkins. He is anti-woke now, right? He realizes, oh fuck, oh shit, right? Like that is his realization. And I mean, I'm glad he's part of our team now. But my God, man, like they took over. They are so intolerant to the point where they say, the arguments they make are always arguments of like suicidal empathy, right? They force you to become suicidal in your empathy, in that they say, oh, why is it so hard for you to just let men into women's bathrooms? I mean, it doesn't hurt anybody, I mean, you want to see people cry, it's just that fucking bullshit argument. It's the if we didn't have memes, we wouldn't be able to fight back against these people. That's why they want to ban memes in Germany. That's why they want to ban memes in the UK. They send you to jail for it in the UK, right? Because your memes are going to be like, when you see that, like, there's this video that was out today, went viral, of some illegal alien crying at the border because her CBP1 app got shut down, right? And everyone, all these fucking leftists are retweeting it, saying, oh my God, look, she's crying, we should let them in, how dare you be so heartless? I'm like, good, cry some more. Fucking enter the country legally, you bitch. Seriously. It's so annoying to see them use this empathy against us, and basically it's that meme. It's that meme I like posting, where it's this guy.
The relevant point on that is not like, so if we were in, so remember that like AOC, the famous picture of Ocasio Cortez pretending to cry outside of a fence? Doing the stupid pose. Like the thing that made it funny is that she was pretending to cry. She actually was just like, okay, cool, I'm going to pose like this with my head in my hands, and then that's the approach that I'm going to take. The thing that's different this time around, right, is that the counter argument is permitted, whereas in 2018, 2020 especially, it was not permitted, and so you only got one point of view, right? And now with that particular image, people are responding, being like, "Listen, like, we're really sorry, but like, we at some point, like, our social welfare system is buckling, our health care system is buckling, housing has skyrocketed, and like, yes, it's very sad this one case, but like, you know what's really sad? The fact that 25-year-olds like have how the average house in an urban area is something like 20x." 20x their annual income for someone who should be buying a starter home or would have been 50 or 60 years ago. So like finally you have the counter argument, right? Which means that you can iterate and you can find the political truth that makes the most sense for your society. Whereas before it was just like, no, the ruling class says this is the way things go, and we're going to jawbone the shit out of Facebook, and we're going to jawbone Twitter, and we've all forgotten the Twitter files that were released, where you have all of these emails. I can't even remember the guy's name. Who's the head of trust and safety under, oh my God, what's it? Geez, it's so amazing. You just forget.
Yoel Roth.
Yeah, we're talking.
Yoel Roth.
Yeah, so
I will never forget these guys, Dave. I will never forget these guys.
But they're so forgettable. Like they're so forgettable. They were like rock
It's
stars.
just a gear. It's a cog in a machine. Yeah.
But remember, they were rock stars. They would get invites to panels. They were invited on television.
They still do it. They still do it. Yeah.
Now, Vijaya hasn't appeared anywhere in years, and Yoel hasn't appeared anywhere in years either. He cried a little bit because people yelled at him online, and then basically, I don't think I've heard anything in 2 years.
It's not, oh well, we're gonna disappear now. Yeah, Yoel Roth is insane. He's caused so much damage that I think even to this day, when they're trying to reconcile all the accounts that were being unbanned, I think you'd even find still in places, messages from that guy like, oh hey, this is the reason why that account got banned. You can't tell if it's legit or if it's just made up. And most of the time, stuff is just done willy nilly because who's gonna check them? No.
Yeah. Well, who watches The Watchmen? And like,
it's the problem.
But Vijaya, I don't know if Vijaya, how involved she was in the day to day. I suspect she was mostly out to lunch.
I don't think she was.
Jack was out to lunch. And then you had these committees, people who were like, it was awesome when Elon took over, and you're looking up like who gets fired, and they had like a human rights group focused on South Sudan, staffed with like 10 Georgetown masters and 3 PhDs who are like sitting there and their sole job is to make sure that the Patani people of South Burma and their resistance. So every little potential fringe issue or wedge issue that was capable of discussion had its own team, which was dedicated to deciding which points of view were going to be permitted and which ones weren't. And then you look at a company like Gab, which is like run by 3 people, and they're just like, whatever, if it's illegal, and we find out about it, we'll get rid of it. And like you look at the 2 operating models, and you're just like, how did Twitter ever function and get anything done?
Gab itself ran quite well for quite a long period of time, but at the moment it's kind of fallen in many ways, to be quite honest.
Torba's an old internet buddy of mine.
You just have to be honest with the product, man. Like if that product improves, fucking great, obviously, because then more people are going to go for it. But I mean,
my issue with Torba is that he pushes his ideology too hard.
Yeah, but don't blanket IP ban all the fucking Israelis and the Indians. I mean, come on, man. Have a little free speech absolutism.
Well, the reason they did that, I actually know why they did that. They did that because it was just spam bots. So basically, they're like, listen, if we weren't getting so much spam from these places, we would lift the IP ban. But it doesn't make any sense for them to yes, I suspect that people get outraged about it, and I think Andrew plays off the controversy a bit because that's just how he rolls. But literally, the reason they were doing it is because it was just a question of spam, and because the people in Israel and people in India, for whatever reason, decided they didn't like this website, and so they were getting a ton of spam inbound from those IPs. So it's not a great look, but there was a business purpose to it.
I could probably still lift it and see what happens. And look, algorithms these days are very good at one particular thing, that is sorting, so I'd imagine
I'm going to shoot Torba a DM, see if he'll do it.
Dude, if he fucking does that after this suggestion, oh my god.
Yeah, I'll ask him right now. Hold on. Let me ask him. I'll just type it up. Elon, no. I thought that was a funny joke.
I know. Like I have to. I took it seriously, like 50% there, because I was like, "There's no fucking way." Starts typing Elon. No. Let's oh, yeah, I DM'd him. Wow. I thought that was a funny joke. Sorry. I know. It's actually hilarious. Yeah. No, I mean social media is cool. It's like the smaller companies are really cool because you get to see like they operate on really really tight margins generally. They're run by really small teams, and it's really cool to like get involved with them because like, you get to see under the hood. So as like a lawyer, there are two ways you can interface with a social media company. One of them is, well, actually three ways. Way one is you could go work for it, like in-house, in which case you like have like, you basically sit at a desk and you have a checklist and you go through your checklist and do your little job. And like, that's what you do. And that mostly sucks. Way number two is that you can do it by working at a big law firm. And there, like you're doing deal work and other kinds of stuff and you're not seeing under the hood. And when you get to work with startups that are doing this, it's really cool because then you get to do like, oh, cool. Like we don't actually have a way to do file exports, right? And this is like the first search warrant we've ever received. Like, let's figure it out. Let's see how this works. And you get to see the kind of weird, it's like dealing with different people. Like every company has their own little personalities. So I've been working with little baby social media companies for a long time. It's a ton of fun. Nice. No. How did you and Torba, how was he like an old internet buddy? How did that all pan out? So I left Big Law in 2014 and basically followed him when he launched Gab. I think it was in 2016. I followed him on Gab followed him on Twitter. And like we started corresponding just because free speech was kind of like my issue. And so we just became friends that way. So basically we've been corresponding on free speech stuff. And then, as I went and developed as a practitioner and did more free speech stuff, like there's more to talk about. And, the guy, admittedly has, he courts controversy fairly openly. But on the free speech stuff, he's a real true believer. Like he walks the walk. So like, it's not just, viewpoints he agrees with that he platforms on the site. There are guys who have been like terribly critical of him and the site, who he's hosted for years and years and years. And generally speaking, he doesn't throw people off the site when he doesn't throw people off the site, when they criticize him, right? So, which is like, X is basically that way now. I mean, I think Elon probably takes more criticism than anybody in human history. And he tolerates it and permits it on this site. And, Gab kind of operates a smaller version of that, which is just, it's an interesting little microcosm to observe it. So you get to just see this little universe where you've got all of the same kinds of issues that X developed when it became this big global free speech phenomenon. And Gab was kind of dealing with them first. So he's just an interesting guy. And he's really passionate in his beliefs. I don't necessarily agree with all of his beliefs. But on the free speech stuff, he shoots straight and he walks the walk. So yeah, that's, he's just an early follow on Twitter. And as my free speech activism sort of accelerated, our paths kept crossing a lot more and there became more to talk about. So. Fascinating. Yeah, it's good stuff. BitChute's run by interesting people too. Amy Peikoff, if anybody's ever heard of her, she's the ex-wife of Leonard Peikoff, who was famously, I think he was sort of Ayn Rand's protege. So it's like in the objectivist philosophy circles.
And so Amy is over. She started at Parlor, and now she's over at BitChute, which is kind of like a sort of YouTube. They're based out of
It's
England.
like a base version of YouTube. Yeah, I've seen it myself.
It's like a super based low moderation version of YouTube that has a terrible reputation. But
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of insane.
well, like they have, the reputation's horrendous. But again, like if you look under the hood and you're like, okay, let's talk to people who actually work there, and they're like, yeah, there's some absolutely like terrible stuff on here. But the reason we exist is because YouTube censors way too much, and we think that it's important to have an alternative venue. Libraries was a very similar company that was run by a guy named Jeremy Kaufman, who is courts controversy on X very regularly. He's a personal friend of mine, and you know that's they were aiming kind of at the same market. Rumble, I think, kind of won that game. So which you know.
Oh, I remember LBRY.
Yeah.
Crypto company, yeah.
Well, they're crypto. So they were a crypto company and a social media company. So they had a crypto piece. They had an L1 blockchain of their own. And what you would do is when you uploaded content, you could drop a hash onto the blockchain. And so that way it was content addressable. So you could then hook it up.
What about Odyssey?
Yeah, Odyssey was run by Library. So it was the same company.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but it's cool though. I think last time I spoke to Torb about it, he was like, "Yeah, our traffic's up since Next went free speech." So I think there's been like a vibe shift across all of society where people are basically more tolerant now of opposing viewpoints, right, and of viewpoints they disagree with. So, and I think that was turbocharged when Elon took over X. And I think it's going to be more turbocharged now that we've seen Trump. I mean, it's going to be super interesting to see what happens with YouTube, Google, Apple, which are kind of like the last bastions of like the censorship stuff. Because like obviously Zuckerberg capitulated completely. I think probably for business reasons and ideological ones. But like Apple still is quite censorial. I think they still have a policy where if you post Pepe the Frog, you get banned if you post an app Pepe in the App Store. I'm gonna try. I can look it up now. See if there's like a Pepe in the App Store. Take a look.
Yeah, Apple, as far as I understand it,
Dumb rules.
as far as I understand, Apple was like the absolute most restrictive on free speech, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't really dumb. You can't talk about Gamergate, unfortunately. They'll ban you for it.
And I think
Why?
what happened was that if an app allowed free speech on their platform, Apple would ban them from the App Store.
Something like that. But no, as for
That's absolutely correct. Apple would do it. Mozilla did it. I think they had like a web extension sort of store that they did, and Google Play Store was it. So they would, if you allowed free speech, there is like
Yeah, but it's not as bad. It's not as bad on Android because you can just download the APK. Right.
So
but
Yeah,
and-
sideload it.
So there, in terms of like ridiculous stories from the free speech web's history, Gab, I think it was in 2019, maybe it was 2020. They decided that they were going to move. So their back end back in the day was just like absolutely horrific. It was a total piece of crap. Didn't work very well. So they moved over to Mastodon, and which I mean, for those, I assume everyone knows what Mastodon is. If you don't know what Mastodon is, Mastodon is, well, it's in certain instances, yes. So Mastodon's an open source GPL licensed social media platform that you can run an instance
Germans love
of. The Germans love it, yeah. They think it's fantastic. And so you can run your own instance, and then what you do is federate. So you can send like a message, you say your username on this server wants to send a message to username X on this other server. And so what you do is you can talk to people on different servers, have conversations with them on different servers, even though your instance is being run the way that your moderators want it to be run. So Gab was like, you know what we're going to do? Haha, watch this. We're going to pivot to Mastodon, and then like nobody's going to be able to censor us. And then the App Store was getting to the point where like new Mastodon clients were cropping up, and if they didn't automatically ban Gab if they didn't automatically ban Gab as like part of, if it wasn't hard coded into the app, they stopped letting them through because they wanted to censor the company so hard. So it was totally the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen happen to a company, and yeah, so the censorship that Apple has carried out is targeted, it is specific, it is in depth. If you try to find a way around it, they will censor other people in order to censor stuff that they don't like. They are willing to if it were up to them, they would have censored the entire internet. I think if it were up to them,
I think they were the first to get rid of Alex Jones too, right?
Yeah, they got rid of Alex Jones. They got rid of the InfoWars app, got deplatformed. There were a bunch of photo sharing apps that people were using to talk about like weed and things like that. Those got deplatformed. So yeah, like they would go to any length, right, to try to unperson people from the internet. Like I wouldn't be surprised. What's that?
Meme apps got banned. You know, if you made like funny memes and stuff and used it to share memes, they banned those because too much free speech.
Exactly. And like, yeah, I mean, we'll see what Tim Apple does now that, you know, he was sitting, you know, one row behind Elon at the.
I think he'll do right by it. I think at the heart of it, he's still a libertarian. It's quite obvious that he is. It's just that the people working for him are not. Remember when they tried to ban X from the Apple Store, and Tim Apple stood in and was like, "No, you can't do that." That was rebased. I think you know, people. He's not in full control of his company, right? Like a lot of CEOs, kind of hands off sometimes, you know, except for like major projects, and he doesn't realize what's going on. The middle managers decide, oh yeah, we're gonna ban X, you know, we're gonna ban because we don't like Elon Musk, he's problematic, right? And then Tim Apple finds out about it, gets a phone call from Elon, and is like, wait a sec, what? They're trying to ban you? Are you fucking kidding? Someone got fired that day for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
I think several times they've also attempted to get Telegram banned from the App Store.
Yeah, they tried. Yeah, and Tim Cook had to step in every single time. So I don't think he's an enemy of free speech. I think that it's just a matter of too many middle managers there thinking they know what to do, and they think to dictate everything. Fuckers. Oh, and good news. Looks like Elon acknowledges Roger Ver, so that's really positive stuff, guys. I'm hoping he digs into the story, finds out what's really going on, and pardons Roger Ver. You know, deserves a pardon. If you're going to pardon all these J6ers, Roger definitely is right up on that list. Oh, as for the question Adrian asked earlier, why did 4chan ban Gamergate? Well, because Moot, the guy who created 4chan, his girlfriend at the time, I don't know if they're still dating, she's a huge feminist and super close friends with a lot of journalists, and they did not like the fact that women were being targeted by gamers, so they had to ban Gamergate from being conversed on 4chan, a website where Nazis openly talk about wanting to kill Jews. Very interesting.
You have to understand that 4chan is run by like this Japanese guy, and this Japanese guy has done like everything in his power to preserve free speech on the website. Because this is before the Japanese guy ran it. This is when Moot, the white guy who created it,
right.
That's when he ran it. I don't know if he's still in charge anymore. Yeah, no, he's not. It got bought by this Japanese guy, who I think runs to. So the Japanese guy, I think, created 2chan, which is 2chan is the inspiration. Original. Yeah, and 2chan is the inspiration for 4chan. And it's so that guy. Yeah, that guy is now the owner of 4chan. Interesting. Is he doing anything with it? He's just trying to preserve free speech on the platform. On 4chan,
okay.
but I assume it's very difficult. He's owned it since 2015.
Yeah. Yeah, this happened way before this new guy took over. This was in 2013, 2014, so yeah, it would have been before. It's really incestuous, the industries, journalism, video games, media, entertainment media, like real journalism, quote unquote. Everybody knows everyone. It's wild. I mean, I know these people, so I don't really have to do digging, but, I know them personally. But if you're interested, go look at the Flickr accounts and the Instagram accounts of the people that you probably really hate in journalism or are in the games media or entertainment media in general, like even Hollywood, these types, the really woke ones. Go look at their Instagram pages and look at the parts where they're partying with other people. Go look at the people in the background. You'll probably recognize a lot of faces there. They all know each other. It's very incestuous.
I think in any field, like no matter what it is, there are really only 50 to 100 people that matter. It's the weirdest, and that applies in virtually like anything. So in like certain law practices, except for stuff like, I suppose even with the stuff like divorce and family law, like if you're like, okay, who are the leading practitioners worldwide, right? It's like, okay, well, there may be 20 to 50. Right? Who are the leading securitization lawyers worldwide? Okay, well, 20 to 50. Who are the leading people in social media law or various other things? It's like, okay, maybe there are 30, like who really matter. And like it's weird because every little field has this little cluster of people in it who really know their shit and like really care about it, and it's all they do. And and they're not really that well known, right? In any particular thing. So like the CEOs of all the social media companies are well known, but like the weird gnomes who are down there like in the engines, like keeping everything running and making it all work, aren't necessarily all known. It's a weird, and like every time like I would look at a field of human endeavor, the question is always like, okay, who are the 20 people who fucking really know this stuff exceedingly well? And I think that's true.
Yeah, and you conglomerate, to get together with each other, right? And so you have someone like Anita Sarkeesian, who is that feminist frequency woman who basically ruined video games, if you want to, give her credit for that. Partying together with, some Hollywood people, the people who injected, what Joss Whedon, right? Partying with him, and a bunch of authors, like sci-fi authors who did in their own fields injected wokeness into like the Nebula Awards or the Arthur C. Clarke Awards. It just, it's this whole slate of people, it's very incestuous, right? And it's all these ringleader types who they know each other because the whole goal is the long march through the institutions. They all work together. They all participate in this project, this grand project. I mean, I was a part of it. I was part of this little group that they had. If I lived in America, I'd be part of this.
Anita Sarkeesian woman was several times it came out that she clearly had not played the game that she was criticizing in her videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she even gave a speech at GDC in 2015 where she said that she barely plays these games. She watches her friend play it, right? One of her business partners plays it. It's a trans person, former game journalist at GameSpot. Forget that person's name. Don't care. But Anita would watch these games, and she bragged to the audience. She said that video games to her don't really matter as like an artistic thing. It's more of it serves as a vehicle for feminism, right? Feminism is her word for wokeness. Nowadays, you would hear say critical race theory or DEI or something, but feminism was what DEI is today, right? So in 2015, she used it as a vehicle for feminism, and it worked because every single major video game studio, whether it's the guys who develop Halo or the guys who make Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate, maybe not Baldur's Gate, but like Mass Effect and Destiny, right, the Bungie, they all hired her as a consultant, and she would go there, she would look at their game, look at the story, and she would have a whole team with her, so it's not just her alone, and they would decide to, remake the game in a way that promotes feminism. So they would look at the game and say, where's the main character? Why is the main character not a black female woman? We need more representation. She would basically give a seminar, like 3 hours long,
and say that it's necessary or important to have quotas, right, of minority characters, to have minority representation. That's the reason why a lot of video games coming out now, which were like, the development probably began back in 2015 or 2017 or whatever. Now it's all like the main characters are all female, strong female heroes who have really manly looks. They're not feminine at all, because you don't want to, like, she's a very sex negative feminist. So there is a certain kind of feminist where, they're sex positive. They're more like their OnlyFans is cool and empowering stuff. She's not that. She's old school. She's all about, having sex negativity, because she believes that having sexy characters is, pandering to the male gaze and objectifying women. It's the whole Princess Peaches in Another Castle. So that's why they're making characters ugly.
Well, you can do the strong, but like the strong and like not hypersexualized female lead. Like, look at Ellen Ripley, right? Like that was perfect. The problem isn't that you have the female lead or that it's a strong female lead. It's that it's an implausible female lead, because the whole thing is just like dripping with politics that you can't escape.
And it was also ugly.
So, like,
it was also has to be ugly. Man job.
Maybe I don't know that. Maybe that's
100%. Like fucking Sweet Baby Incorporated, which is kind of like a spawn of Anita Sarkeesian. It's not hers, but it's I know all the people working there. Let's just say I used to work with them. They were game journalists. One of their mandates is to make people look ugly, because all of them are actually pretty fucking hideous people. They all go by weird pronouns. They're all trans. Very weird. Even though some of them are not actually trans, but they identify us. And they actually believe that making characters ugly makes them more relatable, because their idea is that characters should not be attractive because real people don't look that good. Literally, that is their argument. So, and they hate quote unquote male gamers. They hate straight white male gamers. So it's kind of like a weird thing where they're taking revenge on people who don't want to look ugly. Isn't that weird?
Well, then, I'll give you another example. In Halo, for example, the original Halo, right? When you want to know why it's so good, it's because the original game that Bungie developed was developed by people who are complete gun nuts, right? Like everybody who worked in the game was a gun nut.
They got it.
And then if you look what 343 did, or 343, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but if you know what 343 did, which is Microsoft Shop, and you talk to, there was an interview that was published a while ago with their lead game dev. And he was like, yeah, I'm really against guns. So like, I have like a moral problem, like, really like putting guns in a game with like, it's like, okay, yes. So you have a moral problem with the human, like shooting at the cannibal space zombie, like a monster who wants to consume the species. There's a moral problem there. Give me a break. But like they took because literally it's one of these examples where you have someone who is really politically, they're bringing their politics to it and completely missing the point, like about what the game is for, which is like, it's supposed to be an escape. It's supposed to be realistic. And it's not supposed to be, I have a little, I have too much problem. I have a problem making the Magnum too realistic, because like, and God forbid someone might enjoy themselves while shooting the alien space zombie.
And to the point of gun nuts as well, right? You look at something like Helldivers, the new version that came out, this Helldivers 2, is an incredible fucking game. I think I'm actually going to play it again, especially when like Season 7 comes out for Diablo, because I'm not playing Season 7 Diablo, I'm just kind of exhausted by it. I will, however, definitely continue to play Path of Exile, so we'll see how these seasons overlap with each other. But I mean, look, Helldivers 2 is incredible, right? It is a very dynamic game, semi-destructible environments, very realistic physics, has a fun, interesting, fucked up plot as a foundation that's weaved into everything. The devs listen to their gamers, the community, and the devs themselves are those gamers. Hands down, it's one of those games that you can just like log out from for a while, come back in, and it's just like it was before. Hey, maybe you'll have like a new alien invasion that you didn't have before, which they, by the way, have right now. They have UFOs. They have these illuminated things that are coming out of the black hole. That's arriving. Yeah. That's happened in that game. So now you have to deal with like big laser spider fucking things, which is basically War of the Worlds 2005 War of the Worlds. But like that's what you're going to be playing against in the game. Just a little bit shorter, but a lot of lasers. Like the lasers are there, and they're going to do just as much damage, probably even more. Now this shit is fucking amazing, right? Yeah, and the new zombies
actually useful now.
It's so good. It's really fucking. Even added very interesting mechanics into it. Like, say for instance, if you take your laser weapon and you take it down to a planet that's cold, it actually functions very well there. If you take it to a planet that's hot, then it functions poorly. Now, if you take a gun, just normal gun, with the mechanics as we all know guns to be, if they have oil in there and various other things so that the mechanics work properly, if you take it down to a cold planet, then the gun starts to jam a lot more because the oil itself starts to gunk up, right? You take it to a hot planet, everything works fine. Isn't that fantastic? Like, it's such a big fucking physics. It's like, whoa, you know? That game is amazing fun to play. It's completely fucking degenerate. You have got nothing to do there except blow up bots and bugs and aliens. Like, it's so cool.
You know the night-day cycle is real, by the way? The day and night cycle is actually real. How cool is that? Like, in Helldivers 2. It is actually real, and the moons that orbit around the planet, they actually do orbit around the planet. If you actually pay attention to when you're looking at it from space and when you're on the planet and you're looking above and there's the moon flying above you, that's real.
The lighting, too. Dude, just forgot the lighting. Every aspect of that game is breathtaking.
Yeah.
I literally couldn't play the game for a little bit sometimes while I was doing a mission because you have this amazing lighting effects. I'm just standing there like, hang on a second, let me just look at this for a second. Just enjoy this. Hang on. Before you blow this thing up and pulls the massive invasion to start, can I just look at this for a second? It looks so nice. Even like the one planet, boys, remember the stormy planet that we had to visit where you couldn't see shit that's in front of you?
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah. So much
Oh my god, the ray tracing, they did it so fucking well, man. You got the realistic shadows, you couldn't see shit, it felt like you actually slowed down. You felt really immersed into the video game. And the lore is great, it's fucking space fascist, it's fantastic, you know? Like, it's trolling you for playing the game. That's wonderful.
Yeah, there's
And the community is actually based.
There's blizzards, there's different types of storms that's going on. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. The alien planets
had the
amazing.
golden opportunity of doing something very much so similar. They could have learned from the mistakes that they made, with Combat Evolved. They could have applied that and actually turned it into something really good. What did they do? They created something where the graphics are poorly fucking optimized, the water physics don't exist, the gun mechanics are disgusting, and even if you wanted to play it back, the physics of the older games are superior than the physics of the modern games.
Yeah,
Halo
2 is by far the best of the series, and that was 20 or 25 years ago when they came out with Halo 2.
25 years old. Wow, holy shit, I feel old.
Yeah, and Halo. If you want to really feel old, I think Halo came out on PC. Yeah. I want to say it came out in 2099. So.
Yeah. Didn't it come out on Xbox first? Or?
It was supposed to be out on PC first, right? And then they were bought by Microsoft, and Microsoft's like, nope, this will be your first game for the Xbox, and so they made it for the Xbox, and it was a good decision because they'd be going up against Half-Life, and my god, Half-Life's a better game.
2001, so Halo Combat Evolved was released in 2001, so it's 24 years old. Halo 2, we had Halo 2, I think, by college. Because I remember being at the Arbiter and everyone just being like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And
I like the storyline. I think it was kind of fun.
Oh, the storyline was great, but it was really annoying because he was slow. And the cloaking.
Oh yeah.
So in PvP, if you're doing active camo wasn't worth the trade off for the speed because someone who is playing a Spartan would just kick the shit out of you because they could outmaneuver you. So that was fun.
Great game, yeah.
Dude, the lore as well. The lore was so good. The progression, you could really feel it.
And then the lore kind of they fucked with that too when it went over to Microsoft because originally, originally the lore was going to be that the humans were the Forerunners. Right. Yep. And so basically we'd forgotten our history and we were simply, returning from a long dormancy because the Halo array got fired and whatever. Then the Forerunners became these Voldemort looking alien things. And it turns out that we actually fought them, but we were just misunderstood and we never managed to communicate to them that the flood was out there. And so they retconned the whole thing when they moved it over to Microsoft. And now of course in the latest they've got another set of aliens who are supposed to, it's like the flood wasn't bad enough. Just bring back the fucking flood.
Yeah, they brought another alien species in that, honestly, the way that it speaks is exactly like the Flood. The Flood, by the way, which are the precursors. The precursors, the one that created all the fucking life in the universe.
Yeah, exactly.
They wanted to preserve it, right? And they, of course, they fought with all the precursors. They fought with the Forerunners. The Forerunners tried to fuck up humans because the humans were rather than the Forerunners, and because the humans were rather than the Forerunners, they were jealous of the humans, and they were jealous of the humans in various ways. And so basically, they decided to fuck up the humans and fuck up the space gods. The space gods were effectively the precursors. Precursors turned into space dust. Space dust got corrupted. Space dust turned into the Flood. Right, makes sense. Because their whole thing was, hey, we got to preserve life. So what they said, okay, so it didn't work this way. Cool, let's become corrupted space dust, turn it into a gigantic fucking virus, and absorb everything to one gigantic biological mass. That's the Flood lady. So basically the precursors. So they brought the precursors back, I think, because if you talk to the Flood, to the mastermind, the Flood mastermind, or whatever they call that thing, the big fucking snake thing that comes out after it kidnaps you, this thing speaks exactly like the character that comes out in the campaign for Halo Infinite, because you're talking to this weird alien that comes out as very questionable abilities, by the way. So it could be that this is like some sort of precursor related bullshit.
Yeah, so the Gravemind and that alien both. So there's a line.
Gravemind, that's what it's called, right?
Where they're both speaking in iambic heptameter. So like they think that maybe there's a connection between them. But the interesting thing is that the space dust is a good observation. But so basically, these aliens are like, oh, we're gonna flee the galaxy because we don't like the galaxy, even though we created all life. And then they fall asleep for a long time, and they accidentally turn into dust. And then apparently the humans discover the dust, and they're like, we don't know what this dust is. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna feed this to our poodles. And so they feed them to their pets that are these little fluffy things that look like poodles. And then the pets start having mutations and killing each other. And then they realize it's too late, and then basically the poodles turn into the Flood and then wipe out the human species. It's an interesting backstory for sure.
What I like about Bungie, the original Bungie, not the new Bungie, is their storytelling capability. I don't know if you've played their games before Halo. I never played Marathon, but I hear it's pretty good. I played Myth, The Fallen Lords, and it was kind of Lord of the Rings-ish. Super dark, not like Lord of the Rings, which is not so dark. It's just phenomenal writing, right? And that game was super early, back in the days of RTS. It wasn't very graphically intense or anything like that, but the storytelling really carried it. They didn't even have music, but except in the end of the mission scene, and then you read about what's going on. I bet you feel so engrossed in what they're telling you, because they have this whole mythology behind all of the characters, all of the things that are happening in the world. The world building is just phenomenal. There's nothing else like it, except for maybe Fallout or Elder Scrolls or something. But that's the level of storytelling that they were capable of, right? And I think we saw this with the original Destiny, the first one, before it got all stupid. And then they got woke, and then they fired Marty. He's running for, he's a composer. He did the music for Halo, right? He's
pro-Trump.
He's pro-Trump, yeah, exactly, yeah. They fired him because he was pro-Trump. How insane is that, right? They fired this guy. They
did the same thing to Brendan. I mean, they did the same thing. Mozilla fired fucking Brendan Eich. For no reason except that he donated to some California proposition on the side.
And they did it to Palmer Luckey, and now look where Palmer Luckey is.
I fucking love Palmer Luckey. I think that guy. I love how he shits all over Jason Calacanis at every opportunity he gets. Yeah. I think Jason just walks into it. So he'll be like, "Hey, Palmer, we're gonna invite you to our besties conference, and you can give a talk." And then he just sits there and just shits on him. It's this is all the stuff that Jason said about me over the years. The other thing is I like the 80s the 80s kind of vaporwave aesthetic that he's bringing.
He was doing that before it was cool. Before it was cool, he was doing it, right? He's like a hipster in that sense. It wasn't cool to be vaporwave or synthwave, but he was doing it long before anybody else. Respect him for that. And then, he created his own console, a handheld console. It plays what is it, Nintendo games, right? And it's amazing. It's this guy is when he does something, when he creates something, he puts his fucking heart and soul into it. It's not just some knockoff, or it just plays old games. No, it's it plays old games, and it does it better. Holy shit. It's better than
it's very Tony Stark in terms of the kind of stuff that he does. Like
Yeah.
even more so.
He was the guy who created Oculus, right? So at the end of the day, you gotta imagine that. That guy's
He
fucking
invented
great.
VR. Yeah, he invented VR. Yeah. Like a
I
lot
like
of
that.
people will claim that they invented VR because they worked on some bullshit in the 90s or something. They didn't invent VR. No one uses that technology. He made VR in his fucking garage, right? And he made it work. And every single VR headset that you're using now, whether it's Apple's or obviously the Oculus Rift, which he made, every single one of them, Valve's, Huawei, whatever, it's all based on his stuff. His white papers. Like, he made it. He designed VR as we know it today, and we'll be using this stuff 20 years from now. It's going to be way better, and it's going to be based on his principles. Like, the guy's a genius.
I also like that he's kind of like I like his approach to defense contracting, and I'm sure. Yeah, he's like I'm sure that I hope to God, and I'm sure that the Trump administration's talking to him, given who's advising.
I think
him.
they are. He already got the contract.
I mean, they must be. But like,
got the contract, yeah.
Yeah, and like it's just so dope that they're like, okay, cool, we can automate this stuff and we can just mass produce. He gets the core thing about weapons,
Mass
which is like, well, it's you win the war, right, if you are most efficient about like cost per unit of target destruction, right? That's what matters. Cost
the Russians get it. The Russians fucking get it. So why don't the Americans? Americans are like, oh, well, let's build an F-35. Let's not build an F-35. Let's build drones instead. Way more effective.
Oh well, let's build both. Like, why not? Like let's build it
they're
all.
irrelevant. F-35s are kind of crap. They're not useful.
And they are rather fast. I mean, that they have that.
Yeah, they are, but you can do the job with an F-18. Like the job that they are supposed to cover. An F-18 could do it pretty well, and they're relatively cheap. So I don't see the point in F-35s. Honestly, I think that whole program should be scrapped. Save $1 trillion.
I just think just robot factories building robot weapons.
I think the future, right? Sorry to interrupt, but I think the future is not going to be these hyper expensive airplanes that don't really serve a purpose. I think that it's all going to be mass production, and it's going to be in the hands of private industry, not your Lockheed Martins, which is just establishment industries at this point. Them and the DoD are kind of inseparable, right? They are getting contracts because they have buddies there. That's literally the only reason, not because they make good products. It's something like Anduril comes along, shakes everything up, disrupts the environment, and that is the future. That is like the same thing, by the way, is happening in China. It's also happening in Russia, where smaller industries, not their main industries, right? The smaller ones are the ones making these drones, and they are really cheap, really effective, and that's the game changer, right? It's like you get these small startup-esque companies that have a mega factory somewhere. I think he's building a mega factory in North Carolina. It's going to hire thousands of people.
Ohio.
That's where the future is. Ohio? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ohio.
He's building, and it's like, but China, like DJI builds the best drones out there. It's a Chinese company.
Exactly, and it started as a startup, yeah. It wasn't like some, massive government-funded entity. It was literally just a startup that did their job really, really well. I think America needs to leverage its innovators like Elon Musk and Palmer Luckey to create these products. That's why Starlink comes in, right? The government can create Starlink. I mean, we're looking at the ESA. The ESA has sat on its butt for like 30 years, never built a single fucking rocket, right? Not one rocket. Just complete failures. Elon comes along, does it cheaply, and it's like, this is the way it's done. And I think the Japanese are also learning that this is the way forward as well. I mean, you look at the Japanese space program, kind of a failure. They blow up. But you got the smaller private industries that try to follow Elon Musk's model, and they're having far more success.
I love the story for that. The backstory, which is basically he was on a plane back from Russia after looking into doing a Soyuz partnership with, or whatever the hell, I don't know if
they laughed at him,
Soyuz or Vostok or whatever it is, and he just apparently was sitting in the plane like doing the math, and he's like, the biggest problem here is that they throw out the rocket. That's like the biggest. And he's like, if we can fix that, like then we're fine. So basically, it was this accounting and like efficiency insight that and it made sense. But like if you talk to Boeing, right? Boeing doesn't give a shit, because if Boeing can charge $1 billion a launch and it can keep lots of people employed in the process, like all of the interests between the government, the contractor, the worker, the voter are all aligned to have this hugely inefficient result. And like you need someone with an enormous amount of capital in order to short circuit that. And it's the same with the defense contractors. Like they used to have all of these little, so like Britain now has one defense contractor, right? It is BAE. The US has, I think, 2 or 3. And we used to have dozens, all of these little, all of like Lockheed and Martin were 2 different companies. Northrop Grumman was Grumman Aerospace, and Northrop, they were different companies. And you had all of this consolidation, really like in the 70s and 80s. And then by the 90s, it was just like, cool, like, okay, this one's going to get the F-22, this one's going to get the F-35, this one's going to get this. And they kind of allocate and deal out the contracts in a way that if any 2 private companies were doing that with any other counterparty, if they were allocating, so if it weren't the government as the customer and the government doing the allocating, you'd call it a cartel. But like, because the government has an interest in keeping these companies funded and keeping all of the people working, it's not a cartel, right? It's just, cost of doing business, and that's just the way we do things. So the NRL breaking that up is like really, really encouraging, and I just hope we get more of it. Because one company, I don't think, can bear the burden of getting the U.S. ready for war.
By the way, I just saw something funny. Which was it? There it is. So Elon just replied to a post saying, so this post is detailing who's going to be part of Doge. It's kind of funny because it said Doge deployed team is 4, 10x locked in engineer, team lead to translate Gulf speak to English, was it E&G, attorney to protect the engineer, HR to fire everyone else.
That's funny.
Nice.
So,
I got quite a similar team, except I have 2 lawyers.
I wonder who the Doge attorney is. That would be a very interesting, like,
probably Mike Davis.
Who made it? Like, who made it through?
It probably is Mike Davis. He is very much keen on cutting things down.
Yeah, I don't know if they would go internal at DOJ for that or not. Usually a government agency would be represented by somebody at DOJ.
I hope it's Mike Davis. I like him. I'm biased. But
I see Mike. I don't think it's Mike Davis. He's not. I think what you need, the guy you need in that job is probably like some absolute corporate operator who represents companies in employment disputes and union disputes, and can just make sure that, like, because like what Doge's job is fundamentally like afuera, right? It's like they're going to go in and try to destroy as much of the apparatus and personnel as possible, and you've got to figure out a way to do it lawfully without being mired in lawsuits for years. So like that's who you're going to get. You're going to get some corporate workout specialist who never sleeps and like bills 3,000 hours a year and has just decided, you know what, like I'm going to do something cool for a year and a half instead of just billing more hours. Gets off the treadmill and goes and but like I'd be very interested to know who that is. That's
maybe it's Ron Coleman.
No, he's a litigator. It's not going to be Ron.
Okay, yeah.
So another interesting attorney hire. So Harmeet, that was a fucking fantastic. So Harmeet Dillon, yeah, she's fabulous, and she's going to be running the DOJ Civil Rights Division.
She's gonna go so hard against Harvard. Oh my God, Harvard better hire some fucking lawyers.
Yeah, no, Harmeet. Yeah, right. Harmeet is gonna Harmeet is
Harmeet versus Harvard. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, but like she's such a. The thing I love about her is that like she's such a true believer. Like I felt bad because like when she gave the invocation at the GOP convention and all of the mouth breathers.
Fucking lunatics. You had this. I don't want to name this person. I don't want to name this person because we used to be friends, but led the fucking crusade against her, right? Going on about how she's not Christian, this is satanic. Like, shut the fuck up, you know? Bad enough you win video games, and now you want to complain about this shit, you know? This person's trying to make video games, like, religious or something. It's like, get out. Just stop.
Harmeet is like... The amazing thing is, like, most of the people who are doing that had, like, no idea that she's the most diehard First Amendment lawyer, like, in the United States. Or one of
protecting
like,
all these people's free speech. All these people's free speech, and they're attacking her. Fucking idiots.
Yeah. Stupid.
Very, very dumb.
But yeah, she's joining DOJ, which is really exciting.
Yeah, it's kind of like how with the Skokie marches, it was Jewish attorneys who were defending the Nazis who wanted to march, and
And meanwhile, now you have people like Ian Carroll out there saying that Jews want to silence everyone. It's like, what? It's not even remotely true. Oh god, I got a fucking bone to pick with that guy, like he makes these stupid videos and yeah, they're kind of entertaining, and then it just like randomly just goes off into conspiracy land, and so what, huh? What, the fuck? Like, oh, you cite some fucking random ass YouTube video and that's his facts. He brings the receipts, yeah, okay, dude. Your receipt is literally a fucking video in Rumble. Are you nuts? Fuck, read a goddamn book. Jesus Christ.
Candace Owens is kind of going off the deep end too. That's been
100%. Did you see her thing today? I saw some clips of her. Basically, when the Jewish congregation showed up, when they were talking to Trump and celebrating him and saying the prayer or something, she just like ducks out and she makes a fucking face, like you could tell she was so mad about it. It's like, what? Why are you like this? These are your fellow Americans. What the hell?
I don't get like that. Sometimes people just do that. They just flame out in the most like it's like she was on a trajectory to great wealth and success 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like she could have had it all if she could have just gotten along with Ben Shapiro, like done the Daily Wire thing, and just like she could have been fine. But like somehow for some reason, like there's a certain sometimes in your life you get to make you reach a fork in the road, and you have to make the decision of whether you're going to make a lot of money or whether you're going to run your mouth and say what you want, right?
Some
like
people will say that she's defending her beliefs or that she's standing up for the truth or something, and it's like I just like when people try to point out that she is like a person of great character, I would like to highlight the time when she stole a credit from no, here's what she did. So she was working at Kanye West on Blexit, right? And she decided that she was going to have somebody design a t-shirt and then claim that Kanye designed the t-shirt for her. And so he got really fucking mad. He's like, I didn't design this fucking shirt. Stop using my name. Get my name out of your mouth, right? So I don't like Kanye very much. I think he's nuts. And she could make a shit ton of money from it. That alone was like, okay, this woman has no fucking character, right? She's literally stealing from Kanye West, stealing his name, stealing his reputation, so she can sell a t-shirt. That is disgusting. So when people say, oh, she's a person of great character, she stood up to the Jews because she doesn't want to be controlled by them, it's like, well, what character did she have when she stole a fucking shirt from Kanye? What the hell is that? Right?
You got to wonder, like, so you look at that particular period of Kanye's life, he was associated with, I think it was Candace, and then it was Fuentes, and then it was Milo Yiannopoulos. And, like, you got to wonder, like, how do you find yourself at the point where your closest advisors are people who all benefit from the public association, and then like it's almost like everyone who's around you is a vulture trying to pick at your carcass because you're just walking around and you're already dead. Like that's kind of what Kanye was at that point, right? Like nobody was able to save him. He was a sinking ship, and so then all of a sudden, this like pack of wolves just descended on him.
Ali Alexander was there for all of it.
What's that?
Ali Alexander was there for all of it.
Yeah, Ali Alexander, another total piece of work, and like
pedophile.
Like you just, I watched that and I was just like, and I don't know any of those people personally, but like you watch it and you're just like, how like at
how does
what
that
point? Happen? Like Kanye, he's worth probably what $500 million. Like
probably. He got his Yeezy deal. Yeah.
But like, where's his family office? Like, how did he manage to get $500 million to $1 billion without realizing at some point along the way, you know what? Like, I just need to like have people who nobody knows about, who just kind of like run my life and like keep me on the straight and narrow, instead of being like, who wakes up one day and says, you know what? I need Nick Fuentes to run my life. And like, that's like, yeah, it just, yeah, I don't know.
Kind of nuts. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is happening in Australia?
What?
happening in
What
Australia?
happened in
Yeah,
Australia?
it's a little old. It's a little old. They have some really big issues with Gaza protests over there. It's insane.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. They're inviting thousands of them to go live there. So that's gonna work out real fucking great.
That is probably an extremely bad idea. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a reason they're not wanted anywhere else.
I would not want to be in any places where there's a large concentration of people that are effectively from places where terrorism is quite rampant. I believe there's a specific correlation there that's very, very obvious.
Tell that to the UK. The UK invites shit tons of them. You know, you have Keir Starmer contemplating whether
dude, I mean,
millions
remember
of
when
people live there.
when those large protests started, damn, I think that was a sign.
I worry about the UK. I know I shit on it a lot, and it's mostly because I think it's doomed, so I do. And I want British people to stand up for their country. I would love for them to do that, because I love a lot of British people, and it's sad what's happening to the country, but the way that it's going, I think that Keir Starmer is going to be crazy enough to invite 2 million refugees to live there just so they can vote for him. I think he's willing to do that. I think he's willing to throw his whole country under the bus by doing that, right? So that he can stay in power. Because he's on the brink right now. I don't know if you guys were paying attention to what happened today, but the government, including Keir Starmer, released a statement about the Southport killer, right? The one who shot and killed 6 people, right? He killed 3 children in cold blood. This is an adult male, by the way, 18 years old. And the media essentially covered up his identity, claimed that he was a Christian from a good family, and the pictures they used of him were of when he was like 12 years old, right? This is a terrorist, a religiously motivated terrorist from an African background. Like, his parents are immigrants, and he's a second generation immigrant. Never really integrated properly, and went on a shooting spree, killed a bunch of people, kids. And the government covered it up. The media covered it up as well. They claimed that they didn't know any pictures. They didn't have any pictures of him. That they didn't understand his motive. That he wasn't a terrorist.
There's actually
he was a fucking terrorist. Like, he was reported to the police 3 times because of how nuts he was.
The problem there is actually, it's, if you can believe it, it's a British free speech problem. Just add it to the pile of problems with free speech in the UK. So they have this thing called the Contempt of Court Act, where they essentially have reporting restrictions on the media the minute that someone's arrested. So what happens is, you'll rarely hear about something. You'll hear about an arrest being made, and then it'll be just like a blackout in 99% of the time. You then won't hear about a case or its disposition until after a final judgment has been rendered, as well as sentencing, right? So if someone commits a murder, you hear, oh, a man was arrested for murder on Prestwick Road, for the murder of whatever. And then boom, everything goes dark. And then you don't hear about it again until there's the conviction. And then you start hearing things because they say, well, it could prejudice a fair trial and various other things. Now in the US, right, we obviously have a very different approach to that, which is that we say, okay, if you're literally influencing a juror, right, if you're sending notes to jurors and you're harassing them, or you're trying to, break the sequestration, the seal of the jury chamber as they deliberate, okay, maybe then you're going to get held in contempt of court. But the idea that people can't have opinions and jury pools can't form opinions based on news that they get is preposterous, right?
Yeah,
so
Mr. Tommy Robbins is in prison, yeah, because he
exactly, he's for breaching a contempt of court, right? A contempt of court order. So essentially,
gang rapist.
Well, but the point is, right? This is another thing that's wrong with the UK, is that they have, and it's having really weird social consequences. The reason you're having
Islamophobia or some bullshit, yeah.
Well, when you suppress free expression, right? It's gonna get out at some point, and when it finally does get out, when the truth gets out, you have a violent, right, and not necessarily violent in terms of physical violence, but violent in terms of extremely disruptive reaction from the populace as a result. So what we're seeing now is because they have all of the official suppression maxed out, right? Everything's dialed up to 11. They're arresting people for social media posts. They're threatening people with arrest. They're threatening foreigners with arrest. They're threatening Americans with arrest. They're threatening everybody with arrest. But like nobody cares. No one's afraid of them anymore. They're like, you know what? Fuck you. We're gonna say what we want, and we're gonna politically organize, and we're gonna get, generally speaking, behind the Reform Party, and that's it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And we'll see you in 2029. So like people are so fed up with the regime, they're willing to accept the consequences, and it's all downstream of the fact that they've got censorship everywhere in
and
every
they become
aspect.
more and more Orwellian as a response to it because they cannot have that system challenged, right? And while this is happening, millions of young girls are being raped every single fucking day. Who knows, right? But I know millions have been raped. So maybe I'm exaggerating.
I don't know if it's millions. There
was a statistic.
Yeah, I think the estimate's in the hundreds of thousands.
Still too many, right? Too many.
Yeah, very definitely too many.
And
England's just a pretty small country.
They raped them in England, Scotland, and Wales, and in Northern Ireland, and it was covered up. And the police, in most cases, didn't even want to charge a lot of these people because the people, the perpetrators, the gang leaders, the grooming gang leaders, the rape gang leaders, were essentially pillars of the community. So they got away with a lot of shit. These people are store owners, they're business owners, they are, in a lot of cases you see now, right, they're photographed alongside police where they are celebrated as leaders of the Pakistani Muslim community or the Somali Muslim community, right? Most of them are. And it's disturbing because it keeps happening and you hear all these cases, and I know some of these people personally. It's affected their lives very badly, I would say. They've never seen any justice. Some of them have never gone to the police knowing full well what would have happened because the police just don't give a fuck. Because the police won't charge anyone because they don't want to be accused of racism or Islamophobia or whatever phobia the British government likes to use to silence these cases. And so the rapes happen continuously where there's this one case where a girl, she was 11 years old, she was raped by a gang of Somalis, and these were like, they owned shops, right, in I think in Newcastle or something. She was raped, went to the police said, basically dismissed her case, and then they dropped her off back at the fucking place where she got raped, and so she got raped again, and it just kept happening for years, and now it's, it's all coming out, and like last year, it's only then that they got arrested. But how many victims how many girls did they victimize? We don't know, right? We don't know the exact number. It could have been in the thousands. Literally, this one gang raped thousands of white girls, like teenagers or 11-year-olds. Girls as young as 10 were raped, and no one gave a shit. And the people in the police, they couldn't care less. They didn't want to be accused of racism.
Britain has a problem with, it's not like, I get that there's an ethnic component to the latest stuff, and I don't want to really get into it too much because I have a UK law license, so things.
Yeah, you don't lose it.
Well, there are things I can't say, and they're just discussions I can't have. So, but what I would say is that like Britain has a historic problem. Its institutions have a historic problem of covering up crime when it's inconvenient for someone in power for that crime not to be covered up. So like the Jimmy Savile thing, right, was known widely for years, right, in the BBC. But like,
you raped 400 girls.
For whatever reason, like this, zany, crazy guy was deemed, immune from consequences because it would embarrass people at the BBC, right? And so that never happened. There have been senior members of Parliament who, time and again over the years, have been involved in abuse scandals, and because it would cause a terrible, dreadful scandal, these people are packed off, in the middle of nowhere, and then the story is buried, and then nothing comes out until after they die, right? So like, they have this. Britain has, and someone mentioned earlier, you actually, Ian, you were talking about the defamation standard, right? And so their defamation standard is backwards, because what happens is if you make an accusation, then what happens is the other side, it only needs to prove harm from the statement, and you need to prove the truth of the statement, right? Which means that it's really, really, and it's very difficult to prove a negative, right? Or prove something you don't know sometimes, or if you've got a witness who's not going to speak, rather than someone who brings the case, right, saying, actually, you've defamed me, and then having some, moderate burden shifting once they manage to demonstrate that the statement is probably on balance of probabilities not true. Because they are the plaintiff and they must prove their case, and then you as the defendant have to answer it. So they have this huge legal infrastructure of silence, and that is on reporting of trials, that is on, talking about controversial ideas, talking about things that people do, that are bad, right? Because if you say something and a court determines you shouldn't have said it, it's potentially, aggravated by some person's characteristic. If you say, oh, well, this person did this and they're part of this protected class, and that's potentially a question, well, you can be arrested for that, right? Or if you say this person did this bad thing, because I heard this person did this bad thing, I have this witness here, that's disincentivized. Because instead of saying, okay, subject of the statement, come out, demonstrate that you weren't at this bar with these two people on that night and you'll be fine, right? What you do is you say, okay, well, you can just come out and Jeffrey Archer, the prime example. So Jeffrey Archer was accused, I can't remember of what. He's Baron Archer, Lord Archer, and he turns out to be just a serial liar, and he lied under oath about, I can't remember exactly what the scandal was, but I believe it involved sexual dalliances, if memory serves correctly. And he lied under oath about it in his perjury trial. And the woman who had made the allegation against him, I think she wound up killing herself or dying prematurely because she was unable to prove her case in a court. This other thing, Craig Wright, if anyone's heard of him, he's the guy who was running around pretending he was Satoshi Nakamoto. So I represented a guy named Hodlonaut. That's his Twitter handle or his X handle. And I represented Hodlonaut when Wright sued him because Hodlonaut said Craig Wright is a liar and a fraud. He's not Satoshi Nakamoto. So Craig Wright got a London law firm called Entier LLP to send a letter to Hodlonaut saying, you must recant, right? You must say, I believe that Craig is Satoshi Nakamoto, and I'm really sorry. And if you do all these things and delete your offending tweet, then we won't come after you, right? And I said to the guy, I was like, so you're going to do it? He said, no, fucking absolutely not. This guy's a piece of shit. He's a scammer. He's a fraud. And Wright kept, he then, so we did some fun maneuvering in that case. We wound up doing a lawsuit in Norway. So there was a thing you could do when England was part of the EU called an Italian torpedo, which I like to call so get this. So the courts in Italy were, and I suspect still are, so atrocious at actually processing cases that if you had an intellectual property dispute and you didn't want it to be adjudicated, under the Brussels Convention, if any EU member state court was seized of a matter, so had begun proceedings in a matter, no other court within the convention area, right, the EU, was going to be able to hear it. Right, so what would happen is, this case has been heard in Italy, so we can't in England. We've got to wait till those proceedings are done before we can deal with it. So the Italian torpedo is a maneuver where you've got a dispute. You know you're about to get sued by somebody else. So what you do is you preemptively sue them in Italy, and then you don't have to think about it again for 10 years because the case is forever to resolve in Italy. So that's what it is. So we had this pending. So they sent us this really RC letter saying, we're going to sue you, blah, 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 blah. I kind of faked them out a bit. It's like, well, this is all public information. So I was like, oh, well, we've got, just need a little more time. We're just working on it. We got to, there's lots of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. Just give us a little more time. In the meantime, we were furiously scrambling in the background to get a lawsuit on file in Norway because Norway had a better free speech regime than England did, and they had a defamation regime, which was different from England. So our response to the threat to an English lawsuit was that we sued him in Norway, and we won. And
nice.
Which was awesome. I was not involved.
Oh, God bless Norwegian courts. Yeah.
Yeah, God bless them. But anyway,
they're fucking
fast forward.
They're good.
Fast forward 3 years later, right? Wright is still suing people. He sued a guy named Peter McCormick, and he won £1 of damages in England, just because of the defamation standard. He sued a bunch of Bitcoin core devs, which is finally what undid him, because he sued this long list of Bitcoin core devs, and Square and Coinbase were like, okay, this is ridiculous. We're going to fund your defense, and we're going to go after Wright ourselves. So put $10 million behind Bird and Bird and a barrister, and we're just like, fuck it, we're going after this guy. And finally, right after I think 5 or 6 years of doing this, he finally lost in England. He was held in contempt. It was determined he wasn't Satoshi Nakamoto. He perjured himself, and then again he brought another case recently where he said he was Satoshi. And they sentenced him to 2 years in prison, suspended, right? Because he brought another lawsuit, right? The guy is just a serial
not
lawsuit.
Supposed to do that shit. Yeah.
It is the English culture of silence, right? Of muddling through quietly while terrible things are happening instead of taking them head on, trying to bury things, trying to deny reality, preferring to like, just make sure that everyone can get along and everything's going to be fine. And that like culture is it's not, so like the grooming gang scandal is just the latest like iteration of an English culture that doesn't want to talk about uncomfortable things because that would cause a scandal, and scandal is bad. And so what happens is they suppress it, right, until you have a far worse scandal, and then they try to suppress people from talking about the scandal, right? And then it's this crazy thing where just
Yeah,
so
also
much
like this personally too, like in their personal lives, they are quiet about the suffering, and it's kind of sad to watch. It's like actually tragic, because I'm not saying that, bragging about your problems is a solution. It's not. That clearly doesn't work for a lot of Americans who, wear their traumas on their sleeve. But I think there should be some sort of middle ground. It's not healthy to internalize everything. It just clearly doesn't fucking work.
Was it then hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way, right? So,
or laying back and
out there.
yeah, laying back and thinking of the Queen or something. How's that saying go?
Lie back and think of England.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. It's like, yeah, just accept your fate. It's like, no, no, not happening, not to me.
No,
That's
but like
terrible.
it's all of this changes if all of this changes if you change their free speech rules, right? Like that's what that like literally. If you, and I think also like, so they're also trying to do this AI push. I actually wrote an op-ed about it for a think tank over there, and they were like, we're going to do this big AI push, and we're going to like be really friendly to like all the global AI entrepreneurs. And I wrote this article. I was like, listen, guys, you can't say you're friendly to AI when like Elon Musk, who's like one of the biggest AI entrepreneurs in the world, you've told like the Met Police's counterterrorism directorate to investigate him for his shit posts. Like you don't get to do that and say you're friendly to AI. And apparently that was well received by certain individuals over there. But like they have this thing where they would rather. And it was a hilarious announcement. They said we've got $14 billion in investment commitments from major technology companies. And I was like, okay, well, $14 billion in commitments means, if you read between the lines, like that's English speak for, we haven't got the investment yet. And it's a major technology company. You're like, well, so presumably it's like Google, OpenAI, and X, like those would be major. And you look at it and they're like these three small mid-cap companies with like a market cap of like 3 billion, and one of them is privately held. So like, you're just like, all right, well, that's not major. And then they say they're going to be friendly to AI entrepreneurs, and then that's not major. And then when you say, well, what's the proposed course of action that you're going to take? And they're like, well, we're going to appoint some researchers on a committee, and we're going to ask that committee to come up with like some recommendations, and they'll have 6 months to make their initial set of recommendations, which will be put to a consultation. And you're just like, no, what you guys need to do, but like, it's like the answer is, if you're going to do this, enact Section 230 equivalent, like stop arresting anybody who says anything remotely interesting in your country, and build 10 nuclear power stations and just like license.
I was about to say, it's too fucking expensive. Why the fuck would anyone build a data center there? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're right, because it costs 3x what it costs anywhere else.
More like 10x. Fuck that shit. Go build it in Norway. Their energy's pretty cheap. Or better yet, come to Dubai and do it there. Abu Dhabi.
Well, very hot in Abu Dhabi.
No, it works there. They actually have they just launched a solar power plant with like 1 megawatt persistent output, so it's like it's uninterrupted, with a 19 megawatt storage facility, biggest in the world. And they plan to expand it to like 50 or something in a few years. That's crazy. That is more than capable of handling any number of AI companies here if they want to open up shop here. So that's what they're doing here. Makes a lot of sense. So given the given your options, say you're an AI company, whether you're a startup or a big one, you think, okay, I could go to Dubai, where it's pretty free when it comes to speech, pretty friendly to entrepreneurs, has zero taxes,
and also the electricity is cheap. Should I go here or do I go to the UK where the weather sucks and I'll get arrested for tweeting jokes online? And also, there's all these regulations, and also have to pay like crazy taxes. Yeah, like that's a fucking terrible choice, right?
England,
Yeah.
England is my favorite place in the world, right? Like,
Why?
Because it's a good question. A couple of reasons. First,
Yeah.
well, I mean, a couple of reasons. First, I think that, I think that as like a product of both systems, there are things about England I like. There's the gentility of the people. People are very polite. They're very formal. There are things that you can do over there that. So, for example, this is going to sound like the dumbest. This is going to sound really stupid, and you're all going to make fun of me. So, in England, if you go to the opera in the summertime, it doesn't matter what night you go. Most people will be in black tie. If you go to the opera in Manhattan, they're only in black tie in the opening night, right? So there's and that's not necessarily at the Royal Opera House, but like down at Glyndebourne, it's always dinner jackets and dresses and all the rest of it. So like there's still bits of tradition, right, that are kept alive in certain quarters. And when I'm there, right, and when I was there, I tended to hang out in those places and with those people. However, right, those little bubbles are like they're little islands of stability.
They're gonna sink.
And all around them, the tide is rising, right, and it's getting smaller and smaller and tighter and tighter and tighter, and they're being strangled, right, by waves of immigration, right, that are changing the character of the country, and waves of regulation that are making it impossible for anyone to basically live and work there. And those two things combined are driving, to be blunt, most people who I would usually associate with and spend time with, they are leaving and they're going to places like Dubai because they say, you know what, England's not a good deal anymore. I'm going to go, if I've got to go build a crypto custodian, I'm going to go do it in Abu Dhabi, right? Because at least there I'll be safer. I'll pay zero taxes, whereas in England I'll pay half of my income or more in taxes. And again, the free speech issue, like, you know what? Most of my buddies in England don't really have too many opinions about His Royal Highness, Sheikh Maktoum. Like they just don't care. It's not an issue they care about. And so like, as long as they can talk about anything else other than that, like it's not going to matter. So they make the choice. And the thing about England, which really just bugs the ever living shit out of me, is that it could be so much bigger. It could be so much better. It could, but like, and not in a way. It's like and not in a way which which it could be so much bigger and better in a way that I think everyone would agree when it got to that. Yeah, it was bigger and better. They could say, listen, this is a better state of affairs than we were in before, but there's so much institutional inertia that they can't get through it, and they can't get to the other side because all of the vested interests are standing in their way. And they've got all the material. They could have been if after Brexit, they could have been the Singapore of the North Atlantic, 100%. And they just
Dubai of the North Atlantic. They just chose not to be. Yeah.
They just fumbled the ball and didn't do anything. And then the conservative
was a mistake. They got the worst of the EU and they took away the best of the EU. Yeah.
Well, they kept all of the EU law. They kept all of the EU regulations. The conservative government jacked up taxes, and like by the time I left, it was the highest level in history, and they jacked them even higher than that. So you've got a government which is notionally conservative, but taxing people higher than any government in British history. And you just look at it and you go, what's the point? Like if these guys are supposed to be the ones who are on our side, like, and they're doing this to us, like, and that's why Farage has happened, right? Because everybody's realized these parties aren't on our side anymore. We need to do. Millet kind of was the model, right? And now what we've seen is it's been copied in various other places because people love it. Or Bukele, same thing. Yeah. And Bukele is the same thing. You get guys in who have a single-minded purpose. They've got the vision. They understand like what's broken and how to fix it.
It's the same thing with Maktoum over here, right? Like he's a great model for what any country ought to do. I mean, there's a famous story that they tell here, and the bureaucrats tell it.
where he went to a government office and he saw that it was very inefficient, that the people there were not working on time, and there was like way too many offices, and he decided, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna scrap it. And we're gonna make it so that, you know, the only person who showed up for work that day, he gets to keep his job, everybody else gets fired, and we make it efficient, because if it's inefficient, no one's gonna fucking want to move here. No one's gonna want to do any business here. That's just obvious, right? And so he single-handedly, personally made sure that all government offices here are extremely efficient. And when they're inefficient, they get audited. They have to be efficient. That's how it works, right? It's in the interest to have a country that's run properly and efficiently, and that's why everything is just state of the art. Everything's super ultra modern. You know, it's got biometrics everywhere. For like when you want to apply for something, it's all instant, right? Because it should be. Like government offices communicate with each other. I mean, have you heard of this in any other country? Like in most countries, they run this stupid system where you submit your paperwork somewhere and no one else has that paperwork. You have to fucking photocopy it yourself, bring it there, mail it in. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks. Here it takes days, or actually not even days, hours, even minutes. Yeah.
You know, in my town, they have I live in a small town in southern Connecticut. And in town, there's the big debate in town is whether to build a $20 million community center out of the husk of an old school, which is contaminated with lead and asbestos and various other things, and is going to cost millions and millions and millions of dollars to fix. So the town has been, I saw someone say, you know, the population of the world in the past was so small that like people who were involved in the great conflicts of the past roughly equate to the main characters, right, of the Trojan War or the Peloponnesian War or the Battle of Thermopylae and that sort of thing. Those main characters roughly equate to the number of main characters you'll have in a local zoning dispute, right? Because the populations are so much smaller.
Yeah,
so we have this.
People,
We have this municipal thing. They want to build this community center. It's really expensive, and I have been tracking it for a while and looking into it. And so I decided myself, I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I want to get involved now. But how am I going to get involved? Well, I'm just going to keep an eye out and see what's going on. Everybody says the community center must be built. They say that it's essential that it be built. They say that people are going to use it and that it's going to bring people to the center of town to be used. But nobody actually, it occurred to me, no one's actually figured out what the usage numbers are for the existing facilities, which mirror what facilities will be provided by the community center itself. Like it's chiefly office rentals. Now we know that the library in town, which is sort of like a privately owned kind of JV, with like a charitable thing, we know that that's a 20% utilization, right? So 85% not done. And I submitted a Freedom of Information Act request for the rest, saying I want to see records for how many times certain rooms have been used in these rental spaces over the course of the last calendar year. And the fun part is I already know the answer, which is that for a lot of them, the number of times that they've been rented is 0 or like 2 for like the last 365 days. So before I decide to use my blog and Twitter presence to ass blast the absolute shit out of my local town officials for being wasteful, the post is already drafted. I just need to basically get the numbers and populate the fields, and then everything else is complete. Before I do that, I just need the numbers. But like, it's a classic example. I've been sitting there like ruminating on this. Like, this is a classic example of like socialist economic calculation and government inefficiency in action. They have the stock, they have the data, right, demonstrating like how much they actually use it. No one in town has sat down and compiled it and tried to determine that, okay, well, we have this existing stock of rooms that are never used by anyone for any purpose, and we're going
except
to go
for like
double.
the OnlyFans girl who rents the room in the library so that she can film herself fucking herself for like.
You wouldn't. You're not going to get away with that in our library, but you know, maybe you might get away with it in the Memorial Town Hall. I don't know.
There's some weird OnlyFans shit out there that they do stuff like this. I've read. It's crazy.
I wouldn't know. So
it's literally like public humiliation sort of stuff. Yeah. No, they do it.
I'm very happy.
It's kind of fucked up. Like in San Francisco, you know that kink.com place? They have a little mansion. They rent public utilities and like bookstores to have sex in. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like a thing. No one else is using these places otherwise. Yeah.
I guess more power to him. But like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think.
Business.
It's just insane to think that like the data like is there to determine but not only will they not use it, like judging from the amount of time it's taking to get the FOIA request back, they haven't even like compiled it. I'm probably
I'm
probably gonna wind up getting like literally raw documents redacted about like rumors of space. But I'll have to tally.
Their mentality is very simple. It's very stupid. It's not based on any evidence. It's based on the idea that if you build it, they will come. They think they're playing a fucking video game where you're opening a theme park. You set the price at $100 and millions of people still come to it. It's just stupid. It's not based on any reality, right? It's just a wishful thinking and no understanding of basic economics or sociology, really.
But again, it's the institution like enables it because everybody basically thinks about voting like for 5 minutes every 4 years or every 2 years.
Yeah.
And then what happens is they make the decision based on stupid information. These people can't get removed from their jobs. They're not subject to any kind of budgetary control or anything like that. And the entire system incentivizes them to keep doing this stuff. And they have all of the budget on their side and everything else. And they're using official functions and official budgets and official tools to promote. My late father had an expression. He said the role of government is to expand. And like the whole thing, you just see how geared it is to just expanding like this giant blob. And like it's impossible to stop. That's
right, yeah. The role of lawmakers is to create new laws, even if it doesn't make sense to do so. That's why politicians are like the most inefficient, corrupt pieces of shit on the planet because they do everything to justify their existence. You don't need as many politicians and as many staffers as these people have. You really don't. The only reason the system is as fucked up as it is because there's simply too many laws, right? And these laws are not even properly enforced.
Did you see the Progressive Hill staffers sent out a memo being like, we want a 35-hour work week because we work too hard? I was like, what is that per weekend? Like,
terrible. Yeah, these people are useless. You need to fire, Elon is let's fire 70%. No, let's fire 95%. Fuck him. You can literally blend most
guys, Doge has officially been established.
Oh, I saw earlier this day. Celebration. Hell yeah.
That's nice. Awesome. Love it.
Chief Executive Order.
Wait, you're an executive order?
No, that's you. Yeah. It's executive order.
Yeah. Executive order.
Oh, so it's like a government agency now. Like not
it's official. Yeah. It's like actually official now.
Because it was established through executive order, they will have limited powers to begin with, but I expect there to be like authorizing legislation to follow not long after.
I'll read the Pirate Wires thing. It says, Trump executive order officially establishes DOGE. As of today, DOGE is established as a temporary organization in accordance with Section 3161 of Title V United States Code. The organization will report to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Each federal agency is tasked with setting up a DOGE team of at least 4 employees within 30 days of today. Each team will typically include 1 DOGE team lead, 1 engineer, 1 human resources specialist, and 1 attorney. DOGE will immediately establish a government-wide software modernization initiative, and DOGE will terminate on July 4th, 2026. Wow, that's cool.
I love it.
It's the actual thing.
I love it. I fucking love it. That's so.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah. Like.
That's really cool.
That's so cool. That's so
the
cool.
software modernization thing is like huge. This means the DMZ is no longer going to be.
So they have 1 year. So they have 1 year to clean up everything.
I think they can do it. Yeah. I mean.
All right. Good luck to them.
So in every department, the 4 people who recommend that the rest of the employees get sacked, they're going to be the most amazing heroes on the planet. Honestly, they're going to be the biggest Karens on the block. They're probably going to be the guys who are complaining nonstop about how their government agency sucks. These are the people you want. You want these Karens on board, right? You want them there. You want the people who are so autistic as to nitpick the work of their coworkers. You want these people on board, and I hope they do a damn good job. Because they're usually the best. I mean, I remember being that person. You make your co-workers cry, okay? Because, they need to cry sometimes because they're inefficient and you can do the job better.
So what is it that you do here?
Exactly. fuck these people. Like, I've worked with a lot of people, you know, in like corporate offices, and some people just, you know, they just are cut out for their jobs. They got the job for stupid reasons, you know, like they're disappointed there, or they were so enthusiastic about it. Some people are so enthusiastic, but they suck at their jobs. We don't need enthusiasm. We need people who are good, who know what they're doing. I hate this
I don't know.
fake
I think
enthusiasm
with
bullshit.
a lot of the government, you just need machines. I mean, you
Oh, okay,
basically.
yeah.
I mean, for a lot of it, you just need to automate. It's like I don't understand why the Social Security Administration requires a huge number of human beings. The IRS only exists because we have the income tax, which I'm really optimistic. I mean,
Do
I
away
haven't
with it.
heard anything formal.
Abolish it.
Like, if they swapped that out and got rid of it for tariffs, that would be the best thing that ever happened in the history of any.
It was
There
supposed to
were
be
Republicans
temporary.
in elections for the next 50 years. If they
Yeah.
did that, it would just be.
I mean-
it would just.
It would be so bullish.
Some people are so stupid that they defend income taxes. They're like, oh, well, we've always had it. No, you haven't always had it.
Wait, whoa. People defend income taxes.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
what
Who the fuck defends that?
They do. They're NPCs. They've been programmed.
People, people actually are in favor of this. There's
Yeah,
people
they
out
are.
there that are like, oh yeah, we're 100% for it.
in a civilized society.
Somebody
they
needs
say.
to build the roads. It's like,
That's what
you
they
think
say.
What the
we pay
fuck?
taxes here in Dubai, you dummies? Like, you don't need people paying income tax. All you need is a little tiny little corporate tax and tariffs. That's it. You know, value-added
Yeah,
tax.
that shit's good enough. If you have good spending, look, if you have inefficient spending, of course you're gonna run the fuck out of money. But if you look at the U.S., it has been spending on stuff that literally shouldn't exist in the first place, or ironically enough, may not even exist at all. So if you were to optimize that, then you don't need that at
the
all.
reality is,
They're buying.
reality is the U.S. government prints vastly in excess of what it collects in tax revenue every year. It doesn't need our money with its economic philosophy. I mean, the whole thing's totally fucked. It just impoverishes
It
America.
does, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
They take your money and they build, you know, they pay something like $50,000 for a pack of screws. You know, a pack of screws. You know, it's insane. The kind of shit that they spend their money on. I saw a thing where, you know, on the AC-130s they have a bathroom on there, right? They need a toilet, and it costs $50,000. Why?
What?
No one knows.
What?
They just cost that much.
It's because everything. So I'll give you everything that government does, is not informed by reality and actual needs. It's like in the Soviet Union. They're like, well, you know, we have a set quota for a number of hats that we want to produce. It has no bearing and no logical relation to what needs to be done. So this community center in my town, they've said, well, we don't want to go back to the voters for another referendum, so we're going to see if we can get federal or state money, right, i.e. taxpayer money from other towns, to pay for it. And I was like, that's really strange. Well, that's very weird. And then it's like, oh, and in addition to that, we're getting a $4 million grant from the Inflation Reduction Act, which of course did nothing of the sort, because what we're going to do is we're going to build an emergency command center. This is a town of 15,000 people. We have 2 firehouses and we have town hall. These structures are approximately, I think the southernmost firehouse is downtown in the main town. Town hall is about 2.5, 3 miles away to the north, so significantly inland. And then the northern firehouse, right, is another 6 miles north on the border of a town called Durham. I live in a small town called Knapp. So we have 2 firehouses, and they've decided we have a $4 million grant under the Inflation Reduction Act. So we're going to build an emergency command center in the downtown firehouse. And it's like, what the fuck does a town of 15,000 people need an emergency command center for? If we're out, drive over to the next town and be like, can we use your radio? But they're going to spend $4 million of federal money putting in place an emergency command center. It's just like, it boggles the mind how anybody made the decision that this is a good idea for $4 million to be spent. And that's, you know, more than some Americans, most Americans will pay in taxes in their entire lives. And we are doing it to basically set up a ham radio room above a firehouse. It's bonkers.
And yeah, the radios, I guarantee, are, you know, off the shelf garbage that you can buy for a few $100. They're gonna, you know, charge like $50,000 for it.
Well, no, the radios. The radios. They're ham radios, right? Basically, it's UHF, VHF, and
That's garbage.
potentially maybe you'll get an HF radio, but that's not usually used. for emergency communications, right?
They need $4 million for that.
Like, do you really need $4 million for that? The radio, like, okay, an ICOM,
Where the fuck does the money go?
A Yaesu, HF, all band radio transceiver will cost $1,200. Okay,
At most,
an ICOM 750 will cost you $1,500, right? Okay, that's not so bad. A Yaesu handheld radio will cost you $500. Okay, well, now we're up to I don't know, $3,000. Okay, so we're we're still fractions of a percent, and we've got your radios. Just put them in a room, build an antenna outside.
It's a grift, like I remember the city I used to live in back in Malaysia, and they would spend every year. They have a huge budget. Instead of fixing the roads, which is what people pay their taxes for, they would be decorating the city with certain kinds of plants that are just not suitable for a tropical environment. And so every season, right, every 3 months or so, they would have to replace everything because it would fucking die in the heat. Okay? It would fucking die in the heat, and the whole town just looked brown. And then they replace it with new plants, and they just keep doing this over and over again. And as I found out when I moved to Rome, was that they do that in Rome as well. They would be planting all these fucking trees in the town to make it pretty, even though it stinks of piss, right? The whole place stinks of piss. That's what Rome is like, right? And they would decorate it with fucking plants that are just not suitable for a Mediterranean environment. Wow, Rome has lots of great trees there, that are native to the territory that you could probably grow anywhere in Rome. But instead, they import a bunch of trees from God knows where, and they don't last very long, and they don't really tend to them. So they die, they replace them with the same old fucking trees, and it just repeats itself. Like, somebody's making money from this. I guarantee you, whoever's producing these trees is making money from it.
In Rome, there's definitely somebody making money from it.
I can guarantee you the same thing was in the town I lived in Malaysia, for sure. This
happens in many places. One of the worst ones that this actually happens at, which is even more egregious to a certain extent, is gated communities. So you look, for instance, for gated communities, which is a huge fucking problem, by the way, is where you have to pay for certain services to be rendered. And so within those gated communities, what they do is they plant plants, and so even if they don't die, they just exchange them routinely for no fucking reason. Nobody wants this. Nobody's asked this. It's just done. And then what's even worse is then people sit themselves at the head of like various boards that exist there to basically manage the gated community. And they are the weirdest fucking narcissistic people ever, and they then basically turn the gated community into a political event for themselves, at which they also suck at, by the way. So they have to kind of get around that somehow. And then voting is ambiguous also. So it's really ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I can personally attest to that. So I lived in a gated community back home, right? And the person who ran for office, right, for the home association thing, decided that they were going to spend their money, I mean our money, since you're all paid into it, on things that didn't really matter. So there's a couple of things that we needed. We needed security, like an all-around-the-clock 24-hour security guard team, and they needed to mend the fences because some of the fences had broken. Some wild boar made it in. Crazy enough. And, that's a pretty high priority because, children are out there, pets are out there, right? They're out in the open, and if the fucking fences are broken, a wild boar's gonna come in, it's gonna fucking gore a child to death, and then, someone's gonna have to fucking pay for it, that child, very bad. But instead, he kind of squandered the money, and then he refused to relinquish his position. So it got to a point where they had to stage a coup. Where, because, when you are the leader of a homeowners association, you have to register yourself with the city, right? Because you're the person that they will give city dollars to, like taxpayer dollars to go to your little homeowners thing, and then you can do stuff with it, right? That's what you're basically asking for. It's basically a little grant. We had to overthrow him. Like, we had to stage a fucking coup, and we had a little event there where, we did like an outdoor sort of, thing where we, had like a what do you call it, a buffet, so to speak, right? And we decided that this guy wasn't going to get invited, and we're all going to sign a piece of paper saying that he is no longer the leader of this thing. We're electing somebody else. It literally had to come to that because this guy just refused to step down. Like, how fucking hard is it when all your neighbors fucking hate you? Why don't you just step the fuck down, right? I don't understand why people do this. It's so insane. Like, imagine trying to be a leader of people who fucking hate you. So dumb.
You can't really do anything about it either. Like, in certain places, you have laws that are set up in such a way that you can't even remove directors of various positions because they're just corrupt pieces of shit. And it's like,
Right.
It's a huge fucking problem. At some point, it's just why doesn't everybody just look out for themselves situation? Realistically, because
like we are all neighbors.
it's huge,
We're
and then
living together.
rules are being enforced in such such loose ways. Like for instance, like this, right? You'd have let's imagine that you have certain pets that are bad. Let's say dogs and cats. Both pets
Yes,
bad,
people.
right? Because people you don't need one in a super developed community because this thing's going to be shitting in somebody else's backyard because cats never shit in their own. The dog is going to be barking and pissing off the whole fucking neighborhood and pissing on that whole neighborhood as well, ironically enough, because that's how they mark their territory. And then they will get to war with the cats will get to war with each other, and the dogs will war with each other as well, because guess what? You kept them inside and there's nothing that these fuckers can do all day. It's a very unnatural state of being, and if you live in a city, you shouldn't have these kinds of animals like this, because it's fucking basically torture for them. They don't even do it, which is even worse. Now, with that in mind, what then happens is one dude or such gets a fucking cat or gets a dog. It's like, oh no, it's fine at first. It's always the leaders, by the way. Gets it in, keeps it for a while. It does its thing that somebody else does it as well. And see, they can't say anything about it because they got a dog also. And it's like, okay, cool. We both have dogs now. And then everybody gets one. And then by like a year or two, out of this, some motherfucker has got this big ass fucking pit bull bioweapon that's following them around. It's like, there are kids in this neighborhood. You have this thing around. Oh, wait, you know what? Since nobody cares about the rules, no leash.
Broken windows theory.
That's how it works, man. That's how it fucking works, dude. Every time. You can't have people that go back on what they said that they were going to do. You can't have people breaking the rules like that, because if one person does it, someone else is going to do it, and then it just exponentially increases until cascade failure is absolute.
You know what's funny about broken windows theory is that when it was originally devised, it meant that police should go after a store owner for a broken window. That way, you crack down on a very small crime, then they are more likely to, actually not commit larger crimes, right? That's the philosophy of it. But it can also work in the obverse, which is how you described it. Essentially, if you let a person get away with a broken window, more people are going to break their windows, and then just more and more crime is just going to happen. Right? It just spirals out of control because you can get away with literally anything. So you got to crack down on small things. They matter.
I just wonder if AI is going to fix this or just make it a zillion times worse.
I think it can fix it.
I think it can fix it because I think it'll help get people to understand. I think it'll help people understand and parse public data much better than they could before. Yep. So you'll be able to basically go through. Well, you'll be able to go through okay, cool. Imagine feeding Grok or ChatGPT, not like the neutered version that we get, but the real version that they're working on behind closed doors, and just being cool. Here's a big government data set. Imagine you're the love child of Pat Buchanan, Ron Paul, and and Ludwig von Mises.
And which laws would you get rid of to make the whole process more efficient?
Look at this institution, and tell me what we can cut, and in what order it should be cut to be maximally effective, and who needs to be fired to go, right? And how I will replace that functionality with essentially a large language model, and that would be great, and that way you could then iterate and roll that process out over every single office of the administrative state, including defense, including intelligence, including everything else, and just basically have an AI just rip it apart, right? Just tear it to shreds and say, okay, this is all the waste that we've got. This person's unnecessary. This guy hasn't shown up to work in a week. This guy doesn't do anything. He sent 3 emails in 2 weeks, and I don't think a lot of these people do any work. So what better way to do it than just say, cool, let's just ingest all of their emails and see how much
about AI. It's about who's behind it, right? So if you have someone like Elon, he's going to ask the AI, how can I make this as efficient as possible? And he's going to ask the AI the exact same questions you asked it, which would make it very efficient. It would cut everything down and make life very simple and affordable and cheap for most people, right? And you're maximizing efficiency. A very good thing.
However, imagine giving it to a bureaucrat who wants to make the system as complicated and as shitty as possible. You could use AI to do that as well. You could say, hey, AI, can you take a look at this system and make it 10 times more complicated? And then I'm, going to personally present this as it being the most efficient, that's the worst part, the gatekeeper behind the AI, right? Somebody who is in charge of AI, but turns out he's a fucking piece of shit, who's trying to make things as inefficient as possible. You could literally have that problem where somebody does something like that, where he takes AI that could be used to be efficient and makes it worse. So, it's a tool, right? It's a tool like any other. I think AI in the right hands could be very, very useful. It could be very good. It could be very efficient. In the wrong hands, you're going to get a system that is like 10 times worse than what the Germans had back in the Stasi era.
Yeah, I think there's a guy named Nathan Kofness. He's an academic out of Cambridge University who's sort of we'll just charitably describe him as an IQ realist. And he had an interesting point about conservative versus liberal IQs. And basically it's that, and don't get offended, I'm as conservative as they come, and I'm also a complete idiot. So I'll just preface that statement with those two. He basically said that on average, if you look at the education between the supporters of the political left and the political right, it's probable that you've got probably a 5 to 10 IQ point difference in favor of the left, simply because they're better trained, they've gone to grad school, that sort of thing. And it's not that like the grad school creates the IQ, it's that the grad school tends to draw from that IQ pool. And so his theory is that you've got these institutions that have been occupied by the left, right, the political left. Because, it's a midwits. We're not talking
fucking midwits.
We're not talking like 140, 160.
Complete the theory. Complete the explanation. Complete the explanation of the theory.
All right. So his explanation of the theory is that there are no right-wing media institutions that compete with the left, the left-wing ones historically, right? There are no right-wing academic institutions which compete with the left historically, simply because the numerical distribution starting out, right, of where these people tend to be politically, if you then move it down the chain and you have all the downstream consequences like academia leaning left 70%, and then what they do is they start crowding people out, so it becomes 90%. The consequences are actually downstream of an IQ difference between your average right-winger and your average left-winger, and that's something which can't be overcome, right? So my theory, right, when I read that was like, okay, let's assume arguendo that's true. What if AI? Because I talked to Open, ChatGPT. I talked to Grok. I'd say reasonable estimate in terms of the quality of the speech is 130, right? For what you're getting back from the machine, it's incredible. In the next generation, it's going to be consistently 140, 160, and I don't know how much they're dumbing it down so that it can speak to me in language I can understand. And so, what if the AI is going to basically completely eliminate the cognitive differences between these two opposing groups in society? And then what you just have is raw mimetic potential of the ideas themselves. And because you have this ability to express the idea instantaneously, you've got your smart guy just sitting there, your smart assistant, helping you create the memes and push them out. And the other side has them too, but the other side doesn't want to use them because they're the institutions. And you see this with crypto, and you see this with AI as well. It's that you with the Democrats and crypto, they opposed crypto, they didn't like it because they were the incumbents, and crypto's coming along and it's going to ruin their party, it's going to ruin their parade because they're in the institutions. I suspect you'll see the same thing with AI, where the Democrats are the incumbents in the institutions. In academia, for example, LLMs will destroy any student's essay, right, going forward. There will not be a paper. They already do. I've seen, there will not be a paper which is superior.
Right, so here's where it gets interesting, right? With what you said about the liberal presence and the IQ difference. One of the interesting things I've also found is that people who are very smart can delude themselves a lot more effectively. So if you were to present, let's say, a very specific version of reality consistently to a person that is relatively smart, you do this via many different methods, you do this via fear tactics, anger tactics, various other things, then you give them a period of relaxation so that basically this knowledge is cemented, which I believe we have seen with the legacy media, of course. That's exactly what they're doing at scale, which ironically, by the way, very funny, is a tactic that was perfected by the KGB. So you're kind of like being affected by all this. It's real fucking interesting. So if you look at these organizations, that's exactly what's happening there. So a lot of the people that are actually quite smart and want opportunities in life go to these organizations which have historically provided opportunities for people to then try and get them, and then they're in there, and then they get programmed by said institutions. So technically speaking, a lot of the talent will flow there anyways, and because those places are dominated by a very specific political view, then that political view will be disseminated into the majority of the minds that have gone there. Therefore, the most academically capable that then later go on to control the world are then the ones infected with the mind virus and continue to spread it and enforce it to the rest of the planet. This is why everything's fucked, by the way.
Well, that's exactly right. And in order to get so it was like that chick who wrote the PhD at Cambridge on like basically if things are stinky, you know, like you're a racist if you think that stuff smells bad. That particular paper, and like the paper was like critical theory, like Gramscian Marxist stuff, and there's this whole literature, right? That in order to speak that language, and in order to talk about like constructivism and various other things, there is a body of work with which you must become familiar, and if you are not familiar with that body of work, and if you do not adopt that particular body of work's assumptions as your own, your work is not seen as legitimate in the eyes of academia, right? And much of it, because basically you're not speaking the language, you haven't got the shibboleths, you haven't got the concepts, and like the concepts, of course, like when it comes to stuff like gender theory and the rest of it, it's bullshit. It's complete fucking bullshit. It's not true. It's not real. These people have thought themselves into this position where, in like, this is true in all the social sciences.
It's a mythology.
It's a mythology. It's not evidence-based. And if you just basically stop them and go, excuse me, like, can you please back that assertion up with something like concrete, like, or are you just living in your own head?
Anywhere down the line, you ask for that, they can't
they're just floating. They're just floating around. And in law, it's kind of even worse. So at Fordham, which is where I most recently taught, they had one professor there. Her name was Zephyr Teachout, and she was it the NetChoice case? It's currently escaping me which case she was on. No, it was the Paxton versus NetChoice. So Paxton v. NetChoice was this case that went before the Supreme Court, where the Texas
versus
it was like NetChoice representing the coalition of tech companies like X and Facebook and others. And so Texas passed a law which said, I believe, that they could moderate content, or that companies could be obliged to adopt a non-censorship principle by the state. So the state could say, listen, you can't moderate content one way or the other. And they went and took the side of Texas, right, saying, actually, it's good that Texas can force companies to be politically neutral, because in order to protect people from non-discrimination under the 14th Amendment, it's really important that consumer protection, blah, 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 blah. So it was Tim Wu and Zephyr Teachout. Tim Wu was up at Columbia and Zephyr was at Fordham. And the paper was bullshit. The argument was like obviously wrong. They published it anyway. There was a big splash among various like academic, legal academics about how novel and interesting this was. And then the Supreme Court came along, and what did they decide? What they decided was total horseshit, and that the argument was bogus. It had no grounding in reality, and the argument lost it, right? And so NetChoice won, and Paxton lost the case. And like, I get that sometimes if you adopt this view that the law is malleable, and you can kind of wish new law into existence by forcing political change and various other things, but like they couldn't write their brief, right, in a way that was honest, right, and say, well, actually, we'd really like it to be this way, but we think it's this way. Instead, what they did is they wrote this brief and this associated paper, basically saying that this is the way the law was, and that there was a non-discrimination principle inherent to the 14th Amendment, which said that states should be able to regulate speech on social media platforms, blah, 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 blah. And it was all bullshit. And nobody in their little group at any point decided, maybe I don't want to put my name to a paper which is total horseshit. Maybe I don't want to look like a jackass in front of the rest of the profession. Because ultimately, there are two types of lawyers. So the lawyers in academia who actually read their papers, and if you look at the download numbers, it's pathetic. It's like lifetime download numbers for most law professors is in the low thousands or high hundreds. And that's downloads. That's not like sat down, read, like understood, and like then engaged with it. So they spend 6 months of their lives every 6 months churning out paper that no one's ever going to read. And so within that rarefied universe, chances are they're not reading each other's shit. And if they are reading each other's shit, they're not reading it very closely. And but they're all agreeing with each other that it's all brilliant and wonderful. And then outside of that, they're dudes like me out in the trades, right? We learned how to practice law out on the streets. And we look at that and we're like, that's clearly and obviously bullshit and it's wrong. And when you say it's bullshit, no one in academia wants to hear it. And everybody else is too busy working. So like you have this weird thing where the institution that's supposed to be transmitting the knowledge to the next generation is like totally corrupted by jackasses who have no idea how anything works. And like, I don't know how you fix that, except the only thing I can think of is that you replace them all with machines. That's like the only thing. And you eliminate the schools and you say you shouldn't have to go to law school. There's an exam at the end of it. And a machine will teach you the course over the next couple of years, and we'll see you when you're done and you think you're ready to take the exam. And I hope that's where we go, because it's just such a waste.
Yeah. I mean, academia itself is fundamentally broken. Someone like myself, if I were to say make an observation of some kind and actually be able to put scientific evidence behind it, purely because of my associations, my specific appearances, I would never be able to contribute anything to the grand consortium or whatever this established delusion is, which is now supposedly science. Like, there's no way that that's ever going to happen. I've pissed off way too many academics in the process of trying to basically explain what should have always been out there, which is the actual science, the fucking truth. And many other people as well have even spoken about COVID, right? So all of this has had me personally be excluded from various places of academia. I'd be surprised if at any point I'd be able to get into any of these places. Like, I'm perma-fucked in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I think, yeah, I'm noodling on that. I would like to go. My dream is that I would be able to one day, make enough money that I can just say, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to devote myself to books and learning and teaching, and wouldn't that be fun? And then you realize that if you did that, you'd be surrounded by assholes.
Absolutely. Here's the thing.
So the only thing you can do is like try to wrestle reality into shape in short form writing, and like that's like I find that like short form stuff gets read way more than the long form stuff. Like any platform stuff regularly gets more reads.
Even on Sheer, same thing. But to a certain extent, you may find some really good content. Here's what I'll say. If you want to contribute in the way that you're saying, it's perfectly possible. And you have to go with a very specific model. You got to go with the Thomas Sowell model. That's what I like to call it. This is a person who's able to condense knowledge very, very well. He's an extremely quotable economist. Very, very good. Probably the best that there is. Because whenever you think of an economist that is actually quite based, who do you think of? Thomas Sowell. Why do you think of Thomas Sowell? Because the guy is basically a meme in a sense, right? He's a meme of logic, which is really cool. I think many of us aspire to be like this. I aspire to be like this in many ways. That's why I try to compress things as much as possible and to be a clippable thing, because in reality that's exactly what each and every single one of us are trying to do to a certain extent, of course, right? Or at least I am trying to do, and I'm trying to maximize. So that's why I like Thomas Sowell so much. By the way, Ian, are you eating steak?
I know. I'm not. That's me.
I was eating
Dessert.
Oh, it's you.
Dessert.
Just because I'm like, I do fish that's cherry powdered protein. Good on you, man. Good. I was just wondering, like, who the fuck is this coming from? It's not disturbing me or anything. I'm just like, damn, dude, someone's like really. This is intense. Good. I can hear that. It's great.
Yeah.
But for real though, I think many of us here have the chance to basically become our own version of whatever is closest to the Thomas Sowell model when it comes to spreading information. And I think that's what many of us should maximize and what many people have forgotten. I see spaces out there that have very low signal to noise ratio, in that they basically sit on a particular topic for hours on end, then bring people in, and they keep repeating stuff that's been said by other people in a different way, probably even one that is more inefficient than the previous. And it's like, what is the point of this discussion? What is the point of all this? You had a fucking space about a shit coin going for multiple hours, not even multiple hours, and several hours. What's there to discuss?
Mario's roots on that were going. I like popped into one, and they were talking about. So like I love Mario's crypto spaces. Sometimes like the 1 hour ones that they do are like really really good. But they literally did the Trump shitcoin non-stop coverage Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's unbelievable how long it went.
There was nothing to it. It's literally just a fucking shit token, and that's it. You know? Well, it's like, get this, you're gonna get fucked.
Well, like, here's the thing that's fucking amazing. So, like, they had one that was like, is Solana or ETH the next big thing? And like, yeah, we're gonna discuss. And so I got in and I was like, oh well, I think the Trump coin's really interesting, and like talked about some legal shit, and like that was cool. And they're like, well, we'd like to get back to the core topic now, which is like, which is gonna win, Solana or ETH? And I was like, you people don't fucking understand. The president of the United States just launched a fucking shitcoin. If you can't make money in the next 4 years being involved in crypto, like then you are never going to make money in crypto anyway, and you should give up, because like we are going to fucking moon. It doesn't matter. The thing that changed was not that it was launched on this shitcoin or that one. It was that something which was hitherto completely fucking unthinkable like occurred, and that is a massive signal for what the future is going to look like. So position yourself accordingly. But like they were so locked in, they literally spent 4 hours talking about which blockchain was better, and it was like it was like talking about fucking gas fees for 4 hours. It was unreal. I've never seen anything
horrible.
like it. Yeah,
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah, so that's what I have a problem with, right? There is literally zero purpose behind that. You can look at it, you can summarize it, be like, oh wow, 80% is hold. That's a bad sign. Why is that a bad sign? Well, conventionally, it's literally the other way around. Okay, what else is there? Oh, it's fucking on Solana. Boy, if the activity goes up, okay, maybe Solana goes up as well. But if it does, then probably the amount of transactions are going to clog up the blockchain. That's what happens. What do we usually see with these? All right, that's right, pump and dumps. Everybody gets in, everybody shills it, goes up for a little bit. You're never going to find the proper exit, and probably everyone's going to dump when you're right asleep. Like it happens at fucking 3 a.m. You know, at like 3, 4 a.m., which is like the worst time. That's exactly when the rug occurs. Practically always. It depends. You know, that's the summary. That's exactly what it is. It's not even the people that are holding it that are the problem. No. It is just how it works. You get in, you try to be the earliest, and you're not really going to be the earliest most of the time, because the time that the moment it becomes mainstream is the moment that you've already lost. So it's like by the time it reaches to you, you're fucked. Right? You're basically fucked, especially if it's on here. Then it's like completely mainstream. It's done. That's how crypto works, right? Especially that. So you're done. That's it. That was the explanation. 5 hours for that?
I'm actually kind of worried. I mean, as long as we're on about it, like the thing about it, which is most interesting to me, is not actually like the coin itself, but like the extent to which the coin's going to be used to attack Trump. I'm actually really worried that there's like a 2-part analysis, right? One of them is that he's the chief executive and he's got an SEC which is 4-1, and like, you know, people who are sympathetic to his point of view or his appointees. So I don't think there's anything emanating from that, you know, particular bit of the federal government that's going to deal with this. But like you can see a situation where like Paula Jones suing Bill Clinton in the 90s, and Bill Clinton deciding in his infinite wisdom to waive presidential immunity to be compelled to testify. And like, what did that do? It sunk his presidency completely, right? So like
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That woman, Miss Lewinsky, right? But like, the problem was he lied under oath and he got impeached for it. So like, they had this, like, I have had so many over the years, so, and apart from social media and internet stuff, I also do crypto stuff. And one thing I never did was give in to the temptation of a client being like, "Hey, I want to do this shitcoin offering. How do I do it?" And I like as a result, I was not the most successful crypto lawyer in the world, but like I represented projects that were building, doing shovels and infrastructure and things like that, rather than coin offerings. And the coin offering guys come in and they say, "I want to do this thing. Can I do it?" And you say, "No, you can't." And then they go, "Well, everyone else is doing it." And you say, "Well, sorry, no, you can't." That conversation now, of course, has become infinitely harder because it's like, well, the president of the United States is doing it. Why can't I do it? Which is difficult. But like the problem is that he may have done it and he may appear to be unassailable, but like there are still attack vectors, right? He just massively increased his attack surface because all of a sudden there could be a private lawsuit, there could be like a Martin Act enforcement in the state of New York. Eventually, if the Congress flips, there could potentially be a subpoenas. Like if the coin crashes at any point in the next couple of weeks, like that's going to get egg on his face. So like I'm really worried that like that they actually got out a little too far out over their skis with this one, and like I don't know who the fuck was advising him to do this, but like I don't know. That's the one, and I think will actually be like the most interesting thing about Trump coin and Melania coin is going to be how they stick around and how they linger, right? And not because like it's invest or not invest, but people are it's just this thing out there which is capable of constant interpretation. You can always say, "Oh, well, the price went up, so Trump's stock going up. Oh, it went down." It's going to be this huge distraction, and it's that I think is the most interesting thing about it. And no one's talking about that. Like they're only talking about number go up, which means that they're just not. I don't know. They're not paying attention.
Yeah, well, I mean, number go up is the only thing that actually makes it go up. So everybody tries to chill that sentiment as much as possible up until the point of where, of course, you run out of money, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. What was really unique about this was the fact that you could buy it with a credit card. You know, you are onboarding Web 2 into the Web 3 thing. So it was just basically an autism-fueled transfer of money from one place to another, because I can pretty much assure you that the majority of anyone from Web 2 who used a credit card to buy this shit was not able to liquidate properly in the beginning. Maybe now,
for sure,
you could still do it. A lot of the people that have went in super, super early, I'm pretty sure if they were to, exit out right now, they would actually get, a decent return. But many of the people probably don't even know how to do that. So you're stuck with it.
Well, it's not really. I think it's just started to get listed on some of the major exchanges. I think Crypto.com just announced it. I think Coinbase is working on it. There'll be a gap. It shouldn't be too hard for everybody to like get on board with it because it's just a Solana token. So like all of the existing infrastructure will work. But I think it's just a question of folks getting onboarded. Yeah. What's that?
Robinhood just added it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's added it a couple hours ago, a while ago, actually, not even a couple hours. But yeah, it's been out there. I just think it's shitty. I personally don't recommend it, not even in the slightest, and I hope that this doesn't really get done again. It is funny. I think it was kind of funny to have that, but realistically speaking, it was kind of meh, It could have been handled better, that's for sure. And what's the future of it? I don't fucking know. We're gonna have to wait. But either way, it's a thing that exists, and there's going to be a large sum left over to a certain extent, and that's it. That's the end of it. Some degens exited out properly, others did not. And fuck Solana. Now, I think many people fully understand why exactly I hate that blockchain so much. Now people really get it, because, oh, but Adrian, it's DeFi, it's perfectly fine. Like, it just happens sometimes. I'm like, it shouldn't happen at all. That's the point. And
what's your beef with Solana?
It's an unreliable piece of shit. It's literally an unreliable piece of shit that's a rugger incubator. That's literally all that it is to me. That's all that I see it as. It is a fucking blockchain that is like a bloat chain that requires a supercomputer to run, and that when it actually demands to be supercomputed, dies. Albeit temporarily. So that's my problem. Bitcoin is expensive, yes. Is it inefficient? Yes, but it actually clucks along reliably, inefficiently.
Yep.
That's my point.
The exact moment that it dies is the moment that everyone is trying to exit. So you are going to get fucked at the exact moment that you think you're fine.
Yes, sir.
It's like slow and steady wins the race type thing with Bitcoin. In my opinion.
Indeed.
The Locked In Alien is one of the best memes that came out of 2024, not gonna lie. It's kind of hilarious. What is this? What is the next step in your operation? Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty stupid, too.
Alright, gang, I gotta hop, unfortunately, but always a pleasure, never a chore.
Nice, good line.
Take care, guys.
Looking at the Locked In Alien meme. I'm not familiar with it, so I had to look it up.
Nice.
Have fun with the feelings, Dragon Preston.
I think one of the funniest things that has happened at the inauguration was Mark Zuckerberg fact-checking Jeff Bezos' fiance's boobs. Albeit accidentally. Okay. Look, I understand, dude. It is understandable. If he has a bit of fucking testosterone in him, those instincts kick in. If you don't know how to deal with it, that's what's gonna happen. It's probably one of the most human things that bro's ever done. You know?
Yeah.
I just don't know how the other parties feel about this, to be honest. I think it's kind of hilarious. I'm not going to hold it over him, of course. You know, I know many people have spread that meme. I myself have stayed away from it because, you know, fucking shit happens. I wouldn't do this myself. But I mean, look, you know, it happens to people. It's an embarrassing moment. And I think harping onto it too much is a bit of a problem. I'm just speaking about it in terms of humor, not in terms of actually insulting the guy. I'm just saying it is kind of fucking funny as shit. Dude, his wife's gonna be so pissed at him. He's definitely sleeping on that couch that's behind the Instagram photo right there.
Yep.
Fucking hell, dude. Absolutely insane. That is fundamentally cracked. What the fuck was that? I heard something in the background.
TikTok video.
Right. Why are you watching a TikTok video?
I'm just looking at the Locked In Alien thing. I was like, what is it?
Oh,
What is this?
yeah.
I don't understand it.
Alien, yeah.
I don't understand it. It's like, huh? It's an alien CGI generated or AI generated, I guess.
Yes.
Like,
It's funny.
it's not.
Get the original, the one that's HD.
Okay.
I don't know, it's stupid. I don't know. It's funny. It's this.
Do I need to listen to? Does
You might need to have the right tism to
do
find
I
it
do I
funny.
need music on at the same time?
Yes.
For it to be fun.
No, just listen. Yeah, you have to have the sound on for it because it's hilarious.
Okay. What the fuck?
It's hilarious to me. I don't know why it's funny, but it's funny.
It's like a power plant thing coming online.
Yes. It's good. Okay, so now imagine this in your head. Okay, you understand what this is. Now you can put this in any context you want, right? You can say how it feels for people to explain how people feel when they explain the conspiracy theory of why I'm Elon Musk, or something like that. Imagine that as the context, and already it feels kind of funny. In any context, you know, how I feel like in the morning after drinking a cup of coffee. Anything. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Does this make sense to you now? There you go. He gets it.
Peak absurdism. It's just absurdism. That's all it is.
We just watched it. We just
It's
watched
like
it
when I
in real
post
time.
E, no one understands it. I post E, it's like E. You know, it's a picture of Markiplier as fucking.
What about the
Ford
EA
man.
one that goes E?
Is that Ultimate
It's so stupid. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Blas, you gotta clip this thing. This is funny. You gotta clip this, and the title for that's gonna be Ian Malmström discovers the locked-in alien.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, I can do that.
I like Big
Yeah.
Chungus when that one came out. You know, it
Like
makes
me
absolute
introducing it to the
fucking
whole thing.
sense.
Yeah, clip that.
It's so stupid. This is so. It's just brain rot.
I know, it's wonderful. It's amazing.
It's there's this wonderful Reddit subcommunity, whatever you call it, called Hey Buddy Retard, and a lot of this stuff just kind of comes from there.
Right,
This is Hey Buddy Retard. That's where the Big Chungus meme came from. Makes
Okay.
absolutely no sense. Yeah.
I didn't like the Big Chungus meme, but I do like these kinds of things. These are really fucking funny. There's a bunch of memes that I felt were very interesting, like the Sigma Male memes. The Sigma Male memes were so funny
I love
to me.
the Sigma Male memes. They're great.
Like-
yeah.
Rule 5302. Blow yourself up with your enemies. The fuck? Like, what? Some weird shit. Well, like, go, I don't know.
It always has,
set your
like,
mailbox
Patrick
right.
Bateman
I don't
on it,
write anything. It's so stupid. The
It's
Sigma
got like
Male
Patrick
rules.
Bateman.
Put the beans in the trash. Like, anything. Some weird Sigma Male rule shit, and they have like this weird hard edit that's going on in the background with the fucking music, and I'm just dying of laughter.
And Patrick Bateman.
Yeah, exactly.
You
The
know,
original
being
Sigma
accused
brain
of-
rot. It's amazing. It's amazing how old this meme has become to the point that it's been around for like multiple years. It has survived multiple iterations of brain rot. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. When you got a lock in.
Exactly. Dude, I gotta say, the new brain rot language is actually kind of good. There's some aspects of it that I actually understand.
Yeah,
like
geek
it's
versus
something
locked
that
in,
we're
right?
locked
Geek is
in.
the opposite of locked in.
Yeah, we're locked in. Okay, we're locked in. That's a new term. Locked
they're
in is a new
geeked.
term.
All these people are geeked. Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
it.
geeked works too. Tweaking works too. The fucking what's the other one? Cooked. We're cooked. We're cooking. He's cooking.
Yeah, cooked.
I'm cooking.
Let
You
him
cook.
cook.
We're not cooking. We're
Let him
cooking.
cook.
Yeah, exactly. Let him cook. You think you can thank Breaking Bad for that one? Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
A show about meth inspired the brain rot. It's funny. It's funny how the internet works, huh? The one thing I don't understand is like the skibbity toilet shit, although the mewing and the Riz shit that comes from that is kind of fucking funny. I find that good. And the Giga Chat meme, they somehow hybridize the Sigma Male and the fucking Giga Chat stuff, put it together, and then put a bunch of weird shit that's wrapped in it. Like, I don't understand how it works out, but it actually does. It's very, very good. I can understand
I like you know the what's the meme from SpongeBob SquarePants where he's like fucking handsome Squidward? Yeah, handsome Squidward.
God, that meme. They did variations of Squidward, and I can't name one of them, and I'm pretty sure you know exactly which one.
Yeah. That's great. I like it when they take that fucking Snapchat filter, the one that basically turns you to GigaChat, and they put it on JD Vance's face.
That's like funny. No, they put it on everybody. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, someone I think Jack Posobiec put one out of Elon.
Rizzing our way to the White House. It's so fucking funny. It's good. See, memes. I think, look, here's the thing. If your political affiliation cannot meme, then it cannot lead.
That's why the left can't meme. Their memes suck. It's like, and that alone is a meme, right? The left can't meme is itself a meme. Because you know the one where it's like on the left panel, there's fucking leftists, and it's just a wall of fucking text on the right. It's like, you're gay.
What the fuck?
It's just like, that's our response. You know, like they can wall of text this with a bunch of fucking encyclopedic bullshit from, you know, the Marxist books or whatever, and we'll just respond, retard. That's it. It's that simple. It's like, you don't have to fucking respond to them academia. No, just call them a fucking retard.
There's
Or be
something that I do like responding to. I think there was a bit of a problem. Like, I think the meme went too far in one direction, where basically everything was thrown out the window, and that's why the left started to win. Because a meme has to be intelligent. A meme has to make sense. And if it does not, it becomes destructive, then it's a mind virus. So everybody was affected by some version of a mind virus. It's just that some people were willing to kick the habit because they had to, because people were literally running out of money. Right? So if the economy goes to shit, then everybody knows whose meme is actually the mind virus. Right? It's all about like identifying which one of these viruses is symbiotic and which one of these is parasitic. The parasitic is a mind virus that kills us all, and the one that's symbiotic is a meme that makes us all better.
Yep. That's right.
Meme Economics 101 by Adrian Dittman. Fuck man, I can't believe I did that shit. Memeonomics, bro.
Yeah, economics.
Memeonomics. We're gonna fucking like coin that term, memeonomics. Oh yeah.
New study, yeah. I like it.
Memeonomics.
Some Redditors gonna come out of the woodworks and be like, bruh, I coined this in 2011.
Get fucked.
He's gonna have this gigantic fucking post on Reddit explaining how he did it.
Sure.
Memeonomics.
Yeah.
Why the fuck everything?
I mean, I think what
What's that meme?
I think what helped liberate me from the woke mind virus, to the extent that I have been liberated, was just realizing how much the left actually hurts all the people they say they're trying to help. Like, when they're making backdoor deals with Wall Street to print money and make all of our money worth less, that hurts everybody.
Yeah.
It hurts the marginalized people who have less money even more than it hurts everybody else, right?
Yeah.
So, like, everyone should understand that, like, just because they're saying things that sound nice doesn't actually make voting for them in your best interest.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it makes it worse. And they require sacrifice that you don't sign up for. Like when they invite millions of illegal aliens to live among you, you know, because that's the right thing to do, and then your daughter gets raped and killed, and it's like, oh, okay. And then you vote in Trump, because that's the only solution. Because turns out wishy-washy, delusional garbage doesn't work for anybody. I mean, look at the UK, look at Europe, look at Germany, look at the US. It's all crumbling into nothing because, well, thankfully the US isn't anymore, but everybody else still is, you know? Because wishy-washy, suicidal empathy, and I hope he releases his book fucking soon. God damn it. Release his book, come on. Europe needs it. Talking about Gad Sad, by the way. He needs to release his book. Oh. Breaking news, Yashar Ali just posted this. U.S. citizen Ryan Corbett, who has been held by the Taliban in horrific conditions for nearly 2 years, has been released, and his plane is bringing him back to the United States. It just took off.
Nice.
His wife has worked tirelessly for 18 months to bring her husband back home, and this could not have happened without Trump, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because if you don't respect or fear your enemies, then you will not do anything that benefits them in the slightest.
Yeah. All Trump needed to do was go to Qatar, because they have a pretty decent relationship with the Taliban, and said, hey, can you talk to the Taliban for us and get this guy back? And they were like, sure. And they did it. Wow. Why didn't Biden do that? Why didn't he just talk to them? What the fuck?
Because they need a very specific type of energy. There were two different types of energies here. Kamala energy was, just don't. So Donald Trump energy is, I'm gonna bomb the shit out of it. I don't care. So there's a difference there. Which one of these do you fear the most?
I mean, I think the answer with Biden is probably that there wasn't much of a grift in it for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what did he get?
I will say,
nothing.
I don't think he was really aware of what he was doing, like, in this entire process, because he used to be a pretty damn good senator, as a matter of fact. Like, he was actually pretty damn good in the beginning. Whatever happened to him then, and then, like, became this, has torched an entire fucking legacy, man. That's really fucked up, dude.
It's straight up dementia.
It's,
You got senile.
it's the same shit that happens to every politician that stays in the system for too long.
It just
They
fucks
become
you up, man.
brainwashed by the establishment.
It's not even that. Your brain literally gets fucked because there's not enough that can be done. Like, have you ever spoken to a politician that's been in there for quite a while? Now, normally when they get in at first, they are remarkably capable. They can string sentences together in a way that's absolutely fucking incredible. But then when they come out to the public face, you know, and that they've been there for a while, they will now rely off of stuff that's written down on a piece of paper because somehow this anti-logic that's being programmed into people, but you have to have because you have to confuse everybody with a lot amount of bureaucracy. It somehow destroys you, and then you can't even speak in public. Like, have you heard some of these people speak in public? They fall over themselves, they stutter, they do all these kinds of weird things that makes no sense whatsoever. Like, they're trying to explain a very simple thing, and it's like, dude, a very simple concept that you can try and somehow piece together, but you're not doing it. How? How are you not doing this? You're literally in the Senate, you have to speak almost every single fucking day. How is it that you not, in an improvised setting, are able to put shit together and speak it? That's kind of fucking insane. And of course, I'm not saying that these people are incapable. Far from it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the bureaucracy itself, the inefficiency of that bureaucracy, is literally fucking people's heads up. I mean, you learn this inefficiency, and at some point, you just simply cannot keep up.
You become inefficient.
Yes, exactly. So look at, for instance, you get two people who are very smart, both, let's say, are equally smart. One of which never stops using technology, never stops trying to use new types of technology and explore how the world works. In their 80s, they're still using some really advanced shit. William is a guy on here, is an 81-year-old veteran, by the way, disabled. This guy somehow is using Linux. It's an 81-year-old who got himself to use Linux. What? That's incredible! Compare that to the average 81-year-old, or the person who doesn't like work to improve themselves. Your brain will effectively learn this type of behavior, right? So you got to keep that shit intact. If you're doing things that are designed to trick brains or to somehow break someone else's mind, if you do these things and you have to put them into your own head, it's going to fuck you up also. That's the idea of it. It's a structure. Like, if I put somebody in a specific setting and I have them read only LinkedIn posts, they're gonna say the most dumb fucking shit that you can ever imagine. If I put them in the same fucking room and I give them some CIA documents to read, boy, that guy's gonna come up with some really intelligent shit. It's a bureaucracy problem, man. 100%.
You become inefficiency incarnate. It's insane.
Yep. Why do you think I'm so pissed off about LinkedIn? Because a large majority of all these fucking managers, they think that what is on there is actually real, so they start to think like the bullshit that they write.
It's hilarious. It's so bad. It's like, I can't believe that's real and not produced by AI, and somebody actually wrote that shit out. Because I've been seeing it for years. And I can't wrap my head around it. It's like,
Game
how are
changer.
people actually
Synergy. Well, what's the other one? What's the other one? Oh, there's so many fucking horrible terms. Synergy is one that they always use. My contacts, the platform, the experience, but there's no fucking experience there whatsoever, you know? It synergizes so well, and I'd like to somehow get into the equity state, and of course it's your decision, and blah, 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 blah. I could fucking rattle it off forever, but it hurts my brain, so I'm not gonna do it, fuck that.
Oh, I asked Grok, and it gave me these: synergy, bandwidth, leverage, low-hanging fruit, paradigm shift, core competency, value proposition, scalability, actionable insights, strategic fit, best practice, stakeholder, deliverables, KPI, ROI, circle back, deep dive, ideation, touch base, think outside the box, disruptive innovation, granular, holistic approach, optimize, streamline, pivot, empower, align, buy-in, and mission critical.
Oh, literally a week ago, I had to deal with the person that said every single one on that list. Fuck, man. Oh. Jesus Christ. This literally is the exact list of words that they've stated. Holy shit, that's so accurate.
I just asked Grok to produce a sentence with those horrible words, and so I shall read it out loud.
No, yes, I will.
Corporate NPC dialogue
There
incoming.
you go. We need to leverage our core competency and optimize our bandwidth to achieve a paradigm shift that will empower our stakeholders and deliver actionable insights, ensuring our scalability and ROI while we circle back to streamline our mission-critical deliverables with a holistic approach to think outside the box.
You know, honestly, that one doesn't even sound so bad. The other one sounded worse.
I just love that it can produce corporate speak. It's so amazing.
It produces better corporate speak than the corporate speakers. Wow. I think this is why a lot of the bureaucrats are afraid of AI, because the AI is literally better than them.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I'm asking it, now turn this nonsense into a LinkedIn post. So let's see what it produces. Oh shit.
Wonderful.
Oh shit!
It's a 1-for-1, isn't it? It's a 1-for-1.
It's great. It's like, and this is a rocket ship emoji, unlocking our next level of success, rocket emoji. In today's fast-paced success business environment, it's crucial we leverage our core competency to drive a paradigm shift. By optimizing our bandwidth, we're set to empower our stakeholders with actionable insights that promise not just scalability, but a significant ROI. Let's go back to our fundamentals and streamline our mission-critical deliverables. It's time for a holistic approach that encourages us to think outside the box. Ready to pivot? Join me in this journey towards disruptive innovation, where we'll not only align our goals, but also ensure our strategic fit in the market. Hashtag synergy, hashtag innovation, hashtag business growth, hashtag leadership, hashtag team empowerment strategy. It is
It's horrible, but it's perfect.
The hashtags at the end just.
I know, the fucking hashtag. I felt like, it's missing some of the words. Nope, they're the hashtags, fuck's sake. Damn. Dude, that's awful. Imagine you have to, many people don't have to imagine this. Unfortunately, this is the type of stuff that they have the misfortune of working with. People legitimately speak exactly like this. And let me tell you, when you go into a company like that, it is completely mismanaged to the point at which nobody even knows what they're doing half the time. And you can just fucking sit there on a PC somewhere and play whatever video game you want, because there's literally no fucking way anyone's going to ask anything of you. And even if they did, they wouldn't know what it is. That's the problem with this, right? It's unbelievable. There's two types of companies that exist. The ones that are shit, that have positions that don't need to exist, that then have these types of situations where people try to justify the existence by making up brain rot, and the type of companies that basically have a place where, hey, the guy who's usually doing all the work doesn't actually have anything to do, so either we scale or we just keep it as it is. So it's like, okay, cool, we just keep it as it is because the guy's just going to work his ass off and keep our problems away, right? So perfectly fine, everything's nice and comfy, we don't want drama, and it all works, right? You have new people that come in, you have them trained, everything good. That's actually the good ending. The bad ending is having positions that are unoptimized, that don't need to exist, where this specific thing then occurs in that exact way, right? Where you then have to basically justify your existence with brain rot. Corporate brain rot.
And hours of meetings every
Well,
week.
I'll tell you, it's probably pretty similar in government too. I think in government there are some really good employees. It seems like every government agency I interact with, there's one person at any office who actually gets shit done.
The one guy who shows up to work, well, the rest of them
else-
work from home, right? That seems to be the case these days.
More or less, yeah. But regardless of how they work, they get their work done, and so everything
This is the MVP.
on their end looks fine. But what the agency will do is they'll see, this person's doing work. Well, we can give them more responsibilities, no additional pay, because governments don't often give out additional
Yeah, so
pay.
he gets worse and
They
worse.
just pile more and more responsibilities. And if that person is a person who is inclined in a particular ideological direction, now they have all these responsibilities. They also have power, right?
Yep.
And so sometimes individuals who are willing to put in the work at these agencies end up with a lot of power. And then everybody else is fucking off doing nothing most of the time and complaining if they get more than a minimal workload and because they have unions and because there are classified systems and all of these other things in place, very little actually gets done about it.
This is very true. It's very true. They take the most productive person and you keep giving him more shit, and it never ends. It never fucking ends. It's like at school. It's basically an upscaled version of school. Oh, hey, We have this guy who's super smart. Let's put him in with all the dumb ones so that they get smarter. That's not how that works, actually.
Gets worse.
Group projects, the group projects. You have to like lead the group. I had to be part of a fucking study group project, and it's hilarious, right? They put us in a group, and then we're like wondering, okay, who's gonna be the leader? Everyone fucking unanimously pointed at me. I was like, hey, this is actually kind of cool. Anyways, I looked at these people. I gave them a bunch of these assignments that we were supposed to do. I gave them like a bunch of understanding as to what you could do to make your process more efficient, and many of them didn't even understand what the fuck was going on. And I was like, cool. What are the demands? Oh, hey, the teacher says fill this entire page with a bunch of stuff. You're going to give me a verbal reciting of whatever that you've come up with, and this has to fill this amount of pages. I was like, oh, I can fucking do that. I can talk, no problem. So I decided to like write up an entire thing, and specifically we were supposed to write up something about what can kill you in an accident, and everybody had to focus on a very specific thing, and my specific focus was supposed to be dealing with a passenger and passenger safety, and it was like, okay, cool, and then I had to explain all the intricacies as to how humans die, and spend an entire fucking an entire section on inertia, and how your organs get fucked up, because you're basically like this liquid bag, and the inertia is the thing that actually thrusts the organs into your ribs and actually pierces them. I did all of that, filled the whole page, and when these motherfuckers had to go up to say their piece, they couldn't fucking get a single word out properly. It was embarrassing as shit. So I carried the whole thing. We got the victory, but not because they were good, just because I was good.
Yeah.
You know, been there.
I didn't mind that because we won. I'm like, we good, we cool.
I've ever been a part of. Actually, one of my worst academic experiences. I was doing a project, and it was for a religion class. And I was partnered up with another student who happened to be a black girl, which only becomes relevant for reasons that come up later. Night before the project, we're putting our work together. Like the night before it was due, we were going to present our research and our paper to the class. She gives me her half of the work, and I think it just looks kind of off, so I start searching. I realize it's plagiarism.
Yay!
Oh, I hate that.
The first thing I do is I go and contact my professor, and I'm like, hey, so project's due, but this is what I'm dealing with, and I had no part in this, so I don't know what to do because I only did half the work, and I'm ready to present on the whole project, but half of this work is plagiarized. And she literally told me, she gave us an A.
Really?
And she told me that she could not do anything about it because it was a student of color, and if she did anything, it would look
Oh,
bad.
hell yeah! Nice!
Yeah,
Wonderful privilege. Lovely thing. It's a drop.
It was so frustrating.
That's crazy.
It was so
That's
frustrating.
crazy.
Because like I don't think of myself as a racist person at all. I don't think there's anything racist with holding people accountable when they've done wrong.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, yeah,
Like,
that's fucked up.
Accountable. Yeah.
I mean, hey, somebody explain to me where the white privilege in that is.
Yeah, right.
I didn't see that.
I mean,
I'm a fucking white person. I've never
I
felt
think I
myself
got
to be
to-
particularly privileged. As a matter of fact, I always felt myself to be extremely discriminated against because of exactly this type of specific situation. Like, bruh.
I kind of got to free ride on the non-white privilege, I suppose.
Oh my god.
That's your white privilege right there.
Right.
I got the A, right?
That's a good
So that
point.
worked
Yeah,
out.
that's a good point.
But it just felt so slimy and wrong, though. Like, presenting to the class felt bad because I knew that she hadn't done the underlying work, and it was just like...
She's gonna hurt herself and
Well,
any company she works for because she didn't earn it. DEI just stands and didn't earn it, right? No one benefits from this, least of all the person who is benefiting from it, so to speak. They don't benefit from it. They don't accelerate anywhere. And with the whole new Trump economy coming into play, they're done. They're fucking done. She is cooked.
Ah, well. It's what it is. It's what it is.
It was gonna backfire eventually. You know, either America was gonna collapse or these people would get fired. And right now it looks like they're all getting fired. So that's a good thing.
Doge has like 1 year. Doge has 1 year to clean up house, man. It's gonna be one busy fucking. It's gonna be one busy year for them, that's for sure. 2025 will go down in the history books as an absolute fucking like purge of the system. It's gonna be insane.
It's gonna be a revolution. Like, come on, it's gonna be a revolution.
A non-kinetic revolution. You know, that is wonderful. Non-kinetic revolution is fantastic because it's an economic one.
Yeah.
Nobody gets
You
hurt.
see the
Just
same
a
thing
bunch of
happen in
people who shouldn't
Europe.
have
You
been
know,
there
we
get
see a
fired.
non-kinetic revolution there as well. Yeah.
Again, this is the great thing. Nobody's actually getting hurt with any of this. Just a bunch of people who never should have been in various positions being removed. And those positions themselves who never should have been there in the first place are also being removed. Who benefits? Everyone in the American public. And internationally as well, because if America prospers, so does the world. Because guess what America is?
They will follow
Global
suit.
superpower.
And they'll follow suit. They'll look at the model. They'll say, why is America so prosperous, and why the fuck are we sucking it?
Same thing with fucking El Salvador, with Argentina, all these places, man. People are gonna look at it and be like, I too want this. I too want to wander the streets at night, not think like I'm gonna be dead soon. It's great. How do we achieve this? There you go.
I think a lot of Europeans right now are waking up because they're looking at Dubai and they're seeing a model.
Oh, no. You don't have that. Look. Europeans have a fucking huge problem. They have a huge problem. I'll explain to you what it is, right? They don't look anywhere else. They are in their own little bubble. And a very specific bubble at that. Worst of all is Germany. I can tell this because I am in fact German, and I know some people who are German. The only reason why I'm not friends with them is because I literally cannot fucking socialize with something that prefers to be an echo chamber NPC. They don't just know that they're echo chamber NPCs. They want to be echo chamber NPCs.
Oh, that's so sad.
Because
They'll never prosper in my case.
It's there's no single bit of resistance. It's like, what the fuck is with this shit, man? What is your spirit for the nation? It's all gone.
Why don't they enjoy, progress, nice things? Because at some, eventually they're gonna be shitting in the streets, and there's gonna be so many homeless people and needles everywhere,
and they make up they whine into these weird social issues, quote unquote. And I'm like, where do you think this came from? There was never an issue before.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's so fucking insane. So Europe is going to take a long time. Europe has to economically collapse or be on the verge of complete economic collapse before anything changes there. Because look, and even if you wanted to go full send on the AFD, let's imagine that you do in fact go full send on the AFD, there needs to be some cleanup as well. Now they have a pretty good chance. They have a pretty decent arrangement of people, but even in that, there still is a lot of work that needs to be done. And personally, from the sentiment that I've been able to gather, many Germans are not as enthusiastic about this. Although I do see a few on here, for instance, you can tell by the frequency of people on this app how many of them are actually enthusiastic about this and enthusiastic in general. It may take a while. I still have hope for that place. I think it's good. I think there will be a change in some way, but it has to get a bit worse for things to get better for them, because there is no way that you can live within a delusion until things get so bad that you have to escape that delusion. And it started a couple years ago. It started, no, not even a couple years ago. It actually started about 10, 20 years ago, right? When people became semi-hostile to the idea of somebody else doing something different than all of society, like having kids. You have kids, then society looks on you like, oh, that's a very selfish thing. Like, how is that fucking selfish? You need to repopulate the fucking planet. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It really does not make sense to me whatsoever.
It's fine. It's fine. The individuals will step up and they'll leave the country, and there'll be this massive brain, and they'll come to the Middle East, and they'll build it up like they're already.
All the H-1Bs, you got all the fucking German H-1Bs and shit. You're gonna come over to Europe. You're gonna have the space industry advance more. This time you're doing it not with Nazis. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. So you had this one brain dead individual. Not really. I know I throw that term around a lot. It's actually kind of misplaced. But there was this one person that was posting. I was like, oh my god, I can't, because they misinterpreted, of course, what happened with Elon and the little arm thing that happened there. It was basically the Roman salute. It was them saying, hey, my heart out to all of you guys, right? It was nothing else other than that, realistically. But some people like to be stuck on some sort of political fantasy, and this person aped straight into it and said something like, I don't want the space industry to be built by Nazis. I'm like, hang on a minute. What is
It fucking was.
Like, where do you think Werner von Braun was? Like, well, where do you think all this came from? Where do you think the tech was from? Well, what do you think Operation Paperclip was? Do you think that was all American?
Right. I was gonna say, we'll just put a paperclip in that one.
Literally. I was like, you're not ready for this conversation, are you?
No, you're not.
Dude, that motherfucker's gonna wake up tomorrow morning, look at that post, and be like, fuck! It's gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so funny, man. And it's such a misrepresentation as well. And it gets
Maybe
worse and
that's
worse.
why Neil deGrasse Tyson hates space now.
Hates what?
Maybe that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson hates space. Like, he says we don't need to go to Mars.
Wow.
You know, like, maybe he's. I'm just.
Wow, I see what you're doing. I see what you're putting down there. I'm picking it up too. Damn. That's crazy. Just cleaned everything up. Very nice. There's something nice about having a super efficient meal, like especially early in the day. I don't understand the people who eat way too fucking like late in the day. Like, you can clean up late, that's perfectly fine. But having it like way too late to the point where it's like insanely late, that's a bit of a problem. At that point, you may as well just like have fucking breakfast and that be your entire meal for the day. But like having something towards the evening is actually quite nice.
Get a dishwasher.
No. We're not getting a dishwasher unless we have like fucking 15 people to cook and clean for. We're not doing dishwasher. Plus, way too much energy consumption.
It's really cheap here.
Well, that's Dubai. It's not fucking here. And besides, I have a limited amount of energy. I have a limited amount of energy that I can use. So, yeah, because my energy is solar, so I have a limited amount of that I can use.
Cheap as hell. I use it every day. It's efficient. Soap is cheap too.
Yeah. Again, Dubai, my man.
Dubai, boss.
Dubai.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a good time.
What is this shit?
What's what?
I'm just looking at something, thinking to myself, like, what? Honest reaction. So that I can exterminate some insects in here. I'm going to take out.
You have insects.
Yeah, sometimes there's an insect that comes in or two, and if I see there's something in this place that is not supposed to be here, then it gets destroyed.
I've not seen a single insect since moving here. Not one.
That is very concerning.
That reminds me. I mean, it's a desert. What do you expect?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, when I was in the desert, there were also not many insects. There were flies though, but only around areas where there was like biologically active stuff laying around.
Right. Yeah. Well, I did run into, I think, a fly once, and that was like, once.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, deserts are harsh as shit. It's a great place to like grow certain stuff as well. That's usually prone to fucking like parasites and such because they literally burn the fuck off. It's insane.
It's great here.
I mean, dude.
It's perfect for habitation.
I mean, dude, look at the Nile. It's amazing. Like, look at Earth, and then look at the Nile next to Egypt. You're like, what is that green spot there that looks like a river? If you zoom in, all of that is agriculture. Every part of that is agriculture. It's insane. All of that is agriculture. There is no forest down there. There is agriculture, however. You ever been in America and you see a product that says "Made in Egypt"? Now you know why.
They make lots and lots of fruits and...
Or product of Egypt, actually.
Textiles. Egyptian cotton is top notch.
That is true.
Yeah, it is. Good. Have you had Palestinian olive oil? It's pretty good.
Oh, delicious. I haven't had any Palestinian before, but I have had Moroccan. So fresh, unpasteurized, that shit tasted like perfume. It was very weird.
Oh, well. It's nice. Yeah, it's very fragrant.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way to describe it.
The stuff that people feed you, the stuff that you buy in the store, and you think that's high quality olive oil, bullshit. No. That's not. I don't know what that is, but that shit tastes rancid and it's fucking disgusting. The olive oil that they made, yes, the olive oil that they made in Morocco tasted like perfect. It was super, super fragrant, just like what you explained. It was so smooth, and it tasted like something. You actually enjoyed eating it. It was almost weird somehow. And in a sense, you can understand now why the Romans used to do this thing where they said, oh, we cover ourselves in olive oil. That's why.
It's actually nice and tasty and.
And it smells nice. Exactly, it smells nice. Instead of perfume, fucking rub some oil on your shit. Now we're going to walk around like beautiful, glistening gladiators. Oh, yes. I'm gonna bring back Rome, you know, get on the super low-fat diet, get super ripped, like get pumped and then put oil all over yourself and just walk around. Yes. Bring back Rome.
You can buy saffron here.
I mean, you've seen what I look like. I'd probably be able to do that and pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like some of the stores here. They just sell herbs and nothing else. And it's all these Middle Eastern herbs and they smell so good. They sell teas, which is what I buy. Oh, so good. I love teas.
Yeah.
They have like golden saffron tea. Very nice. And they mix it too with like a bunch of other flowers and stuff, you know, well dried. Yeah. Tastes nothing else like it on earth. You know, normally you're just drinking, you know, if you're drinking British tea, you think, oh, this is really good stuff. And yeah, it's decent, you know. I won't shit on British tea. It's actually good. But it's like, compared to the stuff you can get in the Middle East, it's nothing in comparison. You know, like the tea here is so good. It's next level. Next level.
Same thing with the Chinese tea also. It's the same thing, man. It's just next level.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh, man,
if
like,
your
you get,
tea comes in little fucking tea bags, dude, if your tea comes in little fucking tea bags, it's already over. You're already cooked, okay? You're already cooked.
Yeah.
Like, that's not healthy, that's not an option for you. This is why I don't drink any tea anymore. And if I do, I take it out of the bag first. Because this shit has microplastics all around it. The bag is not made up of actual fucking fabric. It's made up of some weird shit that I can't really identify properly that acts like paper fabric hybrid, whatever that's supposed to be. Doesn't fucking rot in the wild, by the way, which is really fucking weird. And where does all that go? What is that shit? You know, where did all the real cloth go? It's cheaper, of course, right?
Of course.
Hell, I'm pretty sure it's made out of some sort of waste material. Hell, if I'd actually do some research on it, I'm pretty sure I'll figure out exactly how it's done.
Recycled stuff, yeah, some recycled plastic.
Some sort of stuff. It's always some sort of stuff, man. Every manufacturing process has
to make
something.
it cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah, because cotton's kind of expensive, right? So you mix it with cotton, and suddenly you have a little quote-unquote textile that's actually polyester.
Exactly. Yeah.
Disgusting.
They have some plastic reinforced, microplastic reinforced fucking tea bags, well, textile thingy or whatever that shit is. I don't know what it is. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's annoying. It's what it is. It's annoying.
I go to this place called Soul and Soul. I've mentioned it before, and they sell amazing kinds of teas. They're all in tints. Yeah, they have all kinds. They got your typical herbal teas, green teas, black teas, white teas, rooibos teas. Pu'er is nice. This is a Chinese tea. Ginseng.
Oh, you know what? We've talked in the past about how coffee is one of the few businesses that hippies can do well. Spice shops, also a great like hippie business. You get great prices. They're so generous.
The only spice shops here are like locally run.
Fair. I mean, I'm in a place with hippies.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just Emiratis who run the ones here. They're really nice. Pretty high end.
Given the thing that was sent in November by Kamala Harris, does that mean you could technically say breaking news? Trump to bang Doug Emhoff?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Kind of fucked up. That would be hilarious meme. Somebody used to create an AI video and just the two of us.
Ceylon's spicy gray. That sounds really nice. Oof. I'm just looking at teas right now. Intense, spicy with a citrus touch, alone or with a cloud of milk. 65% black tea, 22% ginger, 7% lemongrass, 5% pink pepper, and 1% bergamot aroma. Is it bergamot? I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Oh my god.
Green tea gunpowder? What's this? Why did they call it green tea gunpowder? That's interesting.
Good idea.
I'm just looking at the wonderful teas that I can buy. Oh. Pineapple herbal tea using dried pineapples, coconut, rosehip apple, hibiscus. Oh, that sounds nice. Hibiscus tea is nice.
I think I just uncovered a trove of memes. Holy shit. Wild.
Ooh, they sell coffee as well. Shit. Do you like any kind of specialty coffee, or do you just like it black, like Colombia?
Huh? Me?
Oh, what kind of coffees do you like? Yeah.
If I can, I'll take it with some milk. That's fine. I'll drink that. It's great.
I should drink lattes. Real milk, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And espresso.
Sometimes I'll have it on its own, just to kind of like sit there, have some water in the background. It's pretty decent. Pretty nice.
I usually have a pot of tea that I put some nice tea in. Drink it throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. Like drink it all at once.
When you wake up. Espresso, yeah.
Sometimes I like drink the whole thing, like have a whole pot there, and I just like sip it until it's completely gone.
Yep, done that. Loose tea tints. Oh boy. Love tea.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm finding some real meme shit right here, dude. Holy fuck. Here, guys, I'm gonna send this in Signal chat.
Alright, cool. Let me see.
See it.
I'm starting to find all these weird edits and shit. They're actually really good. It's fucking insane.
Oh, husband, you spent all of our money on Ed Trump, and now we are homeless.
That meme's insane.
I can't do that. Yeah.
Oh no, husband, you found out I'm Chinese spy. I must kill you.
I could probably even do like a high-pitched anime sound to match that shit.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
Why not? Okay, here, there you go, watch that.
Alright.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck is this? Dude, we need to contact these schizos.
Are you gonna post that, or can I post it?
I don't know if one should, because the association, I don't know, man.
Fuck it. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, reckoning is coming.
This one's great. It's really good. It's really, really good. I can't amplify that because it's like it's not really on brand.
No, it's on brand for me.
You're insane.
Yep.
It's funny. I have like an entire delegation of people that can send fucked up memes to, and then it unintentionally lands up on the internet. Oh, my fault, by the way.
Yeah. Like my post. Okay, if you've ever looked at my timeline, it's basically schizo. Okay, like it just is. So it's perfectly on brand. I just randomly talk about anything and everything. It's kind of stupid that I posted a reckoning is coming when a reckoning is already here. Actually, I'll just reword that. So the reckoning is here. Posted it. There we go. The reckoning is here. I'm gonna put it in the conversation, and you guys can retweet it if you like it. If you don't, well, don't. But do.
Pretty good.
Do. Yeah,
What the fuck is this? Here, let me send you this. Can somebody explain to me what the nature of this post is? Read that shit. Not out loud, of course.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm just reading it.
Like, look what the quote post is to. Like, what the fuck is the context here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why the fuck? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't understand this.
I don't get it. Yeah.
What was the point of this?
I don't know, but he's got a funny username.
I know.
He has got a funny username.
I mean, I think that kind of says it all.
I think it does. But like, why? Why that context? Like, oh, here's this thing, and then it's that. Like, here,
You guys want to see what a pardon looks like? If you're curious, I just put it in the top, and you can see what one of Trump's pardons looks like. Like, actually. This is so cool. I'm so happy for her.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Like, that's cool.
By the way, look, that's a response that you can put under like multiple posts and things that you don't agree with. See that meme I posted there in the chat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look, see. It is pretty good. It is pretty good.
FBI.
Yeah.
With the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Yeah.
What the fuck? I just read this news story. Jackson Reffitt, who ratted out his own dad, Guy Reffitt, to the FBI for his role in the January 6th protests, says he's now terrified and has bought himself a gun after Donald Trump issued a blanket pardon to all those involved. I would sick the FBI on this guy, because it sounds like he's gonna kill his dad.
Yeah.
He looks like a fucking school shooter type, too. Fuck him. What a piece of shit.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Please stop calling me the Opti dishwasher. Oh my god.
You know, if you rat your dad out to the feds over Gen 6, you deserve everything that's coming. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Fuck this guy.
Dirge was always inevitable. there needs to be like a big tech alert for like when I follow someone.
Yeah.
Just to cause the drama.
You think Trump, Barron Trump is going to be next president, like 2030 something?
Perhaps. He would be a little young for that, but...
I think constitutionally you have to be 35.
Yeah.
So, 2030 something.
Maybe 40,
2040,
actually.
yeah.
Let me double check.
I would say probably 2050 is when that would probably happen, because if you look at the likelihood...
It depends.
I mean, it's going to be youngest president.
DeSantis almost
It's going to
got
be
it.
youngest president, man, like 100%. Insane.
Oh, I know. I mean, like, DeSantis almost got it, though, you know? He almost got it. If Trump didn't run, DeSantis would be president right now. Would probably be seeing the same stuff that's going on right now. They're pretty similar. And he would have been the youngest at, 42, 43? The guy's not very old. Yeah. So, Barron could very easily be the youngest U.S. president, after DeSantis wins in 28 or something.
Yeah, it's 35.
Yeah. Barron looks just so much like his dad. If you've ever seen Donald Trump when he was younger, when he was like 30 something, identical faces.
He's got an aura.
Yeah, he does.
It's just
It's something else, man. Like, looking at him, it's like, yeah, this guy's a leader.
something has happened over the last few years. Like, I remember seeing him at some point in his early to mid teens and thinking, wow, just kind of awkward and like, you know, not sure of himself maybe. And definitely has changed a lot. My opinion has changed.
I'm tweeting out, Barron Trump is the future. Because he is. I can see.
We need to get a person to like make schizo edits for us. Like,
Yes.
I need a schizo editor in my life. Not anyone that turns us into racists, by the way, because that's gonna be a problem. I mean, like if we start seeing some fuck shit in the background, like no, we don't want that.
You don't want a black sun there if you didn't.
No. Not like the fucking DeSantis thing.
It's like, God damn it. That's such a great meme, and then you ruined it, the black sun. Why?
That was hilarious.
I used to, was it Jinx, by the way? Is that who you're talking about, Lawyer Cat? Because Jinx is an amazing
No, this is a different individual who was producing like probably 2 or 3 schizo video edits a day, at least for just like blockchain stuff that we don't need to talk about. But he makes incredible videos, like just adds music to them. I mean, most of them were just like totally irrelevant to like blockchain bullshit. He just like added music and like dancers or whatever the hell he wanted, whatever schizo bullshit he could think of that day. He's the one that did that AOC AI meme that I sent you, that I sent in Discord at one point. Yeah. He's really good with the AI like video. I don't know how you feel about that, but he's done a lot of like AI like personality memes with like people's heads on different bodies dancing and saying different things with their voice. Pretty capable.
You know who I'd love to have as, making memes for us are those guys who do those Floyd edits? As in George Floyd. Like,
No way. No.
Yes. Yes, they're so good. They're so good.
No.
They're so good.
Jesus Christ.
I
No.
binge on them, dude. Like, they're so fucking funny.
Oh, no. We don't do that. Yeah. No.
They're so schizo. They're so schizo.
And there's like a schizo crackhead to utility ratio, and I do not wish to upset the balance with something like that. Who's this one? Yeah, that's great. That's funny.
Oh man, I hope he's okay. This guy that you're talking about.
Yeah, the last thing he said was that he was on his way back to his house from his vacation.
Oh wow.
Yep. He had just made a bunch of money too, so I'm worried about him.
Yeah,
but-
maybe he's just playing video games. You know, you never know.
Oh, so he's been gone since like January, bro. Fuck.
Well, it's still January, but yeah, 10 days.
But January's almost over. Yeah, I know. It's been like, but yeah, it's been a while. Oh, he likes the Oh, that's. What the fuck?
I got sucked into this stupid token because of all these videos. Like, the content was incredible. His
What
videos
is this shit? What is this shit? These memes are good.
I can send you. I'll send you a link to
Oh man.
a Telegram memes channel.
Well, I know how he's doing this. I know this guy actually. I recognize him from somewhere.
Story isn't true. I just read a story. I can't verify it, but there's a video of a man being taken out with a stretcher of a hospital. And it says someone being carried out of DC jail. Oh, it's not a hospital, it's a jail. On a stretcher to a waiting ambulance. There have been reports of violence by the guards against the J6 inmates. I have read those reports. They're pretty legit. I hope some guards didn't decide to take it out on the prisoners that they're supposed to fucking release tonight. That would be so fucked. Yeah, I don't know how true it is, but that jail is pretty notorious. It's the one in DC. They have been putting them in solitary confinement when they shouldn't be. That's pretty cruel. There should be an investigation into it, if anything, if that is the case. I saw that post you told me about, by the way, the one about I'd rather not entrust space travel to a guy who does Nazi salute.
I'm like, I don't know, what about the scientists that made space travel in the US happen for the first time in history? Like, you want to talk about that? Probably not. First of all, it's not applicable in that sense because it's not that. And then second of all, Jesus Christ, are you this? Like, are you like this ignorant to history? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, people. It's a thing of beauty. It's always gonna happen. It's wild, you know?
It's great. I like this.
You know, it makes no sense for Elon to do a Nazi salute. Just think about it, right? Even if you knew nothing about him, why would he do that? It doesn't serve him. It doesn't serve anybody's purpose. It's just like...
It's not even that. It's like just a misinterpretation. It's complete bullshit. Like, people will see something that vaguely resembles something else, and they just instantly see like, oh yeah, we got him this time. We're gonna make some bullshit up. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
No. You know? Yeah. It's absolute bullshit.
Like a Roman salute. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, what the fuck is this shit? Looking at the next thing here. What the hell is this? Oh, this fucking idiot.
Breakfast in Paris. 5 coffees, 3 desserts, and a bottle of water for 83 euros.
Huh?
Oh, so someone posted a bill of how much they spent on food in Europe, in France. That's insane.
Yeah, that is true.
So a bottle of water costs 12 euros. Oh, Jesus.
Retarded.
Yeah. 3 coffees, 14 euros each. Kind of nuts. Fuck me.
Wow. We had a
What the hell? I thought I had a bed here. It's like, actually, it's pretty cheap here. It's 5 euros here, probably, for like a nice fancy coffee. 5 euros? Yeah.
The beautiful thing when the CEO of Roblox name is Robert Locks. Oh.
Overlocked.
Yeah, it's like that.
Everyone is quote tweeting Itai share with pictures of Werner von Braun.
Oh my god.
I hate these fucking quote unquote historians. They're all coming out and saying that it was a Hitler salute. Come on. Historian of fascism.
No historian needs to state that they are one. And if they weren't one, they would notice how retarded they actually sound. It's like, wow.
These are.
I mean, it's just like science. A lot of these like liberal artsy professions have been dominated by ideals. Like, they come in to preach an ideology, so they're going to use their education to further the ideology, regardless of whether it's actually factually based.
You just have to tell them it's not real, and it's all gonna go away.
Yeah, but
Robert Sterling quote tweeted them and said, "Historian of retardation here. I've studied retards my entire career. People like this are retarded."
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I shared his stuff. So good. So good.
That's what we call empirical evidence.
Yep.
100%. I believe in this person's academic ability. Not sure what it is exactly, but we're gonna believe it. It's
Wow.
like those. It's like those wannabe. It's like those people who put doctor in their name and then put off the most dumb fucking take that you can imagine.
Yep. So the New York Times has this damning article about Antony Blinken. They name him as one of the organizers of the conflict in Ukraine, according to NYT. He insisted on the continuation of the conflict in Ukraine at the end of 2022 when the peace deal was on the table. What a fucking asshole. Seriously,
That's
what
insane.
an asshole.
The NYT wrote
Yeah.
this. Huh.
Yeah, that's
They're
right.
about to be attacked by some people. That's 100% true.
Yep. It's just like when Lex Friedman came out and put out a video a couple of days ago, basically condemning Zelensky. He said that this guy is a showman, he's not a leader. He is more interested in showboating and being a mean asshole to Putin than actually having any kind of diplomacy. He's not interested in peace, he's just interested in kind of like enriching his own, celebrity. And that's true.
Did he put that out there?
Yeah.
Where did he put this
Yeah,
out?
it's a video. It's in a video. Yeah. I posted it earlier.
In the video, or did he actually post this as a video? Like, what's the context of
I'm
this?
not certain. It was clipped maybe by someone who hates him. They were like attacking him, calling him a Putin shill, because of course they do. But I took the video and I reposted it myself, so I'll share it.
Interesting.
I'll put it in the what do you call it? This thing here, so you can all see it. It's in the conversations. You can take a look at it. It's a minute and 24 minutes long.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Right, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna end this space, and I will continue tomorrow. Actually, no, we'll do a live stream after this.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Go for it.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, and I got a brief update about the J6 prisoners. Apparently, police in DC are refusing to release them.
What the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's happening right now. Yeah, there's a video of it, of the police refusing to release it. That's really fucked up. Even though they have been,
But it's an executive order, though. Like, I mean, not really an executive order, but it's like they were pardoned. So what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they just won't let them go. Yeah. That's
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Uh huh.
Jesus Christ.
Need Trump to step in or something.
Yeah, Trump needs to step in. This is fucking bullshit.
It's, you know, what's annoying. We do not know anyone. I mean, we may know someone who's in law enforcement, but it's like, what happens now? What do you even do in a case like this?
Yep.
Jesus Christ,
This is insane.
this is kind of cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? DC police is refusing to let the J6ers out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild, dude. What the fuck?
Well, this could get bad quickly.
Yes.
Hopefully they see reason, right?
Yeah. It sounds like there's some sort of miscommunication or something.